We're getting a slew of new vote totals from make-or-break battlegrounds. This nail-biter election is nearing the finish line. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're told former Vice President Joe Biden believes this is the day he will become president-elect and seal a victory over President Trump. That could happen sometime soon, as Pennsylvania vote counters are very busy right now tallying ballots in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. We're standing by for new results from the Keystone State at any moment. They're also making a big push to count outstanding ballots in Arizona. We expect thousands of votes to be revealed in the state's largest county at any moment. We're awaiting new results in Nevada as well. It might be all enough to give Joe Biden a new win or wins that would bump his electoral vote count from 253 to the winning number of 270. And Trump, with 213 electoral votes, is not in a position to stop him. Let's get a key race alert. Let's start off in Arizona. Some new numbers are just coming in. You can see Biden still maintains his lead, 28,052 over President Trump, 49.5% to 48.7%. 95% of the estimated vote is in Arizona, 11 electoral votes. In the critically important battleground state of Pennsylvania right now, Biden maintains his lead of 28,833, 49.6% to 49.1%. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, 96% of the estimated vote is in. Let's talk to John King about what's going on. This is crunch time for these candidates, and it's looking closer and closer for Biden.
It is crunch time. I was just looking at the vote count in Pennsylvania. You see 28,833 in a state where 3.33 million. 3.30 million. When you're going that deep into the decimal points, that tells you have a very close race. A lot of people think, wow, how competitive that is. This was a heavyweight fight. It was a heavyweight fight 4 years ago. Donald Trump won it by 44,000 votes. It is a heavyweight fight this time as Joe Biden moves in. We expect new votes any moment now. We know there are new votes coming from Philadelphia. We know there are new votes coming from Pittsburgh. What do those two share in common? You can see they are Biden blue on the map. The question is, can Joe Biden build up a little more to that lead to get to the point where then the math tells you it is virtually impossible for the president to catch up. This has been a very impressive win. Again, you see it so close, and you think, well, it's competitive. That's not a blowout. No, it's not a blowout, but that's what makes it such a great fight. It's a heavyweight fight in the 15th round. You see in Philadelphia right here, 555,000 to 125,000, that 81% of the vote. This is where a Democrat has to have the big building block in the city of Philadelphia. But it's not just there. It's the suburbs around Philadelphia. But Senator Santorum was talking about this a little bit earlier. Wolf, you move around the state. No big Biden shifts from Hillary Clinton. No, he didn't go in and steal away tons of Trump voters, but he turned out Democrats. This is where he was born, Scranton, Lackawanna County, 53%, 54 if you round up to 45. You go back to 4 years ago, 50% there to 46. See the 50.2. You just get a little bit more. You just get a little bit more, right? So you're not blowing it out. It's not a game-changing election, but you move the dial a little bit in a close state. That's what makes the difference. You can also move down here. You come down here to Northampton County. It's not a very big county. You see 85,000 votes to 82,000 votes. It's almost a wash, right? So you think, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, let's go to Arizona right now. We're about to get a whole bunch of new votes from Arizona as well, and it's a critically important battleground state that we're watching. In Maricopa County, the largest county there in Arizona, Phoenix area, the vote is about to come in, and right now we see Biden maintains his lead of about 28,000 votes over Trump, but that lead has shrunk a bit over these past couple of days.
Yes, over the past couple of days, if you rewound the tape, you'd see a Biden lead of just shy of 50,000. It was 47,000 plus not that long ago. So as these votes have come in, Donald Trump has been slowly narrowing it. And you look at the map, you see all the red, not much population in the red, but the president, just like in Pennsylvania, has very strong support in rural America. And then you move in here, this is where the people are. 60% of your vote is going to come right here, Maricopa County. And you see it's competitive, right? 50 to 48, if you round that up, about 95% in. This will be the game right here. Maricopa County, you have more votes also down in Pima County. Phoenix, Tucson, suburbs around them, the two biggest population centers in the state of Arizona. So that's how you settle the race. But if you come in...
Hold on one second. I want to go to Bill Weir. He's in Phoenix for us. He's getting the votes right now. Update our viewers, Bill.
Yeah, Wolf, this is the last big significant dump of the biggest county here in the state of Arizona. My math's privileges have been revoked, which is a good call by the decision desk. So, John, I'll just give you the raw numbers. Biden-Harris, now 1,023,516 votes. Trump-Pence, 977,495. Doesn't look like the president made up as much ground as he needs to.
Yeah.
So
He certainly did not make up that much ground. You can see what's going on over there. Those are the total numbers that we're talking in Maricopa County right now.
Right, the numbers in the map. You see the numbers here in the map. We have to match this one up here. You see Joe Biden goes from 04, right, 04 up to 23, and you see the president jumps right here up a little bit. So you're just trying to see, are we getting to a point where the president can narrow the lead a little bit? And they'll post up there in just a minute. Let me just move this up out of the way a little bit so people can see what we're talking about here. You got 60% of the vote right here. And the question is, you're looking at percentages. Are you making up the percentage that you need?
We got the actual numbers. Biden got 19,513.
So let's blank it out. We'll get to the new numbers there. That's the way to go. At the
19,513.
Okay.
And Trump got 26,992.
Right. So again, the president there, he's obviously netting more votes. That's the important point. If you're the president, you're looking at this and you're saying, I'm netting more votes in these counts. But then, so that's good. You're making up ground. But then you come to the bigger question, and you come out statewide. Yep, sorry about that. You bring it out here. Are you making up enough ground? That's the question. So now you see it down to 20,573. It was 47,000. The question is, can you narrow it to catch up the gap? Is the question.
It's down to 20,573 right now. Still a lead, but it's shrunk once again as these votes come in from Maricopa County.
Right, and as the votes come in, let me just move this out of the way again. So you look at Maricopa County. This is very telling and it's very helpful. It's a great tool, but sometimes you have to dig in. Just remember, Maricopa County is 60% of the vote. You see 50-48. That's very competitive. 4 years ago in Maricopa County, it was very competitive, and it was the president on top. We were just talking about this in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden is not going into counties and flipping them. We're not seeing 10-point swings in votes, but 49, 46, if you round there 4 years ago, right now it's a flip, 50-48. That's what you move the dial to 1 point, 2 points, 3%, percentage points, excuse me. That's how you can flip a state. But we need to count, we need to continue here because this is the one in the other states, especially Georgia and Pennsylvania, as they count the late votes, Biden lead stretches. In Arizona, as they count them, Biden's lead has been shrinking. So
Biden still is ahead by 20,573, but it helps explain why CNN, our decision desk, decided not to project a winner in Arizona. We wanted the numbers to come in much more thoroughly.
Right. We get the frustration out there, but we spend months, actually years, looking at census changes, look at voting registration changes, and you make a set of rules. Here's our metric. We need to see this before we call the state for either candidate. Those are the rules. They were the rules the day before Election Day, so they have to be the rules on Election Day and in the 5 or 6 or 7 days after. You can't change the rules. We know if we call a certain state or 2 states, it's over. But we can't do it just to do that, right? The rules have to be in place. You can have all your fireworks in place on July 3rd. You don't light them until July 4th. The clock has to reach the point. You have to, again, you just have to stick with the standards. You can guess. We have probability. Those of you at home can do math. A lot of very smart people in both the Democrat and the Republican Party on social media and elsewhere are publishing the percentages and the metrics and the likelihoods. That's all great, as long as that math is correct. But we have rules. We need to follow them.
So it's clear we're not going to project Arizona right now. So let's go back to Pennsylvania, where the vote, we're waiting for some more votes. They're supposed to come in any minute right now. What are you looking for, John?
Well, number one, you're just looking again if the percentages match up. Because let me go down here to Philadelphia, and this is where we know. We know that there are about 20,000 votes out, and we believe within moments we could get 2,000 to 3,000 of those votes. That's what our Kate Baldwin on the scene has said. Pam Brown has backed that up with her reporting from the voting desk. So we're looking at a universe, maybe 2,000, 3,500 of those votes. They have about 20,000 out. So we're going to get 10% or more of those votes. Statistically, that tells you something. Joe Biden getting 81% of the votes. Number one, you get new votes. That means it's a smaller universe of outstanding votes. So you're getting closer to knowing the final number. Number two, you're looking for consistency, right? Is Joe Biden continuing to perform? Or the president in Arizona, the point we were just making. The president is continuing to chip into the lead. You're looking at the ratio. How much is he cutting it by? Here, for Joe Biden, has been how much is he building it by? So he's getting 81% overall in these late ballots, mail-in ballots that they're counting. Joe Biden has been exceeding that. So does that continue? Do you continue to see math where Joe Biden is matching or exceeding what he's getting? And then you're counting on how many votes still outstanding. What percentage is Joe Biden getting? And how high does that raise the bar for President Trump to catch up? So you're watching it there. And again, you come out here. It's more competitive. but it's the very same dynamic. The votes we received this morning from Allegheny County, Joe Biden got higher than that percentage. So Biden is building, Trump is not catching. That's the dynamic you're looking for. And again, our great decision desk people, they know how many votes have been cast now. They have a statistical model that tells them if we reach this point, you declare a winner, no matter who that winner is. You declare a winner, you reach a certain point. Joe Biden is inching up to that metric. He's just not quite there yet, which is what you're looking for as you go through. Right before he went to Arizona, Wolf, I just was talking about how how Joe Biden has moved the bar here, right? Again, you look at it so competitive, and you think not a lot changed. Well, number one, Democrats turned out. But little things like this. This is Northampton County, 49.8, 48.9. You think, okay, what's the significance of that? Well, let's go back in time. Donald Trump carried this county, again, very narrowly, right? But in a heavyweight battle county like this, he's a little on top, she's behind. That matters, because if you go back in time, in 2012, this is one of what I call the pivot counties, about 206 of them across America. Obama wins them twice, and then Trump wins them. If you study politics, that's what you want to know. How does that happen? How do people vote twice for Barack Obama and then flip for Donald Trump? That was Trump's appeal. So you see it here. Obama gets 51. Again, it's a very competitive place. Obama gets 51. Trump gets 50. Biden is about to get 50 there. And again, you say that's not such a big deal, but if you do it in Northampton and then you do it in Erie, there are 3 pivot counties in Pennsylvania. Right now, Joe Biden is on the verge of flipping 2 of them. It gets you 10,000 votes, 5,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there. That gets you 28,000, almost 29,000 there, and you build your path until you hit the line, and we're getting really close to it.
And there's not a whole lot of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. But what the votes that are outstanding are in the Pittsburgh, Allegheny County area and in the southeastern part, that heavily Democratic part of the state.
Right. We talked to Brian Todd earlier. He's right there in the room, too. Let's emphasize that, especially at a time when the President of the United States and his allies are stirring up all this dust about irregularities. We have reporters in the room. Organizations have, other organizations do. Democrats and Republicans, importantly, have people in the room. There are cameras in the room. People are counting votes. People are counting votes. It's fully transparent. If you see anything wrong, go to the right place and file a complaint on paper with your evidence. When you hear people talking about this on either side, we just need to discount it. The proof is in the pudding, if you will. But here you go. We've been watching this for days. Joe Biden getting 59% countywide in these late mail-in ballots, significantly higher. Again, that's what gets you closer to meeting your metric, and we're expecting more votes from here shortly. And then again, the major population center of the state, I'm going to move Pennsylvania up a little bit, is here. And we know 20,000 votes still outstanding in Philadelphia, and Pam Brown can correct my figures, but there's just a couple thousand when you go around here. Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and you come back here to Philadelphia City. What do they all have in common? They're blue, slightly different percentages. Joe Biden is running it up huge in Philadelphia County. You come up to Bucks County, it's the more competitive of the suburbs in that collar right around the city. But Joe Biden's, winning it. This is the more competitive one. But in the mail-in ballots, winning it higher. So you just go county to county. They're counting the votes, a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there. What we're waiting for, just to see another batch that no late disruption in that. And guess what? 28,000 votes there. You get Joe Biden at 30,000, heading toward 35,000. Then the math is pretty convincing. We'll see when these votes come in.
Well, they might be coming in Allegheny County. Brian Todd is there in Pittsburgh for us. So, Brian, you're there in the room. We will be getting those numbers, we understand, fairly soon, right?
That's right. Well, fairly soon. No strict timetable yet. We think it's going to be in the next couple of minutes. We believe that we're going to hear from David Voy, who's the election division manager for Allegheny County. He's going to step to this podium, we've been told. So we're anticipating that. A lot of anticipation, as you and John are talking about. Allegheny County is so crucial to, whether Joe Biden is going to boost those margins to what he needs here in Pennsylvania. The counters have been here all morning. They've been kind of doing different briefings with the observers. At one point, the observers asked to get a little closer to where the counters were. They were allowed to do that. And so it's been a very transparent process here the entire time we've been here. And it's important to note at this kind of crucial moment here in Allegheny County, Wolf, we have asked repeatedly to people like Rich Fitzgerald, the executive for Allegheny County, and David Voy, who was about to give us this briefing. We have asked repeatedly, have there been any abnormalities? Have there been any complaints from observers? Have there been any glitches, anything at all? We have repeatedly been told no, that everything has been going very smoothly, everything is transparent. I think it's important to point that out at a time like this when so many are hinging on, these few thousand votes that we think we're going to get. The executive for Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald, did tell another news outlet a short time ago he expects maybe about 7,000 votes to be revealed here in the next few minutes. So that could be very significant, guys.
Could be extremely significant, and you are there. You're going to get us those numbers as soon as they come in. Stand by for a moment, Brian. We're going to get back to you. But if we get 7,000 votes right now coming in from Allegheny County, that's a huge number, and presumably mail-in ballots, which are skewed disproportionately for Biden.
Right, and the executive also said this morning some of these ballots they're counting are military ballots. That has been one thing. Again, the campaigns call us, and that's fine. They're working the refs. I remember this 4 years ago. The Clinton campaign was saying, don't call Wisconsin, don't call Michigan. We think there are votes in Milwaukee. We think there are votes in Detroit. We need to listen to them. That's our job. We're reporters. We listen to everybody. And so the campaigns are working the refs, and one of the things the Trump people have been saying, and they have every right to say this over the last couple of days, is don't call these states. Remember, there are military ballots out there, or there are other ballots out there from overseas, and we think we're going to win those. Okay, fair point. What we have seen when they announced the Allegheny results earlier, though, the gentleman said there are some military ballots in there, and Joe Biden still had a lopsided percentage. So again, you're just sort of going through your box. What are the issues the Trump campaign says to watch? What are the issues the Biden campaign says to watch? More importantly, what metrics did we have in place before the election? What are our rules? Are the people we have, and they're fantastic people. You see us on television. I cannot tell you how many people in this building are busting their you-know-whats to help us do this right. And they have their metrics, and they check their boxes. And guess what? Caution is a good watchword. But yes, if you get a batch of votes that size, and again, if it reaffirms Joe Biden continues to get 70% of them or high 60% of them, then it tells you your trajectory is solid. There's no interruptions in your line. The president in Arizona, for example, Joe Biden had a big lead. Well, the president makes you pause, right? Hit the pause button because the president chips into it. That's when you stop for caution. The challenge for the president now, as we get so close to decision point in Pennsylvania, is to prove he can slow that trajectory, and we don't see it. And just one more quick thing. I just want to reinforce this, because Brian's in that room. It's not just reporters in that room, and it's not just the government officials, the employees in that room. There are honest Democrats and Republicans in that room. Brian says that nobody's raising complaints. There are very good Republicans from Western Pennsylvania in there. If you're a Democrat, you may disagree with their politics, but they're hardworking people who are volunteering. Those observers are volunteering, and it's very important what Brian just said. There are Democrats and Republicans, hardworking Americans, our neighbors, our friends, our doctors, our farmers, who are in these rooms watching. The president is complaining. He's not in the room. The people in the room, members of his own party, people who voted for him, are not raising their hand and complaining. And that is an incredibly significant point as we go through this process, because those are honest, hardworking people. I don't care what party they're in. They're counting votes.
They're patriotic Americans,
right,
and we're grateful to them.
Right.
Allegheny County, we're expecting several thousand votes momentarily to be released. Also, let's go back to Philadelphia right now. Kate Baldwin is there. We're expecting a batch of votes to come in from Philadelphia as well, Kate.
That's exactly right, Wolf. We're expecting relatively soon to have the first batch of votes of the day to be counted and uploaded to the system. We're told by officials, we're told by sources that it will be between 2,000 and 3,000 votes. One source telling us it will be before noon, which, as you're looking at, we're in the 11 o'clock hour now on the East Coast. Another source saying by early afternoon. The focus here is on these 20,000 outstanding mail-in ballots that are requiring extra review. As it was put to us, there's also 18,000 provisional ballots that are out there, and we were told to set aside and put out of our mind for the moment those provisional ballots, because right now the focus is on those 20,000 mail-in ballots that are requiring extra review. We know that since 7 o'clock this morning, they have been in there reviewing, observing, and churning this out. We were told by a source there are 10 people processing the ballots, 6 top officials hovering over them. So they are working on it. We are expecting that this update will be coming very soon. It will not be the last update of the day. We're of course, pushing to get more information of what those numbers could look like throughout the day. But they are churning it out as fast as they can, as accurately as they can. As one top official put it, when they know that the world's eyes are on them, Wolf, they said, you move too fast in this process, you look reckless. You move too slow in this process, you look like you're cooking the books. They said they're just getting it right. They're going through each ballot as they would in any election, and this is the process that it takes. But we are expecting an update of 2,000 to 3,000 additional ballots to be counted and uploaded to the system very soon, Wolf.
All right, Kate, as soon as you get a heads up, let us know. We're anxious, really anxious to get the results in Philadelphia, to get results in Allegheny County, John, and Pittsburgh as well. So several thousand, maybe 7,000 in Allegheny County, 2,000 or 3,000 in Philadelphia. Let's say another 10,000 votes come in, and presumably Biden will be doing really well.
And the presumably part is the important part, that if he matches his metrics of what he's been doing, then again, it gets you closer on the trajectory to get there. And you mentioned Philadelphia. Look, he's getting 81% of the vote, right, in the total vote. He's been winning higher percentages when they count these smaller batches of mail-in ballots. But to Kate's point, just think about it at home. You know, if you got 20,000 votes out, if we get 2,000 to 3,000, then you're taking 10% or more off the table. And if it matches what you had in the previous batch, which was a couple thousand, you go back and look, does it match what you had in the previous batch, a couple thousand? Then you're seeing a consistency that makes you more comfortable in making a projection. If you see something that goes in a different direction, it's not an anomaly, it's math. If something comes in, you say, oh, okay, all of a sudden the president is posting more votes, then it gives you pause. So what you're looking for is just, you know, a consistent track. And out of Philadelphia, there has been a very consistent track. And I just want to reinforce again, just, you know, this is a very competitive election, right? Joe Biden has a possibility of getting over 300 electoral college votes. But when you go through these battleground states and you watch what's happening, so every campaign is based on the last campaign, right? Look what Joe Biden is doing. 81% in Philadelphia. They're still counting votes. 555,833. You go back in time, 584,025. The Clinton campaign lost Pennsylvania 4 years ago. Their biggest issue in the postmortem was not really Philadelphia. There were other cities like Detroit and Milwaukee where they felt like urban turnout, including African Americans, was down, and they were worried about that. This was not one of them. They thought they did a pretty good job here. You always want to turn out more votes. You always do. But the Clinton campaign said, we did it. We met our metric here in Philadelphia. So the challenge for the Biden campaign was to do the same. And they're right on path to do that as they count these remaining votes. They're almost matching it there in percentage as well. So then that's the idea. So, okay, so Trump beat us here last time. What do the Democrats have to do? Number one, match that, because at least match it because it was a strong performance, and then build on it.
All right, hold on one second. Kate Baldwin, I go back to Philadelphia right now. Kate, what are you getting?
Wolf, we're just learning from a source that they are momentarily going to be posting this new batch, and it will be 3,000 ballots. I'm literally refreshing my phone as we speak. It has not updated to the system yet, but we're told it will be posting momentarily. It will be 3,000 additional ballots added to the result from Philadelphia, Wolf.
And Kate, it's John. Wolf stepped away for 1 second. Let's just walk through this. You mentioned it could be 3,000 ballots, which again could be decisive in the state of Pennsylvania. Walk our viewers through, who might not have been with us through the hours into yesterday or the day before, as to this is, so there's 3,000 ballots of the 20,000 remaining, and these are mostly mail-in ballots or all mail-in ballots?
Exactly. These are all mail-in ballots, John. These are, and I know you know this, but for our viewers to explain, these are mail-in ballots that they kind of keep to the end of the process because they require a second look. They have an issue that needs to be reviewed and addressed. How they talk about them here in Philadelphia, they talk about them as problem child ballots. It's just kind of the way they term it. These are things, I'm just going to continue to refresh, John, as we talk. These are things like there's a missing date. People put their birth date in the place where they're supposed to put the current date. They have missing home addresses. They signed the wrong part of the envelope. These are all issues that have to be addressed to double check to make sure they are accurate before they are counted. These also include, John, even it sounds simple, but it's quite a real thing. The ballot is overly creased, and it has to be dealt with manually because it can't get through the actual system. So this will be a 3,000 batch vote that will go into the system. Where we are right now in terms of the number of ballots cast by mail that have been counted are 339,933. It's always a lot of numbers, John.
Right.
You are much better at the math than I, so I'm not going to do it. But it'll be a 3,000 additional count for just context for people. That is very similar to the batch that we received yesterday evening. It was a little over 2,000, so it seems that is the increments that they're working in now, John.
I'll do my best when the numbers come in, Kate, but don't underestimate your math skills. Listen, this could be decisive, so I want to get to a point here. It's Philadelphia, where the Trump campaign has had a couple of news conferences in recent days, you know, jumping up and down, screaming about things. They actually won a battle. They went to court in one case. The observers were so far away watching the votes, and they won a court battle so that they could get closer to watch that. The Trump campaign has been stirring up these allegations that in Philadelphia, especially Democratic City, cooking the books. As you've watched this process play out, just like we just had this conversation about Brian in Allegheny, there are Republicans and Democrats, people who voted for President Trump in this room watching, correct? Plus live cameras.
Yes, John, you're talking to me, yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if there was another voice. There's always too many voices in our heads. Apologies. Yes, there are people in the room. There are poll watchers in the room from both sides, Democratic and Republican. They have been in there the entire time. I was actually told by someone, as the president was saying at a press conference that they weren't letting poll watchers in. Someone texted me and said, I just left the room. They are in there right now. They have been in there the entire time. We know that they have been. There's also there's been a live stream camera that has been up the entire time. We've spoken to sources and we've asked continuously. They have no reports of glitches or problems. This is the process playing out, and these are hardworking people who have been trying to get it right this entire time. And they're processing. The reason it's taking longer, as you know, John, is because of this influx of mail-in ballots that they have not had before in a general election like this, and also the restrictions that the state was under. The fact that they could not open and prepare the ballots until election day morning, which is...
All right, stand by. We have a key race alert right now. New numbers have just come in Pennsylvania. Biden has increased his lead over Trump right now, 30,908. Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.1%. The lead has gone up by a little bit, around 2,000 right now. John King, go ahead.
Let's go, Wolf. I want to walk through these numbers here of what just came in, and I'll write them out for you here. This is from Philadelphia, as we said. The vice president and Democratic nominee, former vice president Democrat nominee, gets 2,431 of these votes. The president of the United States in Philadelphia gets only 356 of these new votes. That is 85%. 85% of these votes. 85%. So let's look at the significance of this. Again, number one, it adds to that statewide lead. It gets Joe Biden above 30, heading to 31,000. That is what we have been looking for, consistency in the trajectory of the count, because you see 3.33 million count, 3.308 million count. Now you have Joe Biden with a 30,000 vote lead. These new votes are coming to us. Just talking to Kate Baldwin. She's right here in the city of Philadelphia. I'll move this down a little bit. Again, what are you looking for as you go through these metrics? Joe Biden gets 85% of this new batch of ballots, just shy of 3,000 votes. He gets 85%. Well, he's been getting 81% when you round up in Philadelphia. So what are we looking for as we go? Is Joe Biden at that decisive moment? Is he continuing to match or exceed the percentages he is getting? That is critical as you start to build your statistical model, as you take more votes off. Now under 100,000 votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So 24-31, that's 85%, right? I'm going to move this off now and put it into context. So Joe Biden adds to his lead in Pennsylvania by running it up more in Philadelphia. We know we have more ballots coming shortly in Allegheny County as well. The rest of the outstanding ballots, the overwhelming majority of them, right down here, southeast Pennsylvania, in this blue collar, right around this part of the state. Wolf, as you look at these numbers right now, you're building and building and building.
After 4 long, tense days, we've reached a historic moment in this election. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects Joseph R. Biden Jr. is elected the 46th president of the United States, winning the White House and denying President Trump a second term. We're able to make this projection because CNN projects Biden wins Pennsylvania. The former vice president, in his third run for the highest office, pulling off a rare defeat of a sitting commander-in-chief. With this victory, Kamala Harris is set to become the first woman and the first person of color to be the vice president. Again, CNN projects Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. And Jake, he is now President-elect Joe Biden.
What a moment in history. We have all been waiting on the edges of our seats since Tuesday. It is the end of a tumultuous presidency, a time of some accomplishments, no question, a time where many Americans throughout the country in shuttered steel towns and in rural America, they felt, for the first time, they felt heard, which is important, but it is also, Wolf, it has also been a time of extreme divisions. Many of the divisions caused and exacerbated by President Trump himself. It's been a time of several significant and utterly avoidable failures, most tragically, of course, the unwillingness to respect facts and science and do everything that can be done to save lives during a pandemic. It has been a time where truth and fact We're treated with disdain. It is a time of cruelty, where official inhumanity, such as child separation, became the official shameful policy of the United States. But now the Trump presidency is coming to an end. To an end. With so many squandered opportunities and ruined potential, but also an era of just plain meanness. It must be said, to paraphrase President Ford, for tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Dana?
And let's talk about Joe Biden.
Yes.
5 decades in public service, 3 times running for president. He finally got there. And he's the most conventional of politicians, but in this election cycle, his path has been so unconventional. Remember, he beat out the biggest, most diverse field in the Democratic primary. And he is an older white man who did that. He lost Iowa, the oldest. He lost Iowa. He lost New Hampshire. And it was Democratic black voters who saved him and propelled him to this point. And that started in South Carolina. And he made a comeback just this year like we've never seen. And also remember, Joe Biden is defined by his personal loss. His calling card is knowing how to heal himself. And what he ran on and what he says he is going to do is try to heal this nation. Now he's got to turn his attention to that. And can you imagine a more arduous task?
Yeah, and he defeated a president who was not easy to defeat, as we all know. A political force who really shocked the world 4 years ago. But it was, as you said, Dana, a white, old man who did it and who was chosen by an increasingly young, diverse party to do one thing. Lost 4 years ago in parts of this country that have been traditionally Democratic, and he did it in a way that was always underestimated by even members of his own party. This is a man who is not known for his discipline, who ran an incredibly conservative, disciplined, understated general election campaign. And it is for that reason that he was elected today as president of the United States. But I just want to say one more thing, Jake, as you said, tens of millions of Americans, for them today, this moment is a huge sigh of relief. They've spent 4 years, a majority of Americans spent 4 years being governed by a president they did not elect. Today, that ends for them, and I think it is a cathartic moment. We have to give credence to that, a cathartic moment for millions and millions of Americans.
And one other thing, just we have to acknowledge, not only did Joe Biden pull off what I think very few people would have predicted a couple of years ago, that he was going to be able to beat this incredible Democratic field, the strongest Democratic field in a long, long time, not ever. And he was able to pull it off. He was able to do so with decency. He was able to do so on his terms. He ran as Joe Biden. I'm a guy that wants to bring the country together. I'm a guy that wants to govern from the center left. I'm a guy who feels your pain, who cares about you. I know
he ran as his authentic self.
And he ran as himself. And I would like to also take a moment to acknowledge that the United States of America just elected its first woman and its first woman of color as vice president. Kamala Harris, the daughter of immigrants, one from India and one from Jamaica. Once again, an amazing sign of what this country can be.
Yeah, in some ways, this country always seems to act on a pendulum. You go from one extreme to another. I think we're seeing the other extreme of the pendulum today. Kamala Harris represents so much for millions of people in this country. And even her path to this moment, I think, is fairly unconventional. She was one of the first major candidates to drop out of the Democratic field, but was someone who I think in the party believed always had so much promise. Even Barack Obama believed she was a major rising star years ago. And one of the roles that she will play for Joe Biden is helping him bridge that gap between the Joe Biden who has been in Washington for decades and decades, the old guard, the 70-something-year-old white man with the younger part of the party that is clamoring to be heard. They feel like they have been, that their futures are on the line, especially after the last 4 years. And I think a lot of them are looking to Kamala Harris to give voice to that.
Yeah, and just to echo what you said earlier in the week, the Democratic Party has been alive on the backs of and through the hard work of Black women for many, many years, and now they finally see representation. And that is a huge thing. I want to just also, I was thinking about this, put some numbers and historical reference on the Kamala Harris moment. 100 years ago this year, women got the right to vote. 55 years ago this year, Black Americans were told that it could be easier for them to vote with the Voting Rights Act. That was after so much bloodshed, so much protest. And now, after all of that time, a Black woman has made history.
And the son of Scranton and the daughter of immigrants are headed to the White House. It is a sign of what can happen in this country. You can become anything you want to be. Anderson?
And it was the state where the Commonwealth where Joe Biden was born. And it is on the same day, 48 years ago, that he was first elected to the Senate, November 7th, 1972. Van, what are your thoughts?
It's well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier to tell your kids character matters. It matters. Telling the truth matters. Being a good person matters. And it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're Muslim in this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happier to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason. It's vindication for a lot of people who have really suffered. You know, the I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know, and you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their racism are getting nastier and nastier to you, and you're worried about your kids and you're worried about your sister. And can she just go to Walmart and get back into her car without somebody saying something to her? And you spent so much of your life energy just trying to hold it together. And this is a big deal for us just to be able to get some peace and have a chance for a reset. And the character of the country matters. And being a good man matters. You know, I just want my sons to look at this. Look at this. You know, it's easy to do it the cheap way and get away with stuff, but it comes back around. It comes back around. And this is a good day for this country. I'm sorry for the people who lost. For them, it's not a good day. But for a whole lot of people, it's a good day.
Gloria?
You know, and as long as I've been covering politics, we talk about character. In a lot of campaigns, character didn't count. Other things mattered more. And I always ask myself this question, this race, would character matter? Would values matter? Would that go to the top of the list? And COVID became part of that, became part of the character issue, how you handle something that has killed more than 200,000 people in this country. It became a matter of character and values. And you look at Joe Biden, and that is who he is. He's a man of empathy. You can disagree with him on all this, you know, politically. You can say he's a socialist, which of course he isn't. He was very hard for Republicans to pigeonhole because he's had more than 4 decades in public service in which he refused to be pigeonholed. And what's so fascinating about what's going to occur is that during the campaign, or at least early on in the campaign, we always heard Joe Biden talk about himself as a transitional candidate because he is old. Now, as a president, he's going to have to be transformational because so much needs to be done in this country, whether it's about COVID, whether it's about the economy, whether it's about race, whether it's about climate. You can go down the list. So this man who was the youngest man one of the youngest, I should say, ever elected to the United States Senate, will now be the oldest man ever to take the presidential oath.
That's America.
Think of that. Think of that.
David?
First of all, let me say, watching Wolf make that announcement threw me back to when I was in the war room in 2008 at the campaign headquarters, and I heard him say the words that Barack Obama would be president of the United States, and I was overwhelmed with emotion. I'm sure that's the feeling of people over in Biden's headquarters and many people across the country, and Van just so eloquently and movingly expressed that. Joe Biden, we tend to correct in our elections for the deficiencies of the person in that office. And in this case, those deficiencies went to character, went to decency, went to a lack of empathy. And these are qualities, as Gloria said, that Joe Biden has in abundance. And that made him the right candidate to run against Donald Trump. I think when he said last night that he wanted to bring the country together, that he wanted to be the president of all Americans, that he fundamentally believes that. He grew up that way in politics. But we should also recognize today, and I'm sure Rick will speak to this, that there are a lot of Americans who think that will see this as a gut punch because we are in a very divided country. And for all the tasks that Joe Biden faces now, President-elect Biden, whether it's dealing with the virus or dealing with the economy or myriad other problems, the greatest challenge is going to be to deal with a deeply divided country and try and find a common language and a common set of concerns that we can work on together, even if we disagree on many, many issues. And that, I so fervently hope for the country that he is successful in moving us forward in that way.
Rick, do you think that's possible?
Well, first, let me just congratulate Vice President Biden. He looks like he's going to win this election. I know there's a lot of conservatives, the White House, Republicans, who still think this race isn't over. That they're going to continue this effort to determine whether there were sufficient irregularities in the election to overturn this. So I think that's going to continue. How long it will continue, as David and I talked about yesterday, will depend upon the margins in some of these states. I mean, it's Pennsylvania, it was just called. If Pennsylvania ends up at 50 or 100,000 votes, it's going to be very, very difficult. If let's say Arizona and Nevada, if you're not fighting just in one state, if you're fighting in 3 or 4 states, it's going to be harder to figure out how you can put an effort together to be successful. So from the Republican point of view, we're not convinced it's over yet, and we're going to wait and see how the rest of these states play out. We have, as you can see from the board, a lot of still very, very narrow races. So let me just say, there's not the feeling yet that this is over. Obviously, Van, very moved, and I can understand how people are feeling the way you're feeling right now. I think, as we've talked about before, it's a very divided country, and I think a lot of folks on our side are feeling the fears that you're feeling, that you have been feeling the past 4 years. On the economic side, people are afraid that Joe Biden is going to do what Boris Johnson is doing and Angela Merkel are doing in Europe and shut down the economy. There are a lot of blue-collar people, and again, we've been talking about this, that a lot of blue-collar Americans felt that neither political party really cared about them, and that they were the ones who were losing their jobs. They were the ones who, whether it was technology or trade or globalism, that they were sort of left behind by both political parties, Republicans for big business and Democrats for tech and the environment and all these other issues, and that the working class people were sort of left behind. And so they're worried about, going back to global agenda and not worrying about what's going on here in America. There are a lot of people of faith who are worried about religious liberty. They're worried about whether there's going to be, speech codes and hate speech and a limit on what they're able to say. So as much as people are concerned, I understand you're feeling relieved. There's a lot of people now on our side who are feeling concerned.
Van, just before we go, just the challenge ahead for this president is enormous.
Yeah, it is, and I think that people should take very seriously what the senator just said. The grievances and those working class folks who felt that neither party cared about them weren't wrong. people were sacrificed for an agenda that didn't help a lot of people. And I know poor folks in Appalachia and poor folks in South Central, they got the same problems. And culture wars notwithstanding, there's a moment here. Do your lawsuits, that's your right. But there is a moment here where we can reset. And I think Joe Biden wants us to reset. And I will do everything I can. We got a lot of fear and a lot of pain. We got a lot of promise, too. And so do your guys. And if we can sit down at the same table, we can get something done together. Gloria?
I think that the country has just elected a man who is the polar opposite of the man who currently occupies the office. And his norm-shattering presidency, which I think we can all agree it was in one way or another, is going to give way to a presidency that will be all about respecting norms and institutions and making them better and uniting the country, not dividing the country. And I think as Trump becomes the first president, I think in almost 30 years, not to win a second term, it will be hard for him to accept. It is hard for him to accept. But in the end, I hope he is gracious and can muster some graciousness when it comes to Joe Biden and him becoming the next president.
Let's go back to Jake.
Well, it has been quite an ordeal covering the election these last few days, and I know a lot of people out there have been eager for us to count the votes and make calls even before we were ready to do so. I want to make sure that people understand that we were taking our time because we wanted to be 100% sure of the projection. And, you know, it's interesting, Abby, because while President Trump has been out there attacking the very fundamentals of democracy, he's been benefiting from the counting going on in Arizona. I want to go to Jeff Zeleny right now, who is covering the Biden campaign for us, of course. Jeff, obviously, Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris have been eagerly awaiting the media to make these projections. What is the plan?
Jake, good morning. Joe Biden, I'm told, was at his home here in Wilmington, Delaware, when he saw the news that CNN and other networks projected him as the 46th president of the United States. He had been anticipating this moment with patience, perhaps much more patience than some of his Democratic supporters. But now he is looking ahead to the speech that he will deliver here this evening. It will indeed be a speech for history. It will also be the first step in his quest to try and unify this country. We've heard glimpses of what he is going to say. We've heard these words before, but the weight of these words he will deliver here this evening will be the first test for his quest to unify this nation. He said it last night, Jake. He said, "We may be opponents, but we are not enemies. We are Americans." That will be a central theme of his message here, and it will be at the same spot where he, of course, accepted the Democratic presidential nomination. But this campaign has changed dramatically since he started running it. This country has changed dramatically since he served 8 years as the vice president. But he will use all of that learning, all of that history from his years in the Senate, right here from Delaware, and of course at his time in the White House to deliver that speech. I am told by friends who have spoken to him over the last several days that he is going to give President Trump a bit of time. He is going to give Republicans a bit of time to digest this before he goes forward with his transition plans. First and foremost in his transition is going to be focusing on coronavirus. The challenges that are facing this country are steep. We've sort of set aside these daily cases of coronavirus to watch election returns, but he has been getting briefings every day, sometimes a few times a day on this. That, I'm told, is going to be his first step. But for tonight, at least, he's going to deliver a speech, and his supporters and advisors are all already sending the message out. This is not a time for gloating. This is a time to accept and feel and celebrate a victory. There will be fireworks here, I'm told, this evening. There's also, I'm told, going to be what is scheduled to be a light show with several drones, perhaps dozens or scores of drones in the air, delivering a type of light show here. And after that, the hard work begins. So for now, I'm told we are not expected to hear or see the former vice president before that address this evening. That could always change. Of course, we might see a message from him on social media, but he is going to be delivering this speech that this stage has been waiting for the last several days. Of course, we should always also point out we will hear from Senator Harris this evening here as well. A history-making move in its own right. Tremendous move for the country, of course, and we'll see their partnership together beginning here. So even as he's taking in this victory, Jake, I can tell you the transition is already underway. We are not likely to see any announcements in the coming, at least the coming hours, but in the coming days, we certainly will, as he begins to assume his role as president-elect, will be the 46th president of the United States.
And
Jake?
Jeff, for people who are just tuning in for the first time to find out that Joe Biden is now President-elect Joe Biden, and Senator Kamala Harris is now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. It's probably a good time for Republicans to learn how to pronounce her name. I would like to note that if they are confused by the honking going on behind you, that is a mark of the new COVID era, where Joe Biden would have drive-in rallies, and instead of applauding and cheering, people would honk.
Right. And Jake, it was at this parking lot right behind me here. We saw one of the first drive-in rallies during the Democratic convention this summer in August. It was really an extraordinary moment as he was inside the Chase Center here delivering that acceptance speech. There were hundreds of cars outside with people, coming out of their convertible rooftops or sitting on their hoods honking. And then we've really seen that throughout the last several months of campaigning. So that is what we will see here tonight. But the honking is the sound of the new applause. But Jake, I can also say hundreds of people gathered here last evening in Wilmington, Delaware. I assume the same will happen this evening. People from Delaware wanting to see their favorite son out giving a speech. So it was one of the largest Democratic gatherings that I've really seen since this pandemic began. So the Biden campaign, of course, will have their official event here at the drive-in rally, but there are people gathering here in Delaware. But Jake, we should point out that he will also be the oldest president elected. 2 weeks from yesterday, he turned 78 years old. But that is just one of the history-making things. Also the second U.S. president who's Catholic. So he often goes to Mass or to church here in Wilmington before a big moment in his life. I would expect that today as well, Jake. So many moments of history. Senator Harris, of course, making many, many moments of history here. She will speak first this evening, I'm told, and then Joe Biden will speak after. Again, both having a unifying message here. This is more than just a speech. This is the first step in their next chapter of trying to lead this country through this challenge and turmoil, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. It is such a such a historic moment, such a moment of import. The idea of democracy, that the people get to decide every few years if they like what they have or if they want to stick with it or if they want to change. The American people resoundingly, with what looks like a popular vote margin of at least 4 or 5 million votes for Joe Biden, and also what looks like it will be ultimately a significant win in the Electoral College as well. The American people saying to Donald Trump, thanks, but you should go. We want new leadership. And Joe Biden could not be more of a polar opposite from Donald Trump.
No, you're exactly right. One of the many fantastic storylines, and this is obviously this is an objective thing to say, of this election is how many people engaged, how many people went out and voted. It is just remarkable. Not only is Joe Biden somebody who has gotten more of the popular vote than anybody in history, as far as we know. Donald Trump also... I want to show,
just let me interrupt for 1 second. That's right outside the convention center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, a city that Donald Trump has been attacking unfairly for a long time. He even got into a fight with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018. After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Philadelphia delivering the margin of victory for Joe Biden that allowed CNN to call Pennsylvania and then, therefore, call the presidency for Joe Biden. Philadelphians realizing the significant role they played in this election, taking to the streets in celebration in the birthplace of liberty, we should say, in this country.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
I had to say hi to my friends.
And I completely understand. And by the way, that's happening in a lot of the cities around this country. I'm getting texts from friends who are saying that they're out and about and they're hearing cheering and honking. Let's be clear, that is obviously happening in about half the country right now, because the other half, as I was mentioning before, less than half, because otherwise Joe Biden wouldn't be president-elect right now. Donald Trump did extraordinarily well It's just that more people voted for Joe Biden. And there are still about 70 million people, a little under that right now, who Joe Biden is going to have to find a way to reach out to. He says it all the time. He talks about being the president, not just of blue states, of red states, but of the United States, borrowing a famous line from Barack Obama. But now the tough part comes. Now he's got to find a way to actually make that a reality. And it's not going to be easy, because this polarized country is going to take a very, very, very long time to heal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is absolutely an incredibly polarized country, but I've been sitting here and I've been thinking about how difficult this year has been for so many Americans, and it hasn't been felt evenly in this country. There are millions of Americans who were disproportionately hurt by this president's failure to deal with this coronavirus crisis. They were devastated economically. They were dying at disproportionate rates, getting disease and sickness at disproportionate rates. And I do think that they voted in their interest. They voted for their lives. And that's one of the reasons why you saw Joe Biden successfully bringing out Democrats in this election, because Democrats who are more likely to be Black and Hispanic and non-white were disproportionately hurt by what was going on in this country over the last 8 months. And, you know, I also think about the fact that we've had so many Americans really acting heroically when their government would not act for them. Doctors and nurses and EMTs. And now this week we're seeing election workers literally risking their lives to simply count the votes. And at the end of the day, I think the American people's voices have been heard. No matter what happens in Washington, we wait for their votes. Yep. We call the election based on how they voted. Yeah. And millions of Americans who have really suffered, especially this year, said today that they wanted something completely different.
And that suffering, particularly when you're talking about COVID, isn't going to go away anytime soon. Joe Biden says he has a plan. When he actually gets to the point where he raises his right hand and takes the office, he's going to be able to implement that plan. But, you know, it is not going to be an easy task. What is also really palpable right now is that people are exhausted. People are exhausted by the chaos. It's not just the substance of what needs to be done. It's just the feeling of wanting to get some rest, wanting to not wake up and say, what is happening on Twitter right now? What is happening, in a world that is going to bust norms in a way that maybe even people who voted for Donald Trump didn't expect to go that far. And so Biden gives a promise of normalcy, again, getting to that point when you have so many people who really like President Trump still making that heard in this election is going to be fascinating to watch.
You know, a lot has been said and done about the fact that this was, in 2016, was the first time Donald Trump ever ran for any office. And I want to contrast that with the fact that this is the third time Joe Biden has run for president. The third time. The last time that a president won on their third attempt was Ronald Reagan, who ran in 68, ran in 76, and then finally won in 1980. There is also a special kind of pluck, of gumption necessary to think that, okay, I ran for president in 1988, and I didn't even make it to 1988. I dropped out in 1987. Yeah. Okay, I ran for president in 2008. I dropped out immediately after Iowa, where I got clobbered. I'm going to give it one more shot. And it worked. It worked this time.
It did.
I mean, it is a lesson not just about politicians. Now every politician is going to run for president at least 3 times because Joe Biden can do it. Why can't they do it? But it's also just a lesson for people out there watching.
Don't give up.
Don't give up. If you believe in yourself, you can actually achieve what you want to achieve despite all odds.
You're exactly right. And he had given up. I mean, in 2016, when he was, it was made clear to him that this is Hillary Clinton's time, he thought it was over. He didn't think that there was going to be another opportunity, and it was genuine. I mean, he has said that, and it isn't just spin. It wasn't just, oh, I feel like I need to do this for the country, that's why I'm coming out in the 2020 cycle. It was real, but it was because what he saw happening that he felt like he maybe singularly, can make a difference. And that is probably one of the biggest reasons why he beat out the biggest and most diverse field in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because every politician thinks that they are the one who is chosen to be the person of the moment. And it just so happens that Joe Biden was the guy for the moment.
Right.
And he had to wait until the very end of his political life, his time in public life, for that to actually be true. But it's because Joe Biden had spent a lifetime building up this reputation as the everyman's man. And you heard David Axelrod say earlier, they parked him in the upper Midwest back in 2008, just to be a relatable force for people who were being asked to vote for the first potentially the first black president of the United States. So he's been in this position before, but I do think it has taken his entire lifetime for him to have the credibility to withstand what came at him, which was unprecedented attacks against his family, among other things.
Let's check back with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff?
Jake, we have just heard the first words from Joe Biden, the president-elect of the United States, sending out a message on social media, on Twitter. Let's take a moment and read this together. He says, "America, I'm honored that you have chosen me to lead our great country. The work ahead of us will be hard, but I promise you this. I will be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. I will keep the faith that you have placed in me." And those are the first words from Joe Biden here as these results are coming in, as he's taking them in his home here in Wilmington. Those are his first words, and also putting out a statement or a video as well to accompany this. And this is something that it really is going to be a central theme of his speech tonight, I'm told. This is going to be something he will talk as well about his mandate, his popular vote total. And I'm told now by my producer, Bonnie Cap, that we also have a full statement from the former vice president. I'm going to read that to you as well. He says this: "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and in Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans have voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America." He goes on to say, with the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite and to heal. We are the United States of America, Mr. Biden says, and there is nothing we can't do if we do it together. So those, of course, the first words from Joe Biden as he is taking in this historic moment for him here in his home of Wilmington. And that statement, of course, will be the central backbone of his challenge and the backbone of something else that Mr. Biden has been doing and has been doing for several days is thinking about the challenge ahead in trying to reach out to Republicans. If the Senate of the United States holds in Republican hands, he will need that old friendship with Mitch McConnell to help him build his cabinet. That is something that Democrats may not want to hear at the moment, but if the Senate majority holds in Republican hands, he will need that for governing. So among the phone calls that the president elect is going to be receiving here today, he'll be getting world leader calls, no question, and sending out calls. Mitch McConnell remains an important part of this equation as we go forward. So we'll let you know if we hear when those two old friends in a Washington respective friendship speak. But you'll remember in the Obama administration, Mitch McConnell and Vice President Joe Biden cut many deals that frustrated many on both sides of both aisles. So that is one of the dynamics at play. But for now, at least, this is the tone that Joe Biden is trying to set. So look for Democrats to talk again about that mandate in the popular vote. As this popular vote continues to be tallied across the country, he could be surpassing 4 million, 5 million, even more than that in terms of popular votes. And if these states hold in Georgia, Arizona, et cetera, they do believe they have a mandate. You can hear horns honking behind me here in Wilmington. I suspect there'll be a lot more of that to come. Jake?
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, we'll see how much, assuming he is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, we'll see how much he actually intends to work with Joe Biden. He may have cut deals with Joe Biden, Dana, but let's also remember he was determined to make Barack Obama a one-term president. He did not succeed, but he was not somebody who worked particularly well across the aisle with President Obama. We'll see how he does with President Biden.
And we have a tweet in from Kamala Harris, now Vice President-elect Harris. And here's what she said. This is the first thing she has said since having that title. This election is about so much more than Joe Biden or me. It's about the soul of America and our willingness to fight for it. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Let's get started. And I'm looking at the tweet here on my iPad, and it's on top of a video, which is, from the campaign with just a series of regular Americans, very diverse group.
Yeah. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about a little bit about 4 years ago, and the reaction 4 years ago to President Trump being elected was that we need to listen to the people who elected him. I think the lesson today is that we need to listen to the people who just elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It is the expectation of this country, contrary to what has happened in the 4 years, that the president leads all Americans. So that is no surprise that you would hear that from Joe Biden. But I do think that we do need to listen to the majority of Americans who voted against Donald Trump 4 years ago and voted for Joe Biden now, that they are saying that they want decency back. They're saying that they want, as you said, normalcy back, Dana. They want to be able to breathe again in some way. And I do think that as much as Joe Biden knows he has to reach across the aisle, I'm reading this and I'm reading what he is saying in his statement, and it says effectively, we're gonna go back to being, we're gonna go back to decency being the norm in America, not some kind of exceptional, some exception to the norm.
Yeah, and it takes two to tango. We'll see how much congressional Republicans are willing to meet President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris on this field of decency and normalcy. It's not just President Trump that has been eroding norms of decency and
He's
truth.
had a lot of help.
He's had a lot of help from a lot of people on Capitol Hill, and we'll see whether or not they want to come back to planet Earth and be good boys and girls and be decent and normal and adhere to facts and truth. I would say, as a journalist trying to uphold, along with everyone here, those norms, come on in, the water's fine, but we'll see what they're ready to do. Anderson?
And Jake, work of the transition has already begun, obviously, for the Biden campaign. David Axelrod, I mean, they have been preparing for this, for multiple different possibilities.
Yeah, and look, the thing is that what he does from here on in these next days and weeks are important substantively, but they're also important symbolically. Who he calls, where he goes, the issues that he highlights, the words that he uses are all going to be examined closely. And I guarantee you that a lot of thought has been given to how to orchestrate these next few days to send a strong signal about how he intends to govern. So making those calls to Mitch McConnell, making those calls to which foreign leaders are you calling? What is the nature of those conversations? Where are the first places you choose to go? What are your first appointments? I expect you'll see very quickly first his White House staff. Probably it'll be a few weeks if he follows the pattern, certainly of the administration we were part of. It'll be the end of November before we'll hear about cabinet members. But all of them are not just substantively important, but symbolically important. And a lot of thought has gone into it, I'm sure.
Just to follow up on the foreign leaders, I was told during the campaign, I asked a senior advisor, who is Joe Biden talking to? Which foreign leaders is he talking to? He said, we're not talking to any. They're calling us during the campaign, but we are not. We have told them we are not going to speak with them until he's elected. Because they felt, given what had gone on with the Trump campaign, Flynn, General Flynn, et cetera, that they could not do that. Now, he will clearly be reaching out to these leaders he was not able to speak with during the election.
But the path ahead, though, I mean, it's not just, Jake was talking about Republicans on Capitol Hill. It's also Democrats and the liberal wing of the party, and people. You talked about sort of sending signals. The cabinet choices.
Yes,
that's going to be a battle for
I
this
listened
president.
with interest to Abby talking about Kamala Harris as sort of an ambassador to the younger voters, to the left, and so on. That's going to be an enormous pressure because you have a situation where we'll likely have a divided Congress. You're going to have to make compromises. Biden himself is more moderate than some Democrats would like. And so there's going to be a lot of tension that they have to navigate there. But the bigger one is in the country itself, I think. I think Joe Biden believes with every fiber in his body the words that he is speaking now. I believe in those words. But it does require, Rick talked earlier about, there are a lot of Republicans who don't necessarily believe that he has won yet, or they question whether he has won yet. We have gone through presidency after presidency where half the country views the president as illegitimate. That is corrosive, and we have to try and find a way through that.
Yeah,
and we just heard, Hillary Clinton has just tweeted, and she said the voters have spoken, and they have chosen Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be our next president and vice president. It's a history-making ticket, a repudiation of Trump, and a new page for America. Thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. Onward together. Interesting tweet from Hillary Clinton, who finally gets to say Trump has been repudiated, from the woman who, of course, lost to Donald Trump. And she and Joe Biden, as you know, David, have not, Joe Biden didn't get in the race last time because Hillary Clinton was in the race and he held back. And now she is congratulating him for winning this. And also, she did not become the first woman president, but now congratulating the first woman vice president.
Well, look, there's two things that are happening. One is, at the top, Biden is trying to figure out how to get the transition done. But to your point, there is a big movement that expects to be treated with respect and inclusion.
You're talking about the left.
I'm talking about the left and the grassroots, not just the left, but the grassroots of this party, the people that you see out here. This was the Avengers versus Thanos. Okay, this was not just a mano kind of a situation. You had every grassroots organization standing up, and so groups like Mi Gente, Lucha, Mi Familia Vota, the Latino Victory Fund, Maria Teresa Kumar and her organization, that's the Latino grassroots. They expect to be having a seat at the table. Native American, by the way, you see those little blue dots in Arizona? Those are Native American reservations. The Native American community played a tremendous role. The Native Organizers Alliance, Intertribal Council, the NACARE. These are groups that expect to be treated with respect because they are responsible for the victory. And then also, the African American community threw down. And you have a new infrastructure in the black community. Colorofchange.org, which I helped to start a long time ago, has become a superpower. And also, by the way, defending this victory, Vanita Gupta from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, Sherilyn Ifill from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund are defending this victory right now in court. So you have a massive movement around Biden that's going to want to be respected and seen and included. And not just left, but bottom up. And I think part of what has to happen is the bottom-up inclusion from the left does not have to come at the expense of bottom-up inclusion from working folks and Trump country. Those things can go side by side.
When it comes to cabinet selections, I mean, there had been talk about does Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, do they want to be on the cabinet? That's something which, I mean, how much control do Senate Republicans, Mitch McConnell, have over that, you think?
Look, I traditionally, although that changed candidly in the last 4 years, but traditionally, the Senate gives the president the cabinet he wants. Okay. And unless there's people that are clearly unqualified or have ethical problems or other things. So I think Mitch McConnell and the Republicans will give the president the cabinet he wants. So I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Can I just make one point? Because everyone's talking about unity, and I think Americans clearly would love to see this country a little bit more divided. but everyone seems to think that unity is accomplished by tone. That, you know, if you just are nicer and if you don't say nice things, you know, that you aren't mean to people, that somehow you're going to unify the country. That's not enough. I mean, I'm not saying that's not a good thing. It is a good thing. And you've heard me criticize the president for his tone. Tone is important. But I will tell you, in my opinion, what will be the biggest determiner as whether Joe Biden will be able to accomplish unity is the state of Georgia. Because the state of Georgia in the next 2 months is going to go through an election process that will determine who controls the United States Senate. And if one or two Republicans get elected from the state of Georgia, Joe Biden has a much greater chance of unity because he'll be forced to work together with Republicans to get things done.
I agree with you
if
on
Georgia, that. If Georgia, for some reason, elects 2 Democratic senators, you will see the left, and Van has every right to say they were the ones that were the energy, they were the ones that deserve it. But they're going to be pushing for D.C. statehood. They're going to be pushing for packing the court. They're going to be pushing for Puerto Rican statehood. I mean, you're going to see a big tax increase. You're going to see things that will not unify the country that Joe Biden is going to have to push for if he has the means to do it. So, Georgia, you're on my mind. And so I'm hopeful,
sing, all right?
I'm hopeful that the state of Georgia will do the right thing and provide an opportunity for unity.
Can we just say something about these pictures we're looking at? I mean, it's kind of remarkable, the people who have taken
it's
to the
interesting.
streets.
I mean, obviously, look, in any election, there's going to be, you know, people who are very happy, and there's going to be people who are not very happy. And so we're certainly seeing people who are very happy coming out into the streets in Washington, D.C. by the White House. The sense of relief that you sort of get from a lot of people who are coming out is particularly interesting. As sort of, I guess it's a hope that of a changed, to Rick's point, tone and obviously policies as well.
Go ahead.
I think policy is going to be hugely important, but tone, I think, and Van talked about this so eloquently earlier, is the sort of sense of exhaustion and not having to wake up every day wondering what's going to happen because something's been tweeted that's so divisive, that somebody has been called a name. You know, this president has been calling Joe Biden all kinds of names throughout this, and that was sort of something you got used to in a way. And there was so much coming at people every day that what you may be seeing there is some sort of steam coming out of the teapot.
I just want to say, go ahead.
Just make one point.
At some point I want to talk.
You're speaking for people who, I hate to say it, are the elites in our culture.
Oh, please don't say that. I shouldn't have let you talk. Can I say something? You can insult us in a minute. I want to brag on these people for 1 second, if you don't mind, Senator. Please.
Well, let me just make a real quick point.
Okay.
When you talk about the president and how tough he is, and how you're talking to people who watch CNN, who watch the news,
it's not
who
true.
are constantly in there. Most people are living their lives and not really paying attention.
That's not
yeah,
true.
but he lost by 4 million votes.
My point is, tone is not as important for them. Policies that affect their lives are more.
Of course, but
Rick, I'm going to talk. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like that, and I think we're going in the wrong direction. The tone mattered to my children. And my children are not elite.
I don't disagree.
Listen, this was. I think the big mistake that the Trump administration made, for all the good that they did on criminal justice and opportunity zones and other stuff that I was proud of them for, is that they failed to understand that, yeah, actions speak louder than words if you're a normal person. But when you're the president of the United States, your words speak louder than your actions. And his words every day made America a nastier place and a more toxic place. And what you're seeing here is this is not just coming for today. The politics of joy as a weapon. Groups like Sankofa, cultural groups, were going to the polls with music. They were going to the polls with entertainment, and this was a part of the resistance, a beautiful part of the resistance. And I just want to say, you trying to cut me off?
No, go.
So I just want to say, that there are a couple of things to get us to unity. Tone is very, very important because when people are just getting smashed upside the head, they can't think clearly. So that's got to go away. And then on the policy part, I think that anti-poverty. I think that criminal justice, mental health, addiction, infrastructure, family leave, there are economic policies that can bring us together. There's going to be some cultural war stuff that pulls us apart, but I think we have a responsibility to put forward those economic ideas and support this president.
David, do you expect to hear from Joe Biden today?
Yeah, Jeff said we won't hear from him until this evening when he speaks, and that's probably appropriate. you know, I think the reason they sent the messages out they did was as a placeholder until he speaks to the country. But I just wanted to Rick's point, I think you're wrong about this. I think there were some portion of people who agreed with Donald Trump on policy, but simply couldn't tolerate the way he behaved and the way he treated people. Gloria used the word exhaustion. I heard that word, you know, in focus groups, and I just heard it used so often. It was a chore because you had to wake up every day wondering about the tweet or the tantrum or the fight that was going to happen that day. And it was wearing on people. And even some people who were inclined to support Donald Trump on policy just could not tolerate it.
I agree with that. I'm not arguing with that. I talk about that a lot here. I guess.
But it wasn't just the elites. All I want to say is you got people who were working in restaurants, people who were working in hair salons, who the tone would affect them. It would come into their lives, not just the elites.
I guess my point is that the vast majority of Americans don't wake up every day listening to what the president has to say. That's my point. And that,
it was inescapable.
That the people here represented on this panel, we listen to the president every day, and we're skewed by that because most Americans don't. And I'm just saying, most Americans are much more concerned, not that they liked what the president was saying. I'm not saying they liked what the president was saying, but I'm saying that they're less concerned about that than they are about the policies that happen.
Let's
it's a profound misunderstanding
on
on your
a
part.
little bit later, just in terms of what you expect to see happening today from Biden, from Kamala Harris.
I think that they've gotten a head start. They've been involved in transition work for quite some time. I don't know whether he's going to announce who's going to be in his. I just am hearing from somebody on the campaign. Hold on. I'd asked about what they were going to do in the transition, and I was told, kind of excited right now. We'll get back to you. So I think Biden knows on his major positions, national security advisor, who he's going to appoint.
It's also a remarkable moment. I mean, just to the sentiment that person you're talking to on the campaign expressed, for a campaign which really was not a campaign in any traditional sense that we are used to, and was also such a gamble in terms of choosing not to have people going out knocking door to door, and not to have the candidate out there, and to see President Trump out there and still resist that.
Well, look, I think it goes further back than that. I think it goes to the beginning of the campaign. They had an inspiration, and their inspiration was that the country wanted what Biden was off. The country wanted to be healed. They wanted to essentially fire Donald Trump, that he was the counterpoint to that. That was right, and many of us sat on this panel and other panels over the primary campaigns when he was in some degree of distress, wondering if it would happen, because he wasn't the perfect candidate for the emerging Democratic electorate, and it wasn't clear he could survive it. But what became clear in the general election, and particularly when the virus struck, was that those qualities of Biden were most resonant. And the decision not to do the rallies, and the decision, I think they paid some price for it, actually, but the symbolism of not doing it, the symbolism of him treating it seriously, I think ultimately netted out for them.
And don't forget, one of Biden's top advisors is Ron Klain, who was the Ebola czar. Ron Klain could well be the next chief of staff. And they were getting their guidance not only from doctors, but from Ron, who had been through an awful lot of this with infectious disease. And I think it was a risk, but it also provided this different view from Donald Trump that people could watch. And I think that became important because Biden was listening to science and Donald Trump was listening to, I don't know, Scott Atlas? I have no idea.
Go back to Jake and Wolf in Washington. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. We're just watching the scenes of celebration at cities throughout the country. This is Washington, D.C. Right now. And I think it has to be said, a lot of this is relief. A lot of this is not, oh, great, now the minimum wage will go up to $15 an hour, which it probably won't because Republicans still control the Senate. A lot of this is not necessarily about the Green New Deal. A lot of this is, I'm not going to have a president much longer who dislikes immigrants or says things that are racist
or doesn't believe in science.
Doesn't believe in science or isn't
these,
doing everything he can do to try to protect us from the virus.
Look at all of these young people. I mean, they're in the streets. We were just showing what is now Black Lives Matter Plaza. We are watching the continuation of what began over the summer of an enormous amount of activism in this country showing up in these very same places with some of these very same people who came out to say, we want things to change. And there's been so much talk about whether there is enthusiasm for Joe Biden or more enthusiasm for Donald Trump. What you're seeing is, yes, relief, but enthusiasm for a new day, a change, and a change particularly for young people who, you know, it's not, as Rick Santorum was saying, just about tone. They do care about policy. They do believe in science, and they do believe that climate change is an important thing. They do believe that systemic racism exists. That is about policy, and I think that is why you're seeing them in the streets.
It's like a pressure valve is being released slowly across these cities. And I say cities on purpose because this is where this is happening in the largely Democratic places. But I think Senator Santorum has done us a tremendous service in walking us through what's going on, particularly among Republicans in Pennsylvania, where he, a place he knows so well. But these are not elites. It's not about being a lead or not a lead. This is about, and not about beliefs. This is about a particular feeling of a yearning for normalcy, and for a lot of people about their children and wanting their children to feel comfortable with having the president as a role model.
Yeah.
And I want to say, we need to, as we watch these scenes of celebration, pardon me, we're also seeing people wearing masks.
Exactly.
And mostly wearing masks. They are not socially distancing. I hate to be a scold here, but we just had the highest day of infections in the United States. I believe yesterday was 125,000 Americans with new coronavirus infections. That was the third straight day of more than 100,000 infections. It's good to see people wearing masks, although for some of them they're slipping off their face. People also need to socially distance themselves, and the masks are significant, though. I mean, they are the thing that doctors say is the most important.
But I can see Sanjay Gupta having a lot of heartburn right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of public health officials watching this right now and feeling agita, feeling concern because of the crowds. But again, at least they are wearing masks. It also underscores another reason why people are happy with this victory is because President Trump surrendered to the virus. I mean, like we praised him on the show for Operation Warp Speed, looking for a vaccine, and for the sped up approval process when it comes to therapeutics. But when it came to trying to control the infection, he gave up, and he led the charge against it. And you were talking about all the people who are out there for policy reasons. They want criminal justice reform. They want the Green New Deal, or at least some effort to combat climate change. And I don't disagree with that at all. But I think sometimes it's also just more basic. The number one job of a president is to protect the American people. When it comes to the coronavirus, the president failed. It's not the job of the president of the United States to necessarily unite the American people. It would be nice if that was a job.
Yep.
That's certainly what Joe Biden thinks his job is. Donald Trump thought his job was to divide and conquer. After George Floyd was killed, murdered by police, there was a moment there where it looked like President Trump got it. That moment quickly disappeared, and he was back to retweeting smears of a dead man, smears of George Floyd. And I think that's also part of it. Look, we contain multitudes, right? I mean, like, people can be out there celebrating for any number of reasons, but like we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a time of racial injustice and reconciliation, and the president didn't lead, and these people want someone who will, and whether or not that's Joe Biden, they know it wasn't going to be Donald Trump.
Yeah, and the fact that you rightly pointed out that what we're seeing isn't the safest thing in the world for people to be out there. It is great that they're wearing masks, but the fact that we are seeing people in 2020 in the streets, almost all masked, is such a stark illustration of the task that Joe Biden has ahead of him. that, yes, he has been preparing. He has been getting briefings even this week as he waited for the results of this election. But having a plan and executing it are two very, very different things. But one of the reasons why he got the nomination and ultimately won the presidency, I firmly believe, is because he actually has the experience of doing things like this, of taking the government and all of the parts of the government and using it to create a program and a plan to address this thing in a way that, frankly, yes, President Trump was on it on the therapeutics, has been on it pushing for vaccines, and Joe Biden and the American people are likely going to benefit from that. But the fact that the president refused to wear masks, refused to tell people to do so while we wait for those remedies is something that we'll never get back, and a lot of lives that
Not just
will never get
refused
back.
to, led the charge against it. He held super spreader events all over the country.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a transition like no other we've seen in this country, not just because of what President Trump may or may not do, but because we are entering a phase in this country where the virus is surging and people are looking for direction. And will Joe Biden step into that gap? And if he will, how will he do it? I think is going to be such a big question for him. But I do want to raise one thing that just is coming up here.
Can I just take 1 second to acknowledge that Philadelphia is just,
Your
I think,
people are in the streets.
Wait, Jake,
Jake,
are you from Philadelphia?
Jake's people are on the screen right now.
They're very happy.
I do want to bring up one thing, a little bit on a lighter note, but no less important as we talk about how different this is going to be for the next 4 years. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, just tweeted out a photo of the two of them. This is happening on a Saturday midday, so they're in casual clothes going about their lives. But he is now about to be the first second husband of the United States, second gentleman of the United States. I don't know what you want to call it.
Second dude.
Second dude of the United States. But their family, I think, is such an interesting thing. Kamala Harris is a biracial woman, married to a white Jewish man. They have a blended family of stepchildren. This is going to be different in a lot of ways, but just the Harris Emhoff family is, I think, something really extraordinary that this country has not seen. But it will reflect, actually, I think, a real reality for so many Americans who are blended families, who are biracial in many ways. And you're seeing a little bit of that here.
Yeah, and I actually, when I interviewed the now Vice President-elect last month, I think it was, we talked about that, about the fact that she is a stepmother, and she came into her stepchildren's life midstream. They were teenagers, which is not easy. It is not easy to do, and has established a relationship with them and also with her husband's first wife, which is a modern family, which is actually happening more across the country than people realize. And that representation is going to be happening at the highest office in the land. And, people relate to their leaders, not just on a policy level, not just in terms of character, but also on a kind of an emotional level. And that is a new phenomenon that people will be able to see.
And can I just say one more thing about Senator Kamala Harris? And people can have policy disagreements with her, people can have political disagreements with her, whatever, that's all fair game. There was an attempt by a lot of people on the right to smear her personally, to go after her personal life, to use the most vile, misogynist, sexist tropes and words to attack her. I mean, people like Rush Limbaugh. I mean, plenty of Republicans out there, Republican officials and Republican party operatives, just with the most disgusting and sexist smears which are, I know you guys are not unused to that sort of attack because you're prominent females in an era of social media, but it is absolutely time for the United States of America to stop that crap. Yeah, and the American people ignored it for their, it looks like, I mean, at least in terms of the election results. But it is time for that to go.
And this is going to sound so, maybe you'll be surprised by this, but I just have been dying to say this. You know what I loved about 2020 and watching all these women run? You know what we didn't hear anything about? We didn't hear anything about what they were wearing. Nothing. It's all we heard about with Hillary Clinton. And it was nothing about it. It was about what they were saying and what they believe. And that is very refreshing.
Yeah, some people talked about her sneakers.
Her sneakers,
Well,
her sneakers are kind of a company.
that was kind of the thing that, frankly, she interjected.
Yeah.
But you know, it didn't define who they were.
And I think she, I think she is in control of that part of her narrative. If she wants to wear interesting sneakers, she can, and it's fine. But I do think
like Biden's aviators.
Right, it's like Biden's aviators. I mean, I do think, or Hillary Clinton's pantsuits to a certain extent. She was able to sort of take something that had been used against her and turn it into something that she defined. Country, we have gotten so normalized to sexism just being a thing that we just have to internalize and accept, and that we accept that the electorate to some extent is going to hold women to a different standard, even holding black women to a different standard. We don't have to accept that. Other developed countries in the world have elected women leaders at the highest levels, and we are behind the curve. And I do think that we should acknowledge that this is one step in the right direction, but we have a long way to go on this.
And when Joe Biden makes his first address to Congress, generally when a president-elect speaks, it's not a State of the Union, it's an address, but it's the same imagery. You're going to see Joe Biden, and then you're going to have two women behind him for the first time in history, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's a step forward, but we do also need,
a woman.
at some point, a woman at that podium. And
you said it. I'm glad you made that point.
We'll get there at some, whatever the party, we'll get there at some point. Let's go back to Wilmington, Delaware, where Jeff Zeleny reports on the Biden campaign for us. Jeff, what's the latest?
Jake, we are getting word that the Joe Biden, president-elect of the United States, will be addressing the country tonight at 8 p.m. here from Wilmington in the on the stage that we've seen all week long. And it's going to be a celebration, I'm told, complete with fireworks and a light show and a drive-in rally that we have seen. So that will be tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time here in Wilmington, I'm told. And it's unclear if we will see Mr. Biden before then. We do not expect to hear him speak before then. But we are getting word that he is fielding phone calls from friends, allies, and his soon-to-be new Vice President, Senator Kamala Harris. She tweeted out a video just a few moments ago that talks about, it shows her on the phone with him, and she said, "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States." So that is something that was a moment of history as well. And for the first campaign that I can recall coming on social media, on Twitter, sharing that, as we can see right there. In casual clothes, as Abby was saying earlier, Senator Harris was out with her husband for a morning walk, as they often do, and giving him that phone call there. And, Jake, as we see cheering and signs of elation from Democrats at least, and maybe some independents across the country, we're also hearing those horns honking here in Wilmington, and a crowd is gathered here as well. A bit of history in Wilmington as well. Jake, it was 48 years ago today, this very day, November 7th, 1972, when Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was elected to the Senate for the first time. He was not expected to win that race. It was an uphill battle. He won by some 3,000 votes or so. So 48 years ago today, of course, he is elected or named president-elect, projected that today. So a bit of history there as well. A few other things. I am told, again, his victory speech has been written for tonight. Of course, they've had several days to work on it. And we know what his message is. His message is clear about unifying the country, saying it's not a time for anger. But he also will give voice to the mandate that he does believe he has because of the popular vote and because of the, he will have received more votes than any other president in the history of the United States. So that is something that he will be leaning into as he gives that speech tonight. But Jake, otherwise, I have to say it is, a moment of jubilation here from Biden supporters. They have been expecting this, but when it finally arrived, it certainly was something, which was taken with much appreciation. Campaign manager Jen O'Malley, who is a rare woman campaign manager, I believe only the second woman to have a winning presidential campaign. At first, Kellyanne Conway was for President Trump 4 years ago. She was out for a run this morning when she heard the news. Her mother called her and said CNN has projected Joe Biden as the winner of the presidency. She was coming into the hotel. You can see behind me here. She said she was ecstatic over this, about running this winning campaign during a time of a pandemic when many questioned the Biden campaign's approach here to going all virtual. So that is just a bit of color here from Wilmington, Jake.
So the last two presidents have been elected with female campaign managers. Maybe something for politicians to think about. Kellyanne Conway and now Jen O'Malley-Dillon. There's a different story going on right now at the White House. Let's go to Jim Acosta, where President Trump is. I don't know if he's heard the news yet. Last I heard, he was out golfing, Jim.
Yeah, Jake, I can tell you, standing here in the White House grounds right now, we can hear the cheers coming from outside the White House grounds in all directions. And the president is not here right now to listen to those cheers. He's out on the golf course right now. You're looking at what we believe to be some live pictures of the Trump golf course out in Virginia. He's out there today. But I can tell you the president has reacted. People inside the campaign have reacted. And what we're hearing, first of all, the president is saying in a statement, we're not going to read it to you because it's full of false information, but the president is saying in a statement he's not going to accept the results of this election right now, that the legal challenges are going to proceed starting on Monday. But I've talked to sources inside and outside the campaign, and they say don't expect the president to accept the reality of this anytime soon. Don't expect him to concede this race. And just as we heard the president complain about fake news and fake polls while he was running for re-election, he's now complaining about fake election results, and he is, in fact, the one spreading fake news right now. But, Jake, no further reaction from the president or the campaign at this point, but I can just tell you, standing here on the White House grounds, it's an extraordinary thing to listen to the cheers and the jubilation coming in from all directions. It's not just Black Lives Matter Plaza. It's coming from 17th Street on the west side of the White House grounds, 15th Street on the east side of the White House grounds. Jake, you know this territory very well. It is not often in the nation's capital when you hear these kinds of cheers just erupting from all sides of the White House. And it's an extraordinary thing. And obviously the cheers are not for the 45th president. They're for the 46th president. Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta at the White House, keeping an eye on things there, even while President Trump is out golfing. Thanks so much for that. It is kind of, I have to say, I mean, nobody knew when the call was going to happen, but we certainly have been leaning into the idea for a bit now that we were going to make this projection this morning. We thought the ballots were going to come in, and we wanted to be clear. It is, I don't know, symbolic that President Trump, who has golfed more than I think any president in modern American history as president, despite saying when Barack Obama did it that he would never do such a thing, that he's out golfing. He's certainly entitled to get some fresh air and exercise, as it were. But here's Atlanta. Oh, boy.
Electric slide.
That city's... It's going to be off the hook in Atlanta tonight.
So speaking of President Trump, I've been thinking about this, for the past 4 days as we've been getting to this point and as it's becoming more clear that Donald Trump would be defeated in this election. And what I was thinking about is that in my 20 years covering presidential campaigns, the moment that stands out the most to me that I will remember forever was being in Phoenix on November 5th, 2008, when John McCain gave his concession speech, which was the best political speech I'd ever heard. And the reason why it was so powerful is because he said, I urge all Americans who supported me to join me, not in just congratulating him, meaning President Obama, but offering our next president our goodwill and earnest effort to find ways to come together.
Yeah.
That was a remarkable moment. And it is not a moment I don't think any of us imagine that we will see. Let's hope. Hope springs eternal. But I don't think any of us is holding our breath, waiting for anything close to that, which is, this was extraordinary, but it is more typical to hear. Even 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gave a gracious concession speech.
Yeah, I'll say it again. In this country, the expectation is that what John McCain did that because he knew that would be written in the history books about him. So, your move, Donald Trump, about what you do, but I have to say, the president being on the golf course right now, I only imagine that this is sort of staff trying to give him a stress relief valve, right? This is where he goes when they need him to be a little bit away from what's happening, a little bit away from what is playing out literally right outside the White House. There are people in the streets outside of the White House that he would be able to hear if he were in that building.
Yep.
Now he is on a golf course, and it's because his staff probably want to facilitate the president being a little bit away from bad news. But at some point, he's going to have to confront this moment. This is where the rubber meets the road, I think, in the history books. Where do you, when you're president, it's how you act as president, but it's also what you do when your time is up. Going all the way back to George Washington. When your time is up, do you walk away gracefully or do you try to hang on to power? And now is President Trump's moment.
And that's just not how Donald Trump was brought up. He was brought up by a father who told him that you're either a fighter or you're a loser, and there's no one in between. And today he is a loser by definition. He is not going to go on for another term at the White House. One thing I will say is I've been communicating with some people who are familiar with discussions going on in and around him. We talked earlier about the process that they think they have to get him through, and I was told that process is in motion. How long that process is going to take is the big question.
Look, it's not easy to lose a presidential election.
And
Talk
to
Mitt
lose the
Romney
White House.
or Hillary Clinton or John McCain would talk about it. He said after he lost, he said, I slept like a baby. I woke up every hour and cried. But not to be callous about it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he puts the country through, what he tries to put the country through, and whether or not his minions, his lawyers, start filing more frivolous lawsuits or whatever. It's over. The Trump era is over. Now maybe he'll remain as a force in Republican politics. We'll see. But his presidency is coming to a close. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. I want to talk with former governor of Ohio, John Kasich, who is joining us. Governor, you supported Joe Biden. Your thoughts on his victory, President-elect Biden?
Well, Anderson, there's not been a Republican over the last 4 years that did more to say that Trump was not doing a good job. Remember, I didn't go to the convention, the Republican convention, and then I spoke at the Democrat convention, and I've been very vocal about this. But I want to be clear. Now is the time for Democrats, and I believe Joe Biden will do this, to begin to listen to what the other half of the country has had to say. I think that the other half of the country, in many respects, has felt as though they have not been listened to. They feel stuck economically, and it's going to be up to the Democrats to listen. Things like perhaps improving the earned income tax credit for working families, to think about what we can do to fix their schools, to think about what we can do to give them access to the internet. There's so many things that can be done to talk to that part of the country. And remember, this is broken down sort of, Anderson, as an urban and country division. And it isn't good enough to just declare a great victory. And I'm very pleased that Biden's won. I put everything I had on the line well, not everything, but a lot of things on the line to do this. I'm pleased he's there. He needs to be a unifier, but we have to listen to what those folks, those Republicans, all across this country has had to say. And frankly, those Republicans have to understand what Democrats want to do, because if they want to improve health care, that doesn't mean they want Medicare for all. There is no socialism in Joe Biden. If all sides can begin to really listen and think, this country can be healed, in my opinion.
You know, both being a governor, but you know Washington well. Do you think that's possible? I mean, everybody always talks about healing, about coming together at election time, and obviously, this day, the next day,
Anderson,
reality sets in.
The best thing that's happened to Joe Biden is the fact that the United States Senate is either going to be Republican or very close, and it will allow Joe Biden to do what he does best. It allows him to govern as a moderate. It allows him to do the things that I've always hoped he can do, and the far left can push him as hard as they want. And frankly, the Democrats have to make it clear to the far left that they almost cost him this election. That people in this country are basically center, center-right, center-left. They're not far left, and they're also not far right. And we got to hope that the far right will act responsibly now that this election is over. But do I think it's possible that you can get something done on climate? Yes. Is it going to be, some new Green Deal? Of course not. But there's reasonable things that can be done. What can be done with taxes? Okay, if you're going to focus on any sort of a tax cut, it ought to be for the middle and the lower income people in this country. Are there things that can be done with infrastructure? For sure, but making sure broadband's available to everyone. I think those things can happen. Are there going to be fights? But yeah, there's probably going to be fights, but you will have incremental steps. And I've always said that this election in 2020 was not a big vote on ideology. This is sort of getting back to normal. The big debate will come in 2024, but that's a long way off.
Yeah.
And today's the day that Biden's been declared as president.
Well, Governor Kasich, what was it about Joe Biden that made you felt he was the person for this moment?
Well, I've known him a long time, and, you know, just a couple years ago, he and I sat on a stage. He invited me to the University of Delaware, and we had a couple-hour time together speaking publicly and spent a lot of time privately. And one of my dear friends was John McCain, who was one of his best friends. And I know what the guy's all about. And he is, when I say a throwback, I don't mean old. I mean a return to the fact that we need to communicate, we need to be patient, we don't need to demonize our opponents, figure out a way to see the best in them. That's what I did throughout my entire career, and I resonate because I know that's what Joe has done. So I think actually he's in a better position today because being pulled from the left isn't going to work. They will not get those things done, and that congresswoman from Virginia warned the Democrats. You want to talk about defunding the police? You'll have no support. And I think this is an opportunity for Biden to talk about, you know, the center right and the center left of this country and what can be achieved. Because we have enormous problems with debt, Social Security, Medicare, health care. Little steps, little steps.
You know, this campaign was unlike, obviously, any we have seen before. The turnout was unlike any we have seen before as well. When did you worry that, you know, the decisions that the Biden-Harris ticket made to keep him somewhat, you know, to keep him off the trail, to not have large crowds gathering, to not be knocking on doors for months as the other campaign was doing? Did you worry that might make it impossible for him to get elected?
Well, I felt that age was a factor, and I know there are some people who voted for Donald Trump because they were worried about Biden's age. But what I was more concerned about, Anderson, was the fact that they did not come out early and talk about the violence in the cities. They waited too long on that. They did not, in clear terms, reject, really clear terms, the defunding of the police, and very clearly say, are you kidding me? I'm an American. I don't favor socialism. If there'd have been more strength in that, I think that perhaps he would have done better. But look, he's won, and, you know, it makes all the difference in the world when they put a W behind you, but he's probably learned from this. One other thing, one Democrat told me at some point, if they'd have been more clear in rejecting the hard left, they would have appealed more to Americans who I believe essentially live in the middle. That's where Americans are. And by the way, you can't take care of one group over another. If you're going to cut taxes for those at the top, you've got to make sure that those who are the hardworking people in the middle and the bottom, that they get relief. It has to be a balanced program where everybody feels as though they can be included, Anderson. That is what success is in politics. And forget the popularity and all the what party you belong to. Do what makes sense.
Governor Kasich, appreciate your time. Van, I heard you.
Thanks
I saw
for
you
letting
sort
me
of
be on with you, Anderson.
I appreciate it, as always. I heard you sort of agreeing with the governor when talking about reaching out to Republicans or listening to Republicans.
Look, you know, I've spent the past 4 years, you know, trying to find some kind of common ground. There's some stuff that's going to be battleground issues. You're talking about, you know, immigrant rights and religious freedom for Muslims. Those are battleground issues, and we can't give an inch on that. But there's been some common ground issues, whether you're talking about addiction and the opioid crisis, whether you're talking about opportunity zones, anti-poverty, whether you're talking about criminal justice, where I felt there was more room for us to work together than people were recognizing. I think that the grace that, frankly, had not been shown the past 4 years, we need to start showing right now. We know what it feels like to feel like the president's not on your side and to want the president to send you some signals. There's a danger that we might start saying, well, don't send any signals to those guys, they were mean to us. I don't want us to become what we're fighting. I don't want us to feed what we're fighting. I believe that Joe Biden is correct. If we reset this conversation There is common ground. You got people you got a bunch of older, white, heterosexual guys who are some of the best people in the country. They know a trade, they raised a family, they started a business. We need those guys to help rebuild this country. And they need to know that we respect them. They voted against us, that's fine. Vote against us again. But we need you. We need you to help us rebuild this country. You got kids in this country who need your example. If we start talking that way, I think we can get past some of these fears. And if we don't, we're going to be in another loop and another loop and another loop.
I'm just wondering, Glur, when you see these pictures, what do you think?
I think it's remarkable. I think that, again, it's like the steam has gone out of the teapot, and people are just, those people are relieved. I think the challenges are obvious. We've all been talking about the challenges. But one thing is that they believe that Joe Biden can change things, can change the way they feel and the way life is. And another thing I want to say, given all we've been talking about, will he be able to work with the Republicans? Will he be able to work with the liberals? The difference with Joe Biden is that when he tells you something, he's telling you the truth. And I know, Rick, that you know Biden. And he can talk a lot and get on people's nerves and all the rest, and you can talk about that. But he's a man who's devoted his life to public service, and he is a man who is known as somebody who told you the truth when he was dealing with you, and that matters.
Well, he calls himself a transitional president,
right.
and the question is, will it be a transition from an era of compromise and good faith compromise, or will it be a transition from that era to an era of zero-sum politics? I totally embrace what you said, Van, but what we have seen is a penchant to weaponize our differences rather than search for common ground. Yeah. And the political rewards have been there in the parties for that. You can't, in a democracy, ever get 100% of what you want. And the question is, are you willing to take 80, or are you not going to take 80? And are you going to make the differences, exploit the differences for your own political profit? Or are you going to come together? And we'll see. That's certainly Biden believes that in the first.
It's also so, we've just come through a campaign where on the Democratic side, you did not see large gatherings of people. Right. Obviously, during the protests this summer, there were large gatherings of people in the streets. But to see these crowds this morning, the diversity of the crowds, a lot of mask wearing, which is certainly a good thing. Obviously, not social distancing, and over the last several days, there hasn't been, because we've had this election, but it bears repeating. We are in the midst of
this country's been a pressure cooker for the last 4 years. Donald Trump has had his hand on that dial, and this is a sense of relief there.
Totally.
And the great thing about it is, it's coming out in joy. And I use that word joy over and over again because that's like a word in the movement. The young people. There's Adrienne Marie Brown is this young kind of Instagram star who's been talking about this politics of joy. And these artists have been going out. You remember all those long lines? They're bringing the pizza. They're also bringing music. They're bringing dance, all these memes and stuff. They've created a basis of a positive culture. And so I think that that's good. And again, so you got to look for the good, look for the positive, look for the hopeful. These are hopeful. They're not out there mad. They're not out there. They're out there celebrating democracy. Let's build with those people. And people right now who are mourning, let's make sure they know they've got to play. If you want, come out to the party. Come out to the party. This is about America. It's not about versus Trump. It's about America. Come out to the party.
I'm sure Joe Biden loves seeing this, but it wouldn't surprise me if he also told everyone, you know what, celebrate apart rather than together right now because
of social distancing.
Because of the pandemic. I think that, that has been his message, and these are people who clearly want to celebrate, and they are masked, I'm seeing, but, who knows? They're close together. But there's a celebration going on. Change sometimes brings that out in you, and I think, look, if Donald Trump has won, his supporters will probably be celebrating too. I'm not saying that this belongs to one side or another, but.
There would be the same sense of relief inside his supporters and the same sense of,
more trucks.
Possibilities.
There'll be more trucks because they have the trucks and the caravan stuff like that. But look, I just think, so many people work so hard. Again, this particular, the way that the Biden campaign functioned really let a lot of people just kind of do their own thing. It wasn't a super top-down thing. You had Biden, there was a circle around him, moving him forward. But in a pandemic, you couldn't do it the normal way. So people just started creating their own stuff. There's a campaign called With Love that I was a part of. People just made their own ads.
Can I just
start
make
pushing forward.
one point on this? Jen O'Malley Dillon, the manager of this campaign, came in after the primary, could not meet with her staff, could not meet with her candidate, had to organize in the midst of a pandemic, take a campaign that was underfunded and underorganized, and turn it into a winning campaign, and did a remarkable job. First woman, I think, who's ever managed a winning presidential race. Did a remarkable job in transforming this campaign under the most difficult circumstances any manager has ever faced. And oh, that's right, Kellyanne Conway. My apologies. But, I mean, this task was just so prodigious. And it needs to be said, what she and the entire team did to take the campaign from where it was in the primary to where it is today, a winning campaign.
And you can't,
remarkable accomplishment.
And you can't forget too. In the primary, he was going down. As I said, he went from being a joke to a juggernaut. So you got to give some credit to Clyburn.
Oh, a lot of credit.
Stood up and Clyburn said, "Hey guys,
some credit."
Some credit.
Even Santorum's going to give some credit.
All credit.
But I'm just saying.
I'm taking Jim out to lunch. I need everybody sees Jim Clyburn.
But Jim Clyburn reached out and said, "Look, this is our guy. Let's get around this guy." But that meant that from the very beginning, the campaign was a little bit different than a normal winning primary campaign, and it brought that spirit of ordinary people in.
And they stayed on message. Yeah, they didn't sort of, go after every bright, shiny object, go after every tweet. They just kind of stayed on their message. They talked about COVID. They talked about health care, even when it came to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court nominee. They stuck to what they knew.
Message discipline from Joe Biden.
Cared about. Message discipline from Joe Biden. Think about that.
Yeah, we should also talk about, I mean, this is probably impolitic to say, but the fact is there are a lot of people who were nervous. I wrote about what the campaign needed to be doing during the pandemic, because if the president had seized the platform and led the country through this pandemic in a way that broadened his base, that could be a problem. But what really happened was Biden was relatively quiet for many months, and the president had the stage to himself. That turned out to be a plus for Biden.
Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
All right, Anderson, the congratulations are starting to come from not just prominent Democrats, but prominent Republicans. We heard from former Ohio Governor John Kasich, obviously, a few minutes ago on our air. Jeb Bush, the former governor of Florida and who ran for president and lost in the primaries to Donald Trump, writes, "Congratulations to President-elect Biden. I have prayed for our president most of my adult life. I will be praying for you and your success. Now is the time to heal deep wounds. Many are counting on you to lead the way." A lovely statement from Jeb Bush. It would be nice if we heard similar from current Republican office holders, not just former, but it is a nice thing to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you caught this as you read it. The second line, "I've prayed for our president most of my adult life."
Well, I'm sure he prayed. I'm sure he prayed for
adult life.
I'm sure he prayed for Donald Trump as well. There was no love lost there.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And listen, obviously the goal of this tweet was to lead by example and to show what class looks like, which is frankly how the Bushes have historically seen this. His father, George H.W. Bush, was the last one-term president. There is no love lost, but that is somebody who is trying to kind of, shout from the rooftops, please follow. I'm interested to see when and if his brother, the former president, does something similar.
Will. Yeah, he will.
I'm curious about when.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of Republicans, let's be honest, probably feel exactly the same way as Jeb Bush does. I don't agree with all of Joe Biden's policies, but, I think Bush is saying here in this tweet, I think you can do the job. And, and frankly, I'm okay with you doing the job. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were many sitting Republicans in the United States Senate who are looking at the situation and they're saying, the chances of us holding on to the Senate are pretty good. They like that. They like having control, the reins of the pace of the judiciary. They like having a brake valve for the Congress in general. And they're okay with a president who is less erratic, who has given them a lot of heartburn over the last 4 years, if you're being honest. President Trump has not made the life of some Republican senators in particularly easy. And a Joe Biden presidency, though they disagree, would be seen even, I think, in Congress as a relief for some.
Not being chased after in the hallways about every tweet that the leader of their party puts out there is going to be a relief. Not to say that he's not going to be tweeting. He is going to be tweeting. He's just not going to be tweeting as the president.
Yeah, they don't have to lie to reporters anymore and say they haven't seen the tweet. They can just oppose Joe Biden's policies or try to work with him. Let's go outside the White House. President Trump, as far as we know, is still golfing. But outside the White House, there is quite a crowd of celebrants. Vivian Salama is in the crowd covering this for us. Vivian, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, Jake, that's right. Outside the White House, we're about 100 feet outside the north side of the White House right now. And within seconds of CNN and other news organizations calling the race for Biden, the crowd started flowing into this area of downtown D.C. Now, for folks who are not familiar with D.C., I want to sort of paint the picture. I'm standing at the corner of H Street and 16th Street in Northwest, which was renamed Black Lives Matters Plaza. And so right behind me, you see crowds now gathering all the way down Black Lives Matters Plaza, chanting and cheering for Joe Biden. And that celebration has continued as we've been here. Folks cheering when the race was called, when some news organizations called the state of Nevada for Biden, then the chant started again. You have groups of gay rights, LGBTQ protesters and demonstrators, activists who are out here celebrating their victories. Trans people have been out here celebrating. You have a lot of women with veils, Muslims, who are coming out here as a group to celebrate this victory for Joe Biden and what it means for them sort of in this transition. Some interesting chants as well. We heard the crowd a few moments ago chanting for Stacey Abrams, celebrating the role that she has played in Georgia to help get Democrats in the forefront of this race and potentially flip that state. And so this crowd is growing by the second. And you can see, it's hard for us to see where we're standing, but we can't even see the end of it. On Black Lives Matters Plaza, the crowd stretches all the way down, and they continue to go, Jake. So I think we're going to see a lot more celebrations in the hours ahead.
That's right, a lot of celebrations in a spot where not long ago protesters were being gassed so that President Trump could walk to the church there. Vivian, why don't you walk around the crowd there a little bit if you can? Let us see a little bit more.
We're going to try, Jake. Our signal is very fragile. We'll try to walk around and take you through. Our signal is very fragile right now, but we're going to try to walk around and hopefully we don't lose you. But here we go. If we can take a little walk here, you can see some of these signs around here. A lot of signs about "you're fired," echoing President Trump's signature from his popular reality show. Hopefully you can see me every single time a new group comes through.
All right, we're losing this. We're losing the signal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Probably a lot of satellite action going on there right now.
A lot of people down there.
A lot of people down there. A lot of cell phones. I want to read some of the more some of the celebratory and congratulatory notes that are coming in. A close ally of President Trump, somebody kind of in the mold of President Trump. This is going to sting for President Trump. Sending a note saying congratulations to Joe Biden on his election as President of the United States and to Kamala Harris on her historic achievement. The U.S. is our most important ally, and I look forward to working closely together on our shared priorities from climate change to trade and security. That's going to leave a mark.
Yep.
And then former President Bill Clinton, less of a surprise. America has spoken, democracy has won. Now we have a president-elect and vice president-elect who will serve all of us and bring us all together. Congratulations to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on your momentous victory.
And Jake, just in the last couple of days, our colleague Christina Alessi has been doing some reporting about what's going on in the business world and how they're looking at this period that could be actually quite unstable for the United States, in which you have a president-elect and a sitting president who may not concede, and they've made it very clear they're going to try to inch towards stability as much as possible, even to the point potentially of weighing in to say respect the results of the election.
So there's a new statement from Barack Obama, the 44th president of the United States and the former boss of now President-elect Joe Biden, saying, "I could not be prouder to congratulate our next president, Joe Biden, and our next First Lady, Jill Biden. I also couldn't be prouder to congratulate Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff for Kamala's groundbreaking election as our next vice president. In this election, under circumstances never experienced, Americans turned out in numbers never seen." That's really such a good point. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and it was such a great turnout. "And once every vote is counted, President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will have won a historic and decisive victory. We're fortunate that Joe's got what it takes to be president and already carries himself that way. Because when he walks into the White House in January, he'll face a series of extraordinary challenges no incoming president ever has: a raging pandemic, an unequal economy and justice system, a democracy at risk, and a climate in peril. I know he'll do the job with the best interests of every American at heart, whether or not he had their vote. So I encourage every American to give him a chance and lend him your support. The election results at every level show that the country remains deeply and bitterly divided. It will be up to not just Joe and Kamala, but each of us to do our part to reach out beyond our comfort zone, to listen to others, to lower the temperature, and find some common ground from which to move forward. All of us remembering that we are one nation under God. Finally, I want to thank everyone who worked, organized, and volunteered for the Biden campaign, every American who got involved in their own way, and everybody who voted for the first time. Your efforts made a difference. Enjoy this moment. Then stay engaged. I know it can be exhausting, but for this democracy to endure, it requires our active citizenship and sustained focus on the issues, not just in an election season, but all the days in between. Our democracy needs all of us more than ever, and Michelle and I look forward to supporting our next president and first lady however we can." A lovely and typical and characteristically expansive remarks from President Obama.
But that coming from a president who inherited the worst economic recession since the Great Depression says a lot.
Yeah.
And it's true. We've never had a pandemic like this in 100 years, and the economic fallout has been as significant. So he understands what that really is like, and it's worse now because I don't know that our country was as divided in 2008 as it is now politically.
It didn't feel it because we had just elected the nation's first black president.
Yeah.
It felt like the nation had come together in a lot of ways.
I felt it a couple years later in 2010 when everything changed. I just also want to take a moment to talk about the effort that President Obama put in to getting his vice president elected to the presidency. He did it 4 years ago for Hillary Clinton. In fact, he said, "This is personal for me," to people in the crowds, and it didn't work. This time it did. A lot of reasons for that. But in terms of President Obama, starting with the Democratic Convention, he broke all protocols because he thought that President Trump broke all norms in a very dangerous way. And when I say broke protocols, he was so aggressive against President Trump, and he continued that on the stump in recent weeks.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if George W. Bush in 2012 had gone out on the stump. He didn't, and that's normally what presidents do is refrain. Barack Obama did not choose to do that.
Yeah, no, he didn't, and he had no choice. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he was as much a part of this campaign as Joe Biden was, because Donald Trump's presidency began about Barack Obama and who he was, and Donald Trump's presidency was in large part about the invalidation of the Obama era. And so this was not just about electing Joe Biden, but about preserving or restoring some of the things that he did as president that had been lost in a Donald Trump presidency. But I do want to refer to one thing that he talked about in his statement, which is the turnout in this election. Not as a political statement, but just as a statement of fact that when you let Americans vote, when you give them ways to vote, they will vote, and they do vote. And Republicans for many years have taken the opposite stance, trying to make it more difficult for people to vote for a number of reasons. They say it's because of fraud. But I think when you really talk to them privately, they acknowledge it's because they're concerned that there are not enough people who support their views who show up at the polls, and that it is a political strategy about raw power. But I do think that if there's one thing Donald Trump proved in this election, you can turn out Republicans too, if you give them a chance to vote. And so it's time that we as a country just do this fair and square. Let as many people vote as we can, make it easier for people to vote, and they'll show up, even Republicans.
By the way, millions of people voted by mail for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Millions of people voted by mail for Republicans. And as far as we can tell by the exit polls as they stand right now, Donald Trump appears to have increased the black support and Latino support for him from previous Republican presidential candidates, Dana.
Thanks, Jake. And I want to bring in the House Majority Whip, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Mr. Whip, you endorsed Joe Biden in the South Carolina primary. You gave him life in that process, and now he is the president-elect. Your reaction?
Well, I'm very pleased with the results. I'm very ecstatic about what may be the future of this great country of ours. My investment in Joe Biden had everything to do with the restoration of our pursuit towards a more perfect union. I know this is not a perfect country. My God, I'm here. I'm living testimony that the country is not perfect. But we cannot give up on the country. And I could not sit idly by and watch this country take backward steps in that pursuit of perfection. And so I am pleased that we can now get back on course. We need to restore voting rights to people. We need to restore people's lives and livelihoods. This campaign and a few other things before demonstrated that Alexis de Tocqueville's admonition that this country is great, not because it is more enlightened than any other nation, but rather because it has always been able to restore or to repair its faults. Some fault lines have opened up in education, in healthcare. Even the election 4 years ago opened up a fault line. And this was an opportunity for us to repair that. And so that's what I'm happy about.
You tweeted about Kamala Harris being the vice president-elect and the first woman of color to do that, and about what this means for diversity. Can you talk about the emotions that you feel right now?
I'll tell you, I don't admit it, but that way, when she was named to the ticket. I'm the father of 3 daughters, and I have 2 granddaughters. And to me, this breaks a glass ceiling for them and all other daughters and granddaughters in the world. So I was very, very moved by this. Now, Joe and I talked about it several times when he was trying to make his decision. He had agreed it would be a woman. And I don't mind saying now, I said to him in private that I thought that a lot of the results would turn on whether or not that woman be a black woman. I never said that publicly because I don't think you ought to diminish your candidate. And when you ever tell a candidate what he must do in publicly, that diminishes the standing with the public. So I gave all my advice to him in private, but I'm very pleased that it was a black woman selected. I think it cemented his relationship to the black community. And if I may, let me say this about these recent polls about about Donald Trump increasing his vote in the black community, especially black men. Now, I think I know how to gauge that stuff, not just with the barbershops. I have a way of living that keeps me in close contact with the black community. And let me tell you something. When you poll, these were exit polls that The exit polls will not give you what was going on this year, because more than 80% of African Americans in a lot of communities voted before Election Day. Well, if you get your information from the exit polls on Election Day, you do not have an accurate universe.
But Mr. Clyburn, just...
So that dead wrong.
Okay, just so you know, and we can talk about this later, it's probably not the moment, but the exit polls done were not just Election Day. It was prior to Election Day when early voting started. But let's put that aside right now, because I want to follow up on something that you just said. You revealed for the first time that you urged now President-elect Joe Biden to pick a woman of color. I tried to get you to say that at the time, and many others did. You didn't bite. What was his reaction, aside from the obvious, which is that he acted on it? But in the immediate moments after you made that suggestion, what was his reaction?
Well, he listened. He did not respond to me publicly, and of course, or even privately. Of course, about 2 or 3 days before he made the announcement, he was still torn, and we concluded. I think he said to me, "My heart's in one direction, my head's in the other." I said, "Go somewhere in private and see can you bring both of them together."
Which one was his heart and which one was his head, do you think?
I'm never going to tell that one.
But you think you know the answer?
I do know the answer. Yeah, I know what he said to me.
Can you give us anything more about those conversations?
No,
Okay.
we can talk them to me.
Well, let's.
I'm never going to.
Okay, let's look ahead. Well, first of all, let me just ask: have you spoken to President-elect Biden since the news today?
No, I've not spoken with him today. Quite frankly, I was going about my ordinary business. I was real nervous about. I was never nervous about Pennsylvania, but because of all the litigation, I wanted to see us do this with not having to need Pennsylvania, and I think we still may be there. But I was more nervous about Arizona than any other place. I don't know what the results have been.
You know how hard it's going to be because you've been in Congress for so long with either party, both parties in charge of either chamber. What is your best piece of advice for Joe Biden as he not only tries to reach across the aisle, but tries to navigate your caucus, where, as you know, based on the call that you had with House Democrats this week, there are a lot of progressives who want their voices heard, but a lot of people who represent moderate districts who want the leadership of the Democratic Party to listen to them as well.
Look, we've got a big tent, and we need to be respectful of each other. I understand all of us have got congressional districts that are different from the other congressional districts. I know a lot of people in the United States Congress that get elected overwhelmingly in their districts that cannot get elected in my district. And there are a lot of districts that I cannot get elected in. And that's what we have to keep in mind, that these congressional districts are different, and therefore people's pursuit of their political reactions and their votes, they're all going to be different. And if you learn anything about being a member of Congress, be in charge of the vote counting and see what you have to do in order to reconcile people's backgrounds and experiences to get the votes. And so I'm so tired of all of this progressive versus moderate. Let me tell you something if you got time. My father was a very conservative guy. He used to drill in our heads that if you make $1, son, save a nickel. If you leave the room, turn the lights out, conserve energy. But he was a minister. I never heard him ask his congregations for a conservative offering. He always asked for a liberal offering. So I learned early that conservatism is good in some instances, liberalism is good in other instances. Let's see, can we reconcile those things This whole notion that I got to be your way or the highway, you better stop that. Our party is not made up of that kind of people. You know, we got, what, 55 African Americans in our caucus? And over on the Republican side, they've got one. And he's now gone. I don't know if they elected another one. So we don't have the same makeup of the caucus. And we've got to stop all this foolishness of it's got to be my way, we got to put this in the bill, or I'm not going to vote for it. Come on. That cannot be our future. If so, we're going to be back in the minority, and we're going to be stuck in that minority for a long time. Let's respect each other's backgrounds, each other's congressional districts, and give people enough room to represent their districts.
Mr. Clyburn, the House Majority Whip, again, the man who endorsed Joe Biden in the South Carolina Democratic primary at a time where he needed that endorsement, and gave him political life and ultimately the nomination and the presidency. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Without
what do you think of that?
Without Majority Whip Clyburn, today would not be happening.
Exactly.
Period. I mean, maybe a different Democrat would have won the nomination and gone on to win, or who knows. But Clyburn is responsible for the Biden presidency.
And for the folks, for the folks at home, he's also the guy who counts the votes in the House of Representatives. So he knows what he's talking about, and he's someone who now has an. I mean, I shouldn't say now. He is a well-respected Democrat and has been for a very long time, but he's in a position where his word and his voice about how Joe Biden navigates the next 4 years as president, navigates the Democratic caucus and the relationship with Republicans, is going to carry a lot of weight. And it really matters, I think, Dana, what he said to you at the very end, which is that he wants the party to recognize that it is a coalition party that is made out of liberals and more conservative Democrats. And we should be clear, Jim Clyburn is a congressman from South Carolina. He represents a lot of black voters who are, many of them, more politically conservative than people think. So it is a party that is going to be an amalgamation of a lot of different views. And Joe Biden, it's not going to be easy for him to navigate that, but he's going to have to both deal with his own party and what we were discussing earlier, reach out to Republicans and figure that all out.
But he was warning the progressives in the party kind of on behalf of Joe Biden to, you know, not just go for everything, but understand that progress sometimes takes baby steps and sometimes takes compromise.
Yeah, look, and this is something that we haven't covered much this week because we've been more focused on who the president is going to be, but there is a lot of there's a civil war going on within the House Democratic Party right now. The House Democrats lost a lot of seats during this election, even though Joe Biden won. There are a lot of more moderate Democrats. There are a lot of more. Well, they lost 4 seats, but they thought they were going to pick up.
They were going to gain.
I should have said they lost a lot of races. They thought they were going to gain about 10 or 15 seats, and they ended up losing 4. A lot of moderate Democrats that were very disappointed. And one of the reasons they were disappointed, and we heard this in the conference call that House Democrats had that was leaking in real time and being reported on by our colleague Manu Raju and others, is there were people like the Congresswoman from Virginia and others from more moderate districts complaining that AOC and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and other members of the so-called squad and others progressives who have done a tremendous amount to bring enthusiasm and ideas to the Democratic Party, but that some of their ideas, especially defunding the police, and that notion hurt Democrats, hurt them in races where the Republicans were able to tie the Democrats to socialism, to the idea of defunding the police. And that was a little speech. He wasn't talking to you.
No, he was definitely not talking to me.
He was talking to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and AOC and Rashida Tlaib and others.
Which he said privately on that phone call this week. And the fact that he took the chance that we gave him to say it publicly, I thought was very, very telling.
But he's also been saying this for quite some
Sure,
time.
of
I
course.
remember this summer during the George Floyd protests, he was very clear. Defund the police is not a message that Democrats should adopt or that would work for many Democrats across the country. He was crystal clear about that. And this is a man who was himself involved in the civil rights movement back in the 1960s. So he's not just saying that because he's been looking from his ivory tower in Washington. I also think that when Joe Biden said yesterday, when he came out and spoke, that we have a mandate, we were talking about it in the context of a mandate to lead the entire country. But I also think that he has a mandate to lead the Democratic Party specifically in a particular direction. He had to navigate a lot of minefields in this general election, including this issue of defund the police, including some of these other tricky issues where he had to be somewhere between not alienating the left and not being seen as overly central or not alienating, sorry, the suburban part of the country that he was trying to win back. And he did that.
He achieved
and
it.
so that path that he carved out in the general election, they're going to have to figure out a way to turn that into a governing principle that can help him navigate these minefields that he'll face immediately.
He did a
upon
skillful
becoming
job of
president.
threading the needle, of not alienating the progressives, where the energy is in the party, and not alienating the suburbs of Philadelphia, where he needed the votes.
Yeah, and where he got
the votes. He did an able job of threading the needle. I will also say that if he had been running against a less ham-handed opponent, I mean, Donald Trump would go out there and say Cory Booker is going to invade your neighborhood. I mean, like it wasn't. They weren't even dog whistles. It was bullhorn racist tropes, and like making Cory Booker, Senator Booker,
Jake,
the poster child of it. Cory Booker's not exactly Willie Horton.
But President Trump, I mean, look, President Trump got his people out.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
But he didn't win over the suburban
ones. He did not win over the suburban. But his theory of this election was that if Trump has his own people, and if he brings enough of them out, he can win. He got somewhat close, but obviously it was not enough. I do think that there is a choice facing Republicans now about what you're saying, which is, is that message a ham-handed message, or is it the best we've got?
Yeah.
I don't know that they fully settled on what the answer to that is.
I think if you give truth serum to Republican elected leaders, most of them, they will say it's not the best they've got. that it's maybe the opposite of the best they've got on that. One thing I want to say, just going back to the whole the comments that Mr. Clyburn just made about progressives and moderates and how he doesn't like those terms and everyone has to just figure out how to deal together. We know how hard that is going to be.
I don't like those terms.
we know how hard it's going to be.
Come on.
I mean, listen. I mean, you allow him to say what he wants. He does want to try to figure out a way to lead the entire party. But what I want to say is that I got a text earlier today, I believe it was, from a very progressive member of Congress who was reminding me, as we were talking about black voters and how black voters came out, but also progressive young voters, people of color in urban centers, that was, when we dissect these votes after this election is over and we can have time to do that the increase in the voter share for Joe Biden, this member of Congress believes, is going to show that really helped push him into the presidency, and that those voters and the leaders of those voters, progressive lawmakers, are going to have high expectations that their voices be heard. And that's understandable.
Yeah. I mean, look, it is true that Joe Biden could not have won the presidency without progressive Democrats who see themselves in the AOCs and the Ilhan Omars of the world.
Yep.
And I know that Jim Clyburn also knows that is true too. But there has to be a negotiation here. I think what those young voters said in this election by coming out for someone who is their polar opposite in a lot of ways, an older, white standard bearer of the old guard, is that they are willing to engage in the political process. Because it's affected their lives. And so I think on some level there's maybe a silver lining here, which is that if young people came out for Joe Biden, it's because they believe that they know that there is going to have to be some kind of compromise. It's not because Joe Biden said to them, I'm going to be, the far left leader that you've always wanted. I'm going to be contrary to what the president said, he is not going to be a Bernie Sanders light. That is just not who Joe Biden has been for his political life.
And let me just also say, first of all, the progressives did a ton to win this presidency, as you're saying, for Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar,
Yeah.
was door knocking.
Yep.
Her seat was safe. She was door knocking to
After
get people
a tough primary, I should say.
After a tough primary, her seat was safe. She was door knocking to get people to vote in Minnesota, to get progressives, to get her people to the polls to vote for Joe Biden, so that Minnesota would not be in play as people thought it would be several months ago. AOC is one of the stars of the Democratic Party, period. And when I had her on State of the Union before the election, she was more disciplined and able than almost any politician I'd interviewed in the previous few months.
Important
in
interview.
terms of her acknowledgement of where she disagreed with Joe Biden on issues like the Green New Deal, et cetera, and also the fact that Joe Biden was, in her view, the absolute only choice.
Yeah. She would
So
say
I don't want to.
She said she wanted the privilege of having to worry about.
Yes, exactly.
problems.
To lobby him is what she
the
termed
privilege
it.
to lobby him.
So nobody nobody should. Oh, look at this huge turnout in Washington D.C. outside the White House. Just people celebrating Joe Biden's victory. A lot of relieved people, a lot of happy people, a lot of anti-Trump people, a lot of pro-Biden people. Biden-Harris count the votes, you see.
And luckily, a lot of masks.
And a lot of masks. We're seeing a lot of masks, which is good, although the crowds, according to public health officials, not so good. But
Correct.
The masks are good. In any case, what I was going to say is nobody should treat the progressives as if they're a pain, because they are a vital part of the Democratic coalition, period.
Correct.
But that said, there is a reckoning going on, because some of the things that were said, especially when it comes to defunding the police, there are more moderate Democrats that think that it made their coalition, their majority, smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And look, this is Minneapolis. They are social distancing while celebrating in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So that's what's going to happen. There's going to be some fighting about this stuff in the Democratic caucus, we heard some warning shots from Congressman Clyburn just then.
And just on what you were talking about Ilhan Omar, even though she didn't have a real race, that she was knocking on doors. Pramila Jayapal, the co-chair of the Progressive Caucus, she represents Washington. She didn't have a real race, and yet she is part of an organization. She has an organization where they go out and they train people to knock on doors in battleground states all over. That is a very, very vital part of the progressive movement that we were just talking about, that allowed this moment to happen, that fueled this moment.
So Senator Mitt Romney, who ran for president and lost to Barack Obama and Joe Biden in 2012, just tweeted, "Ann and I extend our congratulations to President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. We know both of them as people of goodwill and admirable character. We pray that God may bless them in the days and years ahead." Let's bring in Susan Rice, who was the National Security Advisor didn't mean to surprise you there, Dr. Rice. First of all, get your reaction. You worked with Joe Biden in the Obama-Biden administration. You have been campaigning for him, endorsing him, doing everything you could to get him elected. Your reaction to this moment?
I'm joyous. I'm grateful to the American people. I'm thanking God, and I'm grateful to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for being who they are. They are exactly what our country needs now. We need competence. We need decency. We need honesty. And we need to come together. And that's what they represent. I know this is a painful moment for many who living in a household with some of them. But at this moment, I believe that we have an extraordinary opportunity to move this country forward, to reclaim our leadership in the world, and to address so many of the fundamental challenges we face, from COVID to the economy, to education, to health care, to racial justice, and climate change. And this is the moment we have to do so, and we have to heal in the process.
I want to ask you about your son is a somewhat notable conservative figure in the country, and I want to ask you about his disappointment in a second. But I do also want to first ask you, if you don't mind, as a black woman, we now have a black woman vice president-elect. It has never happened in the history of this country, and I'm just wondering if you could. I know you prefer to talk policy and you prefer to talk politics, but and national security. But I'm just wondering if you'll indulge me and our viewers, as a black woman, what does this moment mean to you?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It brings tears to my eyes and joy to my heart. And my, almost 18-year-old daughter that feels thrilled. I know there are young girls, and I hope young boys all over this country who see themselves in her and the opportunity for them to be who they want to be. I could not be more proud of Kamala Harris and all that she represents for all of us. This is it's a historic, groundbreaking moment.
It's obviously a very emotional moment for tens of millions of Americans, especially those who before today had never seen someone like them, a woman of color, represented in a president or vice president. And we should acknowledge that that this is a moment of great joy and celebration. As for the
celebration.
Yeah, in terms of the experiment of America and the promise of America, what can happen here. Joe Biden is expected to give his first speech this evening as president-elect. You're someone in a household where I know you a little bit, and I know your family a little bit, and there are Trump supporters in your family and Biden supporters in your family. What does Joe Biden need to say to start unifying the country?
Well, I must say, not just for my son, but others in my family and universe who have different political views. I'm really proud of my son today. He's an American first, like I am. He believes in this country, and he also wants to see us move forward in unity, as disappointed as he may be. And we are family first, and always will be. And this is a moment where we all need to look to the future and heal. And I believe that's what he believes as well. So we're together today. We're one household, and we're one country. And we got to remember that just as in a family, in a country, we have so much more in common than that which divides us. And we've got to find that fundamental truth together as to who we are and what we can be. We can't survive divided. We can only be strong and safe and prosperous if we come together. And this is a moment where, on a very personal level and on a national level, even on a global level, we have to recognize and embrace that reality.
The space for celebration, there is some risk to it because President Trump has not conceded, and obviously we want to give him time to process the information coming his way, fast and furious. But he's also out there claiming once again that he actually won the election. He's making all sorts of false allegations about massive voter fraud. There's no evidence of that anywhere. How should how should President-elect Joe Biden deal with this? And do you have concerns about whether or not there will be a peaceful transition of power?
I think it's hard not to have some degree of concern, but I believe that this country is strong and resilient and that our institutions have shown up for this moment. Jake, if you'd asked me a week ago, 2 weeks ago, would our state and local officials, would our courts, would our people continue to have patience and faith in our process? How confident of that was I? I was confident, but I wasn't super confident. And today we can look at all of those and say, my goodness. And I have to say the media too. The media played this responsibly. And so all of our institutions have held. Now, Donald Trump has a choice to make. He can stand up and be part of our democracy, our historic tradition. He can be a responsible leader to hand off power. I know there are many reasons to doubt that, and I can't say I'm particularly optimistic, but the best thing he could do for himself, for his party, and for our country is to act like a president of the United States now at this late stage. So I hope he will. But if he doesn't, quite frankly, the nation, the institutions, the world, we're moving on. There will be a transition. Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States come January 20th. And he and Kamala Harris will be prepared to lead a team to govern this country again with competence and integrity. So it is going to be okay. It may be, a rough next couple of months if Donald Trump chooses to make it that way. That would be unfortunate for his legacy. It'd be unfortunate for the country. But we will get through this. And when we come out the other end, it will be a better day, and a day when finally government is turned to serve the American people and our many, many needs rather than anybody's personal interests.
Dr. Rice, you were on the short list. Joe Biden was considering asking you to serve as his vice president. Obviously, I'm sure you would be honored to play any role in the Biden-Harris administration. People have talked about you as a potential Secretary of State. Have you had any discussions with anyone on the transition team about a possible role in the administration? Would you be open to it?
Jake, I'm not going to get into that. This is not about me. This is about the United States of America. It's a day for celebration. This is a day to lift up Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I will, as I've always said, I will serve in whatever capacity or not that Joe Biden thinks is best. But that's not the point. The point is today we're turning the page. We're opening a new chapter. I can't tell you how many messages I've gotten from people around the world, literally from Nigeria to London to Nairobi to Ottawa, just joy. And their message is, my God, thank God, America is back. You are back to being able to be the shining city on a hill that we can look to. And literally that's the message I've been getting. So let's celebrate that. And then let's figure out in the days to come, it will be Joe Biden's decision how he wants to constitute his team. And I'm happy to serve my country and to serve him in any way I can.
All right, Dr. Rice, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We really appreciate it. Best to every member of your family on this day. Really.
Thank you, Jake. Good to talk to you.
Fascinating, and it's her son Jake is a noted conservative on the campus of Stanford. Was in the news quite a bit for that, and it was. I liked hearing about the family disagreements. My family is Trump supporters and Biden supporters, and this is not an easy day for the Jakes of the world. Speaking of Dr. Rice's son, Jake, and
the other Jake.
it's. I mean, there are, as we've discussed, there are close to 70 million Americans who wanted a different outcome.
A lot of families are in that position, and I do think that for those who are open to being reached out to, they will have that outreach. I think that Joe Biden has made it very clear that he plans to try at least to bring everyone in. I think back to when President Trump was elected, and he said that he would do that, and then he didn't.
No, he never did.
He never did. So it's more than words. It's going to be actions. We'll see what comes, but I do think that there is more of a history for Joe Biden in his actual life of doing that. I also thought it was notable, as Susan Rice said, that the world is watching. You know, I have friends in London, in Beijing, who are literally glued to their televisions watching to see what is happening here in the United States, because the United States is obviously supposed to be the leader of the free world. And there have been a lot of questions about whether that is still true, and what American leadership means for the rest of the world, and what it might mean for the rest of the world under a Joe Biden presidency or another 4 years of Donald Trump. And I think that you're going to see, in more than just Boris Johnson speaking up and basically saying, we think this is a done deal, you're going to see a lot more of that, I suspect, from other world leaders who have to decide which tack they're going to take.
Yeah.
In some ways, it might actually be messier for them to engage in this idea that the election has been undecided when all evidence to the contrary says that it in fact
Yeah, the world is watching. She also said the world is moving on, which was a very telling moment, especially given the fact that the president's ally across the pond, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, was one of the first to publicly congratulate Joe Biden before the president conceded. Meanwhile, let's look at what the next First Lady just tweeted out. She tweeted a photo of her and the president-elect holding a sign saying "Doctor," and it was Vice President Biden live here, and she's covering up the vice there, saying he will be a president for all of our families. I mean, that's a message with not a lot of words, but a lot of impact and import.
And America's going to get really familiar with Philadelphia accents. If you weren't sick of mine enough, wait till you hear the soon-to-be First Lady of the United States and her Willow Grove inflect. It's going to be interesting. She's a really kind woman, and I got to interview her. You've interviewed her. She has made military families her cause, and that will continue to be her cause. She did that when she was the Second Lady of the United States. She said that she will do that as the First Lady of the United States as well, working with military families, having been a military family because of her son, Beau, and other members of her family.
And there's something else that's going to be really fascinating about Jill Biden. When she was Second Lady, you both remember, she's a teacher, and she continued to teach, a professor. She continued to do so while she was Second Lady. She said, I think when it was my interview with her, that she would do that when she's First Lady, too. She would continue to work. And
Dr. B.
Don't think that has happened before. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, first ladies have a lot to do in their official role, but to work outside that home is not something we've seen before, I believe.
Yeah. And it was a statement when she did it as Second Lady. Yeah. It'll be a huge statement if she follows through and does it again. And but there are some ways that you can kind of dovetail both roles, right? And I believe that when she was Second Lady, the community college pathway was a big part of the kind of Obama-Biden economic message, and I suspect you'll see a lot of that again, especially as they try to get their hands around not just the coronavirus, but also the economic situation in this country going forward.
Dr. Biden's aide just texted me, it has not happened before. There has never been a First Lady who has kept a job like she intends to do, working in the classroom like she did when she was Second Lady. Go ahead.
I do wonder, as we talk about and try to contemplate how President Trump, not that it matters, but how President Trump is going to eventually turn over the reins of power. And again, he can concede, he cannot concede, he can behave like a mature adult, he can choose another way. There is also normally, and there was for the Obamas and the Trumps and the Bidens and the Pences, a handover movement. And I wonder if, even if President Trump doesn't find it within himself to do that, which would, I think, by the way, just further sully his legacy, but that's up to him. I wonder if Melania will choose a different path. I kind of think she would.
Me too.
I kind of think that First Lady Melania Trump would take the time to meet with incoming First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. I have a much easier time picturing that in my head than picturing it happening with her husband.
I remember her talking publicly about how humbled she was by Michelle Obama doing that for her when they won the White House. So I would imagine that she would do the same for her successor.
Or at least that she would want to.
Or that she would want to. I mean,
I'm not
listen,
sure.
She,
you know.
That her husband will let her?
She does her own thing.
I think there's a question about whether that would happen.
You think so?
Logistically, from a logistical
Oh,
perspective.
logistically. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of logistics, so never mind the fact that we don't believe that Joe Biden has gotten a phone call, which is tradition from somebody who has been defeated. One of the other traditions that we all know about on Inauguration Day, the departing president leaves a note for the incoming president in the Resolute desk.
Oh, boy.
Think that's going to happen?
It might be, but if I were Joe Biden, if I were President-elect Biden, I wouldn't read it. I wouldn't open the envelope. I mean, I think it would be a lot. I mean, he's still. First of all, he hasn't said anything yet. The last communication we have from the president is from about 3 hours ago, an all-caps message that says, "I won this election by a lot," which is not true. He didn't win this election, and he didn't win it by a lot. And also just. I mean, again, we've come to, this has become normalized, but that's just nuts. That's a crazy thing for somebody to say.
Yeah. And it's, honestly, I mean, at this point, it's un-American. When this is done, it's done. If you didn't get enough votes, it's over. And you're supposed to gracefully exit the stage.
No, grace is not a big word in his vocabulary.
He's not going to do it, but I mean, it's going to be, as I said earlier, a transition unlike any other. I have some questions about what January 20th, 2021 is going to look like, and whether he will participate in that transition of power. That is, I remember Barack Obama saying, and even George Bush talking about what that is like to be with the person you're replacing on that day. And the fact that we do that is a quintessentially American thing. It is the reason that we are the greatest democracy in the world. And I think the American people ought to know whether President Trump is willing to do that. Yes, it is symbolic, but he would really be, I think, tearing down something that does help the country move forward.
But,
if he were to bat it aside and say, I don't think this game was fair, I'm just going to walk off the field.
Well,
I think I won.
I think the American people should prepare themselves for the latter.
Yeah.
And set their expectations pretty low when it comes to how President Trump is going to deal with. I'm not saying you're suggesting otherwise, but I just think it's pretty clear, based on everything we've seen from President Trump, outgoing President Trump, throughout his career, but especially during his presidency, that he is not willing to put the concerns of the nation ahead of his own ego and his own concerns, and he is not going to rise to this moment. Now, should he prove me wrong? Wonderful. It'd be great for the country. It'd be great for his supporters. It'd be great for his legacy. Let's talk about what we expect to see in January, because we are in the middle of a pandemic. Joe Biden was not a President-elect Biden. I need to get used to that. President-elect Biden was not able to campaign and hold rallies in a normal way because we're in a pandemic. It's worse now in terms of the spread of the virus than it has been at any point throughout this pandemic. We just had the worst day ever, 125,000 Americans infected. It was the third day in a row of more than 100,000 infected. The virus is spreading. Joe Biden will not be able to have a normal inauguration or a normal inaugural ball or any of that.
No, and we, as you were talking, we just showed some of the cheering and the elation that is spilling onto the streets, largely masked elation, but it is still happening. And that kind of gathering is what Joe Biden tried to avoid for almost his entire campaign. He had drive-ins instead of rallies. And so I'm guessing that as happy as he is, that people are happy that he's going to be the next president, that's not something that he's thrilled about and not something he's going to want to see on his inauguration day.
Something that public health officials throughout the country, Democrats and Republicans, are happy about in terms of President-elect Biden's new administration is that he's going to attempt to tackle the coronavirus pandemic in a way that President Trump has not attempted. Let's go back to Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Delaware, for more news on that front. And Jeff, this is obviously priority list number one for President-elect Biden.
And Jake, it absolutely is. And amid the celebration we see around the country and indeed here in Wilmington, we are being told now one of the first official acts after the President-elect Biden delivers his speech here tonight will be the naming of a coronavirus task force. We're told that is going to take place on Monday. We're told it's going to be a 12-member task force that is going to be announced to lay out a plan and really get this back on track. I'm told that it's going to be sort of led by three co-chairs, including a former Surgeon General from the Obama administration era, Dr. Vivek Murthy, as well as a former FDA Commissioner, David Kessler, and a former and a current doctor at Yale University, Marcella Nunez-Smith. So those three co-chairs of this 12-member coronavirus task force to be announced on Monday, and that is going to be the beginning of what is going to be a series of very public, I'm told, speeches and announcements, and really trying to reconvey to the American people the seriousness of this crisis. We are going to expect briefings from them, perhaps daily televised briefings, and really try and seize that mantle. Now, Jake, the question here is, of course, the Trump administration is still in office. Dr. Anthony Fauci is still a government employee, so unclear how they can sort of meld this together. But at least up until now, I'm told that the Trump administration, behind the scenes, in terms of the branches of government, has been participating with the Biden transition project. So we'll see if that goes forward here. But that certainly underscores the importance of where Joe Biden is placing his priority by making this COVID-19 task force announcement on Monday his first choice. And Jake, one other bit of news. I am told that at this hour, a little more than 2 hours after the president-elect was projected, that he has still not heard from the White House or the president, who, of course, as we know, is out golfing, but certainly has his telephone with him. So at least as of this hour, he has not heard from him. He has, of course, had phone calls with Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, who I'm told held up his phone from a Brooklyn street so Joe Biden could hear all that cheering and elation, at least in Brooklyn. Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you so much for that report. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. There are also getting some tweets from a number of other people. There's a statement from former U.S. President Jimmy Carter saying, Rosalind joins me in congratulating our friends, President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. We're proud of their well-run campaign and look forward to seeing the positive change they bring to our nation. And I think that you heard the Mitt Romney statement. Ann and I extend our congratulations to President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. We know both of them as people of goodwill and admirable character. We pray that God may bless them in the days and years ahead.
I love it.
You go.
Look, class acts. Class act.
Yeah.
They're showing how it's supposed to be done. These are the traditions. This is how it's supposed to be. Be very partisan before the election. Make sure you draw those lines and be very clear. Don't be personal, but be very clear about the issues. Get on the right team. Fight for your team. Afterwards, shake hands and come together because, after the election, we got to move stuff forward. I just wanted to say, I'm seeing so many people happy about Kamala. And just a couple of things. One, all these young girls posting all these pictures of her all across the country, all around the world. And then there's some secrets to her success. The Divine Nine, the 9 Greek letter African-American organizations, the fraternities and sororities that got behind her, they're all thrilled. Everybody went to a black college. She went to Howard University. All those people are just going nuts. They're pillars in the black community that came together. We got assets in the black community. We got folks the black church came together behind her. So young women, the Indian American community, thrilled. This is a big, big deal. Celebrations for generations now are just bubbling out.
Yeah, I was moved by Susan Rice talking about her daughter. I remember when I was with President Obama, the impact that his election had on all these young children who all of a sudden felt like they were part of it, like they had that opportunity, that there were no limits. This is another historic event like that.
Hey, I'm trying to think, have you seen sort of crowds like this in the streets? We saw Atlanta, Washington, New York, Chicago, these kind of images. Did that happen in 2008?
There were spontaneous events that erupted. Obviously, we had a huge crowd in Grant Park in Chicago. There was this feeling of elation because of what that election represented. I think there is a combination here of elation and relief. It does say something about our country, that people rejected divisiveness, and I think that's part of it. And there's an affection for Joe Biden because he does represent those things that people like to believe. Just in terms of character and his approach to people, they like to believe that's what our country is, that's what our leader should be. But make no mistake about it, Donald Trump, his political project was based on dividing the country relentlessly and furiously, and it had a tremendous effect. We should celebrate the incredible turnout that came out, but he drove it, and he drove his people out, and he drove his opponents out. And what you're seeing here is a sense of relief that pressure valve has been.
You're saying it goes beyond just.
It's not just, for Obama, it was very much about him. For in this case, it's about Joe Biden, but it's also about the end of a period that many people felt was brutally inconsistent with their view of the way it should work. Just let me say one last thing, Gloria, on all this conjecture about what Trump will do and will he conform. He has not conformed to any of these rules, laws, norms, institutions of our democracy before. I don't anticipate he will now. But the real question is, Jeff Zeleny said there's going to be a task force, a coronavirus task force named Monday by Biden. What level of cooperation are they going to get from the government that is in place now and for the next 2 months? There are all these substantive things and work that needs to be done, and that is
the tradition that there is cooperation.
When we made the transition from Obama to Bush, in every conceivable way, there was coordination between the Bush administration and the incoming Obama administration, and it wasn't because they were ideologically together on everything. It was because that is how it's supposed to work. And this is really, really important. I would love to see President Trump display a regard for these rules and laws and norms that he hasn't for 4 years. I'm not anticipating that, but I'm very concerned about what the absence of this cooperation could mean, particularly in the midst of a public health crisis.
I think what you might have is people like Tony Fauci and Deborah Birx cooperating on their own and deciding to make themselves very available, make all their information very available to the Biden task force, because they obviously have disagreed with what this administration has done. I don't think the Biden task force will be asking Dr. Scott Atlas anytime to go sit in on their meetings. So in that sense, I think there may be cooperation.
They may have a lot of time, because if the reports are true, they may be out of work.
They may be out. I want to add one thing about Jimmy Carter sending out this congratulations. I'm kind of waiting for George W. Bush. Because Donald Trump has never been a member in good standing of the President's Club. We all know that. We all know he doesn't like any of them. He's tweeted about them, particularly Bush. And the question is, at some point, at what point I should ask, will George W. Bush come out and congratulate Joe Biden? He did not participate or endorse in this campaign, which was telling in and of itself. But so long as these legal challenges are going on, the question that I have is about a lot of Republicans, but including the former president. When is he going to come out and say, okay, you lost, Joe Biden won, and I need to congratulate him? Because as David is saying, in his own transition, he was so remarkable with the Obama administration. And clearly he understands how important this transition is. And I'm just wondering whether he's going to put his thumb on the scale here and say, you know what, he won.
Well, I don't know of any president who's been more apolitical since he left office than George W.
But it's
Bush.
not a political statement.
Well, but the point is, he didn't go out and campaign for his brother when his brother was running for president. So let's put that in context here, that, to sort of now turn to George W. Bush as someone who's going to sort of set the tone. George W. Bush, when he left, and I've met with him a few times, not many times, but a few times, and he is done. He's done. And so I'm just saying, don't look for him to sort of put step into this
So is he
moment
gonna
because
wait?
it's been very clear that he's not. He's letting the country go its own way, and he's not going to be putting a stamp on it one way or the other. This is number one. Number two, these celebrations, which is an opportunity, in my opinion. I'm not saying this to be critical. They're not about Joe Biden. I mean, they're about Donald Trump. Let's just. It's releasing the pressure, and the oppression is over, and all the things that you guys are saying here. It's not about Joe Biden. So, and again, I'm not saying that to be critical. I'm saying that it's an opportunity.
In what way?
It's an opportunity because in many respects, Joe Biden comes back to this town with not a big agenda that the people think he has. That's why they voted for him. They didn't vote for him because of his agenda. They voted for him because he was not Donald Trump.
So he has more
So he has a lot more flexibility. And again, coming back to Georgia, and what's going to happen down there in the next 2 months, with a Senate victory or 2 Senate victories by Republicans, and not this Joe Biden didn't run on a big. He in fact made a very big point of the fact that he wasn't the hard left, and he was going to be more of a conciliator, uniter, and a moderate. So there's not this clear agenda that I think the public,
but I will say something.
The majority of the
There's
public,
certainly a lot of expectations, though.
Expectations.
Yeah.
And so this is now we're going to see Joe Biden's political skill, because on the one hand he wants to have a reset, on the other hand he owes his base a lot, and you have an African American community that expects to be treated like the people who delivered. And there should be no apology for it. And Frank, one good thing about Donald Trump, he removed the taboo of speaking directly to black people about black stuff. He said, I'm going to do a platinum plan for you black people, and made no apology. You all affirmative action, I feel guilty about that. It's got to be for everybody. He said, I'm going to help you black folks. And so that removes the taboo. Biden can now reach out to the black community, not to exclude anybody else, but to say, listen, here's what we're going to do. And I think the African American community is uniquely deserving of that level of support and investment, given the investment of the African American community in this party. And I think we should be very clear. This is not about left versus right. A lot of things that would be good for the African American community would be good for anybody, but we've got to get past. I don't think that the Trump administration felt any remorse or guilt about helping white male evangelicals and that kind of thing. They embrace their base. We want to be embraced. I also think that, so now how does Biden do that? Is Biden going to be able to meet, I think, the just needs of his base? Don't forget, the black community has been knocked on its butt by COVID. We got hit first and worst, both in terms of health, in terms of wealth, in terms of job loss. We are in pain. And the person, he didn't like it, but he was talking about it. Can Biden do that? And at the same time, can he reach out to those same suburban voters and some Trump voters and say, here's what we're going to do for you on infrastructure, et cetera. But it's not a left versus right pressure. There will be some left pressure on Medicare for all or whatever. That's not his problem. His problem is he's got a bunch of people of color who got just practical needs. If they don't get met at all in the next 4 years, the country has a problem, not just Biden.
Can I just respond to you, Rick? I think that the people in this country grew more enthusiastic, Biden supporters, grew more enthusiastic about his candidacy as time went on. And you saw that in the polling. Yes. And it is because they got to know him, and his personal decency came through, his empathy came through. So while there's obviously anti-Trump in the demonstrations out there, I wouldn't underestimate the fact that Biden voters decided that they really wanted this guy, and he was the man for the moment, because you couldn't put him in a box. He had 47 years of public service, and you couldn't say, okay, is he a raging socialist, as Donald Trump tried to portray him? So there was a little bit of Joe Biden that people could look at and say, I like that about him, I like that about him. But most of all, they're celebrating his values. So while it is anti-Trump, it's also celebration about American values and dignity and what people want to see in a president of the United States.
I agree. And I agree with your point that they saw Biden as an alternative to the friction that Donald Trump created. My point was they didn't, a lot of people, Vance people did, but a lot of people didn't vote for him because they thought he was going to come with a very strong, left-wing agenda. Right. In fact, he was trying to make, I'm not going to stop fracking. I'm not going to tax middle income. I'm not going to do all these things. I'm not Bernie Sanders. I won because I'm not Bernie Sanders.
I don't know what you mean by,
but those are not the people in the street. Right. My point, there's not the people in the streets right now.
I don't know what you mean by Vance people, but I will say this. There is a really deep concern in this country about health care. Okay, and Joe Biden spoke to it. There's a really deep concern about the imbalance in our economy, where you can work as hard as you can and can't get ahead if you're an average person, and if you are privileged to start with, or if you're on Wall Street or in a C-suite, you get through good times and bad, pandemic, you come out okay. They want to see action on things like health care, on child care. These are not, you guys think these are left issues. These are life issues for most Americans, and that is what has changed. Yeah, the debate has shifted, and Biden did speak to that in the campaign. I think people did understand that he was more likely to do something about the problems that were touching their lives, at least the majority of people who voted for him. So I would not underestimate that. I think it's really important. But you're right, Gloria. We should give him his due. I don't want to in any way deprive him of his due. Joe Biden became more popular through the final months of his campaign. That's pretty unusual. He was under assault. The president was beating up on him. And he became more popular as people got to know him. And I think that is a credit to him.
And that question cares about people like me. Does this person care about people like me? Joe Biden kept going up and up and up. He cares about people like me. Donald Trump went in the other direction.
There was value for him just in purely political terms, in terms of getting elected, in not being as present on the campaign trail. Not only did it make it a harder target for President Trump to attack and try to kind of define, it also allowed different kinds of voters to kind of see different things in him without being confronted on a daily basis with different policy positions, and kind of, as you said, pick the part of him that they liked and say, okay, that's enough for me to vote for.
And it allowed him to differentiate himself by giving speeches about policy, about COVID, about American values, and not being at rallies all the time where you're just playing with the crowd. They ran a different campaign, but it worked to their advantage. And as someone here was saying before, what may have happened with Donald Trump is that the more people saw him at those rallies, yes, it brought out some voters, but the more maybe some undecided voters saw him at those rallies, they were hearing grievance after grievance about himself and what he was suffering, not their own grievances.
If Biden was so popular in the positions that he was giving, then why did not a single Republican lose a House seat? Why did Republicans pick up seats in the House? Why did Republicans pick up state legislatures? Why did the Republicans maintain control of the Senate when they were given no chance
because
of doing
Donald
so?
Trump was his own worst enemy. That's why.
Okay, well, you could. But my point
there's
is,
a simpler reason.
the policies.
Trump, you know this, Rick. You said it earlier. Trump did whip up a huge turnout among his base. And in districts and states where Republicans have a natural advantage, they reap the benefits of that there. I don't think I don't.
My point is, a lot of people who voted for Joe Biden because they didn't like Donald Trump voted for Republicans down ballot, which means policy-wise, they wanted Republicans. They liked the policies. They didn't like Donald Trump.
I was looking at the Senate races today, and the Republicans who won for the Senate in those, except for Susan Collins, they ran almost neck and neck.
But they all ran ahead.
Just in terms of the challenges facing, you talked about President Obama in 2008 when you went to visit him soon after he had declared, and you could see the weight of that.
Yes.
The weight of what the challenges that he faces, and he and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris face. I mean, they're very aware of the difficulties that they are stepping into,
And I want to
within, even within their own party. I mean, they have, there's a lot of expectations from hundreds of thousands of people who marched this summer, you know, and a lot of people calling for defunding police, which Joe Biden never called for, said he wasn't supportive of, and most, you know, you can look at the poll results and you can look at the election results and say there's not a lot of Americans who have a lot of support for that across the country.
Right, but Biden, you know, Biden didn't run on those issues, and he was right in the debate. It didn't endear him to a lot of Democrats when Trump was attacking him on health care, and he said, you must be mistaking me for some of these other people who I beat in the primary. He positioned himself as a center-left Democrat. He's going to govern as a center-left Democrat, and I think that there are a lot of there's a lot of support nationally in the middle of that electorate. But as I said to Rick, I think the goalposts have been shifted to where you can't ignore an issue like health care. You can't ignore an issue like the wage gap. You know, you can't, these things have become life issues for people, and they're not left issues for people. So I think Biden will govern as a center-left Democrat, but that doesn't mean he's not going to have a progressive agenda.
The thing about Biden is that he has been here before. I mean, when you guys were elected, you had the economic crisis, and he knows what it's like to kind of get in there and go. And I think they're ready for it. I think they understand the moment they are in. And that is why you're going to have this COVID task force named on Monday. I think Joe Biden gets it because he's been there. And that's, you know, a lot of people say, oh, he's been in government for too long, 47 years. But he understands how to get things done. He considers himself a pragmatist. And I would argue that if you end up with a Republican Senate, it's going to make life a little easier for him because he's going to be able to say to Van Jones, this is what we could get. Don't, you know, the perfect can be the enemy of the good, right?
Yeah, well, look, I think there's real danger here. And I think we're going to have to come together as a country and deal with this. You have two things that don't go together. You are almost certainly going to have gridlock. If you just kind of, if nobody does anything any different. If McConnell says, I'm going to make him a one-term president, if the left says we're going to fight till the last dog barks, you're going to have gridlock and rising pain and fear on both sides. Those two things don't go well together. You have you know, people in the urban environments who, don't forget, people are standing in food lines right now. Food lines in America. People, you know, 2-3 hours to get a little box of food that has to last all week. People are facing an eviction crisis right now. People are facing a healthcare disaster right now. So you got real pain, economic pain in the urban parts of this country. They need relief. In the rural parts, you have economic pain and also cultural fear. The senator just said, are they going to crack down on Christianity? You've got rising pain and fear on both sides and gridlock in the nation's capital. That is the most dangerous thing for this country. And so it's going to take real political skill on Biden's part. It's going to take some real political courage on the Republicans' part. And it's going to take, I don't think people are thinking this thing all the way through. The Supreme Court may knock out Obamacare next week or whatever, next month. Now you're going to have people who don't have health care insurance. These are the kinds of things that you can lose your country over. And so Joe Biden is coming in. I think America is blessed to have this guy. I think they're blessed because I think he does have those political skills. I think he wants to bring people together. He knows how to cut deals. But it's going to take people, including me and you, Senator, to get together and find a path forward, or we're going to have a big mess.
Well, you look at things that Joe Biden can do, and without Republicans or the Congress. I mean, increasingly, and this is one of the concerns that conservatives have right now, and many voters have right now, is that started, in my opinion, started by Barack Obama, and I complained about it vociferously, and then even expanded more by Donald Trump, and I complained about it vociferously, was the use of executive orders. And executive orders that could be counter to what, in my opinion, or draw to the greatest extent what the statute says. And so how far is he going to go? He's going to get huge pressure from the left on immigration, for example, and other things to sort of try to redo the legislative landscape just by executive order and say, well, I can't get things through the Congress, so I'm going to do this. Trump did it. Obama did it. and in some cases got slapped down by the courts for doing it. And so how far is Joe Biden going to go? That's number one. That if you want to show that you want to work on a bipartisan basis, then you don't go out right away and sign all the executive orders on immigration and bypass.
You know, I remember in 2000. I remember when Mitch McConnell said that his principal goal, this was in the first term of Obama, was to defeat President Obama. And if you come to the table with that attitude, if you come to the table with the attitude that I'm going to try and weaponize these issues in a way that will disadvantage the president to defeat him, if you do that in the middle of a crisis, and that's what we faced in 2009, you know, you may get rewarded by it politically, but it really is a dereliction.
Well, and so that brings up another issue. Hold on, it brings up another issue that's really important because obviously the Democrats, weaponize the Russia investigation and all these investigations and Trump throughout the entire time, and then impeachments and things like that. And we know there's this issue out there, hanging out there, with respect to the Biden family and what the Republicans may do in the Senate. Look, I'm just saying this is an issue, and I'm suggesting Republicans should pause here a little bit before they go hog wild into doing what the Democrats did 4 years ago, trying to bring scandal into the investigation.
I would agree on that. I will say that something has to be done to give relief to the immigrant community, and I hope that Biden does do something. But I think you've been trying to get.
Well, yeah, I think that it's interesting to hear you talk about executive orders now, saying, "Oh, I don't want Biden to do this," when this has been a president who's been governing by executive order.
I said I disagree with
and if Biden wants to undo some of the things that he believes Donald Trump has done that are wrong, then he'll do it by executive order.
As Trump did to Obama.
As he said, he's not a fan of executive order, but this is one way that you can get things done quickly. It's just the way things operate right now, and I fully expect that Joe Biden's going to do that. The first week after he becomes president, some of that may have to do with
it's how far he goes. How far does he go?
And Gloria, I agree with you. Look, there's going to be some culture war stuff that the right is not going to like. We're going to have to do something on immigrants. We can't keep mistreating folks at the border. We can't keep mistreating dreamers. That's going to have to stop. That might make people on the right mad. But Gloria, what I think is that he's going to have to do some of that, but then he's got to figure out some way to reach out. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
You're right, Van. When I was in the White House and Biden was the vice president, he had the best ear of anyone there for working class white voters or Americans. We weren't talking about voters and what the impact of various policies would be, how they would be received. He had an ear for that. He had an instinct for that. That will serve him well in the project that you're talking about. And that's one of the reasons why he will be a good person for this time. But, if they fail to act on those issues that you mentioned that are of immediate urgency, anyone who stands in the way of trying to help the American people right now in a really difficult time does so at their own political peril, I think.
One thing I think Biden won't do is try and inflame the situation. And what we are used to is a president who stirs the pot any chance he can get. And what we've heard from Joe Biden in his speeches so far is, I want to unite the country. Even if you didn't vote for me, I want to be your president too. I'm going to listen to you. So it's a totally different tone. And the question is whether the people in the Senate, in particular, who are on the losing side of this, are so stuck that that they can't move a little because the country is so polarized. And we know we've got gerrymandering in the House, and there's very little advantage to conservatives for moving to the center because they're going to be primaried on the right, and we understand that that's the process. We have to find out if Joe Biden is living in an outmoded world, whether this is the art of the possible.
Just on a kind of logistical, for the next several weeks, obviously, look, President Trump is still president of the United States and will be up until up until the time he's not. How much you've talked about the cooperation that usually takes place, given what is still going on the Trump side of this equation. What do the next months look like in terms? If Vice President Biden announces this coronavirus task force on Monday, does that, I mean, does the sitting president start to traditionally kind of take into account what the incoming president wants?
Traditionally, well, I'll give you an example. Barack Obama asked George W. Bush to extend some aid to the auto industry till March of 2009 because GM and Chrysler were in distress, and he wanted some time in office just to consider what the steps were, the long-term steps that should be taken to deal with that situation. And President Bush embraced the short-term relief at the request of President Obama. There are a lot of issues that are transitional from one administration to another right now, particularly in the middle of a crisis, where coordination and conversation would be and normally your chief of staff would be speaking, the incoming chief of staff would be talking to the team that's coming in, and there would be a high level of coordination. I have great fears that that's not going to happen here.
Well, let's go back to Wolf.
All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects also another win for the president-elect of the United States, Joe Biden. CNN projects that Nevada and its 6 electoral votes will go for President-elect Biden. That will bring his total right now up to 279 electoral votes. You need 270. He's got 279 right now. Trump still has 213. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall and see what's going on right now. That number could go up and up and up. There's still 2 other states where the president-elect could get some electoral votes and build it up potentially to 306.
It could, Wolf. And on this decisive day and a day of celebration for Joe Biden and for the Democratic Party and, of course, for Vice President-elect Harris, this is a critical calculation. You know now you will take over. In 74 days, there will be an inauguration outside the United States Capitol, and Joe Biden will become the President of the United States because of those 20. Pennsylvania. But now we've just added Nevada, which gets you to 279. And now, in a divided America, after a very polarizing election, where, yes, Joe Biden got a record number of votes, but so did Donald Trump. Donald Trump got the 2nd number of votes ever in a race for presidency. We don't expect him to go away. We expect him to leave the White House, but not to go away. So if you're Joe Biden, what happens with the rest of this map is actually quite critical. Pennsylvania and its 20 put you over the top. What an important victory for Joe Biden. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's what he said at the beginning of the campaign. When there was so much doubt in the Democratic Party about, is this the right man for this nomination? He said, I'm the best guy to do that. Today he can say, I told you so. That's not the way he's going to say it, but he's going to say, look at that. I said I could do it. So the challenge now, Wolf, when you think about this, is you're looking at this map. What a statement this would be. You know, Georgia may well go to a recount, but Joe Biden's lead has increased. We'll go into those numbers a little bit later. Not since Bill Clinton in 1992. 1992. That's the year we met in Little Rock, Arkansas. Not since then.
We both covered that.
Right. Not since then has a Democrat turned that state blue. It's important. Joe Biden is going to have an evenly divided Senate. Maybe the Republicans are in charge by a seat or 2. Maybe the Democrats are in charge in a 50-50. He's going to have an evenly divided American. It helps a bit to be able to say, I won in Georgia. Then right now, also, Joe Biden is leading here in Arizona. Again, a state no Democrat has carried since Bill Clinton in 1996. It would help, again, to be able to say, if you're Joe Biden, to say, I'm stretching the map. I won in Georgia. I won in Arizona. Does it win you a lot of votes? That'll be the challenge for Joe Biden ahead. But if you can build this map up to 306, we do believe the rest of this. We're not done yet, but we do believe the rest of this. President Trump has been leading. We're still counting votes in Maine. 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska are the 2 states that allocate their electoral votes by congressional district. Let's assume the president wins this one. Come along with me here. There we go. Oh, it doesn't want to go. There we go. All right, maybe it's my fingers have lost their heat sensitivity. Who knows? North Carolina, the president's leading, and Alaska, the president is leading. So at the possibility, 306, 232, if you're into history and nostalgia and things like that, it was 306, 232.
4 years ago.
4 years ago. It was a flip side, 306 to 232. And it's actually interesting. You see the circles on this map. Nevada, we had circled because we expect Joe Biden to carry that. We just called it. So Joe Biden will carry that. That was a Clinton state. But this is the important part for Joe Biden politically in an evenly divided country. Will it work? We'll see. But he can argue, I flipped that, I flipped that, I flipped that. And he can argue, I flipped that, and I flipped that. So that is a big deal. When you have a map-changing election, it gives you some leverage in the political conversations. Again, how much will be the challenge now that Joe Biden has proven. Remember all the doubters at the beginning, right? Is he the right man for this moment? Can he beat Donald Trump? Should the Democratic Party elect this man from the past to lead it into the future? Well, he's the president-elect now, and this map will help him make the case. Is he up to it? that'll be the next challenge. But as was just being noted in the other conversation, President Trump is president for 74 more days, 73 more days. Joe Biden will put together his team. And again, you look at the map.
4 years ago.
That was 4
years ago. Our viewers to know.
That was 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. Let's fast forward to now. I wanted to use it as an example to show Donald Trump won. We remember what that did to the Democratic Party. Joe Biden can say a little bit, again, it's not the way he talks, but I told you so. Look what I did. I promised you I would change this map, and I delivered on my promise. In the governing challenge, it helps to be able to say, you made a very big, dramatic political statement. You still have to get the votes, still have to advance your policies. He's going to have to deal with internal Democratic fights, as well as then an obstinate Republican Party that is still going to have ex-President Trump trying to hold it in its grip. So the challenges are huge. So the bigger you can run up that total, the more leverage you have.
4 years ago, Trump said he won in a landslide when he had 306. Let's see what he says about Biden winning potentially if he wins these two other states with 306.
To that point, remember, not since George H.W. Bush, we have had 3 successive two-term presidents in a row. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. It is hard. It is hard to defeat an incumbent president. So when you, defeat that incumbent president, even though he got more votes, Donald Trump got more votes now than he did 4 years ago. When you defeat him, and then you defeat him with a number like that, it gives Joe Biden some leverage. He says it's a mandate. That's the question to be answered ahead.
So far, more than 4 million votes. Let's go to David Chalian. David, CNN was first to project that President-elect Biden was the winner of this election. Walk us through how our decision desk, our folks, came up with that, and we made this decision. It's not just a decision you make or I make or John King makes. There are a lot of people involved in this.
Yeah, no, we have an entire team of professionals. They are statistical professionals and experts. And, you know, all eyes were on Pennsylvania, and we were watching that Pennsylvania vote come in. And as we kept saying is we needed more vote to get to a certain threshold, an extraordinarily high confidence threshold that there was no way that Donald Trump in second place was going to be able to overtake Joe Biden in first place in the state of Pennsylvania. We were looking at in Nevada and Arizona and Georgia where Joe Biden was leading as well. But in the state of Pennsylvania, we finally, after that last batch of votes that came in from Philadelphia late this morning, we were able to see the margin that Biden had in Pennsylvania grow beyond 30,000 votes. Knowing what we knew about everything outstanding, the provisional ballots not yet counted, some of the mail ballots not yet counted, and how they were behaving and where they were coming from within the Commonwealth, well, that got us to that extraordinarily high level of confidence, like 99.7% certainty that there was no way that Donald Trump was going to be able to overtake Joe Biden, and that was able to make the call. But I do just want to add to what John King was saying broadly here. When you do look at how Joe Biden put back together, rebuilt that so-called blue wall that he promised he would, and expand a little bit into the Sun Belt in Arizona and Georgia. In these extraordinarily polarized times in American politics, winning the middle still matters. And what you see across the electorate nationally, remember, Donald Trump 4 years ago, he won independents in this country, people that identify themselves as independent. He won them by 4 points. Well, Joe Biden won them by 14 points in this country, and he did in a lot of the states where he flipped them from Trump states now to Biden states. So although we are polarized, and it was certainly a high turnout election, obviously, and both sides got their bases out, there was also an argument to the middle, to the political middle in this country, that Joe Biden won pretty resoundingly, Wolf.
Yeah, and speaking of turnout, John, let's take a look at it's amazing how many Americans voted in this election. There's a coronavirus pandemic. We had record numbers, 93% of the estimated electorate out there. So far, we've counted that. But look at those numbers.
And so there's conversations about this election will continue for months and years. Here's one lesson we hope every state takes and that the national government takes as well. If you give people more opportunities to vote, even in a pandemic, you can vote by mail, you can vote early more, expand that. Look what happens. Look what happens. That is a record-setting number for a candidate, the victorious candidate for President of the United States. And guess what? Democrats won't like this. That is the second highest vote total for any candidate for President of the United States ever. Turnout was up in this election. Everyone should celebrate that. Republicans aren't celebrating today, or at least not Trump supporters, but that is a number to celebrate. And let's just look at this right now. Let's look at this right now. The lead for Joe Biden, more than 4.1 million votes. Remember 4 years ago, Democrats remember this well. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote quite convincingly. Not that convincingly. And guess what? I'll just turn off the telestration for a minute. Guess what? We're not done here. We're not done here. Let me turn this one off. I'm sorry, make that go away. Let's look out at California right now. If those numbers are not going to turn that off so it doesn't come up, look at what has to be counted still. Only 77% of the vote counted in California. This is a blue state. That number for Joe Biden is absolutely going to increase. And again, I was talking earlier, 306 electoral votes. Joe Biden believes gives him some leverage. David Chalian just talking about winning the middle. That is important. How important, we'll see. We live in polarized times, but more votes from California. They're still counting in New York State, 81% there. It's a big blue state. Joe Biden's getting nearly 60% of the vote. So there is no doubt that Joe Biden's lead in the popular vote will extend itself as we go forward. So that's important, too. How important? That's what the first 100 days of the new administration will tell us. But when you have a sweeping win in the Electoral College, when you have a dramatic, historic win in the popular vote, and when you can say, look at my margin. Now, Republicans will say, okay, but that's it's all out in California. It's all out in New York. How did you do in the red states? Sure, that will be the fight ahead, but it helps.
Show us Texas.
It helps. You bring up Texas. One of the interesting things about Texas is remember all those Democratic hopes. Democrats have high hopes, and they have moved Texas slowly their way. In a presidential year, though, what we did learn is that Texas is still tough. It's a tough pull for the Democrats. They're making progress. You see Houston, Harris County. You see Dallas is blue in the suburbs around it. Austin, San Antonio, Laredo, out in El Paso, blue, but all this red in the middle. 52% for President Trump. Look at the vote total up. You go back 4 years ago, 52% for President Trump. Hillary Clinton at 44 there to round up. The third-party candidates had a bit more influence, but 43.5 for the Democrats 4 years ago, 46. So Joe Biden and Democrats can make the case. Maybe it's another step forward. Democrats, I think, have been overly optimistic about how quickly they can flip this state, but there is no doubt. There is no doubt that they are making more progress, and that's because of the growth, especially Harris County, where Houston is. Again, physically, it's the size of Rhode Island. If it left Texas, it would be the 25th largest state in the United States. This is a growing powerhouse in American politics, Harris County, Texas, within the state and beyond. And those are the things we'll go through over the next few weeks. Today is decisive day. Joe Biden becomes president-elect. Kamala Harris is about to make history as the first woman and first woman of color as vice president. And we will study all this as we go through the next several weeks to see what changed. I've been going through some of the states, and actually not a ton changed in terms of, we look off, and I can put them up here for you. Let me come in. This is America by county, right? America by county. And you look at this map, and again, Democrats win on the coasts. Republicans tend to win in the middle. Democrats get mad when you show this map because it looks so much more red, and yet the Democratic candidate has an overwhelming win in the popular vote. That's because, yes, the coasts are more populous than the middle of America. But middle of America still gets 2 senators, right? And so, Democrats always say we have more people because we have more votes. That is why they have a House majority. But if you watch all this play out, but Wolf, just one thing I want to show you. One of the things I look at are pivot counties. There are more than 200 of them, 206 counties that voted twice for Barack Obama and then flipped to Donald Trump. So one of my questions coming into 2020 was, how many of those can Joe Biden pull back? How many of those can he say, I understand you didn't like Hillary Clinton or you didn't like Washington. I speak to you. Please come back. Not all that many as we look. Not all that many. We'll get a final total. Some places are still counting. Not all that many. But in the state that made Joe Biden president, 2 of the 3, Erie County and Northampton County, did flip back. In a state that is incredibly close, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden did what he needed to do here. And again, Joe Biden will view this as a big victory because this is what he set out to do on day one when a lot of Democrats said he couldn't do it. Blue-collar places. You grew up in Buffalo. You know what Erie is like. These are blue-collar, hardworking people, people who work with their hands, middle-class families. It's very close. It's very close, but this is the kind of win that Joe Biden will take. It was close, Erie County 4 years ago, 49-47 for Trump. Joe Biden gets it back just by a little bit as you come up to 2020, but sometimes just by a little bit matters. Just by a little bit made Joe Biden president.
34,414 vote lead the President-elect Biden now has over Trump. David Chalian, the national picture, record numbers of voters out there, and Biden got more than 4 million more votes than Trump, but there's still plenty of votes out there. We don't have the full picture, and it could take days and days until all those votes are actually counted.
It could take a week or two until we really get a sense when all the certification deadlines come and we get that final approved total in each of these states. You remember, Wolf, in 2018, when the Democrats had that big wave year in the House of Representatives, so many of those races were in California that helped deliver the Democrats their majority. We had to wait for a while, many days, for all that vote to get counted and get a real sense of the picture. And I think the same is true here, especially given what we've just experienced over the last 5 days, this election during a pandemic when so many millions of Americans were voting by mail for the first time. And these elections officials across the country, God bless them all for doing their jobs, it just takes a while to count all that mail vote. So we're going to be a few days, a week or so, 10 days maybe, until we have a real picture of that final tally in the national popular vote, till we have a real sense of just how much Joe Biden did expand the map. And I just think, you don't want to draw too many conclusions about sort of how America settled finally into this election until you see that full vote total at the end of the day. We know Joe Biden and Donald Trump each made history here as the two presidential candidates with the highest vote total in American history. It was a hugely engaged electorate, and they got their sides out, obviously Joe Biden more so. And I just think when we get a more and more of this vote in, especially from California, you're just going to see Joe Biden's lead in the national vote grow to an even greater place in history.
And explain to our viewers, David, why there was this record national turnout. So many millions of people actually voted one way or another, whether early, day of, mail-in, absentee. They voted in these huge record numbers, even in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, well, one is the access to vote if you're voting by mail, and this will be studied now. Does that bring more people into the process? Is at the end of the day, did that get more people engaged in voting because it was something that they could do in their home and then drop it in the mailbox? There were so many states, Wolf, especially states across the Midwest, that really had no big history in vote by mail, in absentee voting. You needed a real legitimate excuse in order to get an absentee ballot in a lot of these states. And that went away with the coronavirus. So those states said, no, you don't need an excuse anymore. Now you can vote by mail. And there was a lot of encouragement from political actors on the Democratic side specifically to do so. And so I think you're going to see now an electorate that has experienced what it's like to have multiple options and multiple ways to cast its ballot. And it may be something that's now here as a part of our future long after coronavirus hopefully goes away.
Very, very important indeed. John, we're talking about the Democrats winning the White House, but there's a House of Representatives that's been at play as well. The Democrats look like they're going to still be in the majority, but they've lost a bunch of seats.
Right, so the margins mean everything, because I'll break it down in just a second, but let's, so Joe Biden will be president. We'll have a Democratic president, right? Donald Trump will leave. But right now, the balance of power in the Senate is still up at play. There'll be 2 runoffs in January in Georgia, but it'll be evenly divided either way. Either the Republicans will have it by a seat or 2, or the Democrats will get it 50-50. So an evenly divided Washington there. So what about the House of Representatives? Well, here's where we came into Election Day. 232 Democrats, 1 Libertarian, and 197 Republicans, right? And so now where are we now? We're not quite to the finish line here. We're still counting in some of these races, but the Democrats are down to 222 seats at the moment. This is ahead. 222 seats where Democrats are leading right now, 213 where Republicans are leading. This is very significant. 15 Republicans are leading in districts right now held by Democrats. Only 3 Democrats are leading in districts right now held by Republicans. Now, these are the races we have called, and you see the numbers go down because we're still counting votes. Just like in the presidential race, we're still counting votes. The Democrats will hold the majority. They have 212 right now called, Republicans 197. But again, the final composition, how much of a majority does Nancy Pelosi have, assuming she's reelected as Speaker? How does Joe Biden have relationships with that House? How many of the centrist Democrats, Kendra Horn in Oklahoma, for example, gone? Right? So what is the composition? Is it more liberals because more conservative Democrats lose? Do they put pressure on Joe Biden on issues like climate change and on health care, and then he has to deal with the Senate calculations? So the presidency is the big story today, obviously, because Donald Trump is now going to be a one-term president. Joe Biden will become the president-elect in 74 days. But this is a fascinating finish for Joe Biden, and you're trying to figure out how much leverage do I have. Again, last night he said he believes he has a mandate. We will hear from him tonight outlining his policy agenda. He will have Democratic allies in the House, but a smaller majority, without a doubt, a smaller Democratic majority in the House, and then the uncertainty of the Senate. So as he plans these early steps for the next several days at least, and through the middle of January when it comes to those runoffs in Georgia, Joe Biden cannot be exactly sure of the balance of power and the leverage he will and will not have here in Washington when it comes to huge issues. Remember, he's promised to act on climate change. He wants a fundamental different tax code than Donald Trump. He wants to build on Obamacare. Remember the fights on Obamacare back in the Obama administration? Barack Obama then had a Democratic House, and they had the Senate at first, and then the Republicans came sweeping in the 2010 midterm. So there are big issues on the table in a very still evenly divided Washington, even though we'll have a new Democratic president.
Yeah, you and I spoke to several of the House Democratic leaders over these past several weeks. They were expecting to gain seats. The Democrats would gain seats in the House. They're losing seats in the House of Representatives, so they're obviously deeply disappointed in that. The Republicans have been picking up seats.
And that gets back to this. That does get back to this, that the President of the United States lost. The President of the United States is a one-term president. The President of the United States who said, I can't believe I would ever lose to Joe Biden. Any election I lose in is rigged. Well, he lost to Joe Biden, and it's not rigged. However, he did, because he did turn out his vote. Because of that record-setting vote, President Trump actually helped his party in this election. There's no doubt about that. When you look at the close Senate races, when you look at at least a handful or more Republican gains in the House, Republican turnout was up. And when it comes to House races, Republican turnout has to be up where Republicans live in those House districts. There's absolutely no question President Trump helped his party even as he lost this election. That is just undeniable. And you see it in places like North Carolina, where we haven't called this yet for the president, but he is leading here, and the Republican candidate leading in the Senate race. There's just absolutely no question. Even in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham was on the ballot. Everyone thought, is that a close race? Wolf, in the end, it was not. Donald Trump carried South Carolina. Lindsey Graham, his friend, won re-election. Wolf?
Take a look at this, John. We'll show our viewers the celebrations that are going on around the country. Celebrations that Joe Biden is now the president-elect of the United States, whether in Atlanta or Chicago, Washington, D.C., New York, Philadelphia. People have just gone out on the streets. They are so excited, so happy right now. They're celebrating, this is in Washington, near Lafayette Park over there, the Black Lives Matter Plaza, as it's called now. You see the folks in D.C., and this is Philadelphia, what's going on in Philadelphia right now. They're so excited. They're wearing masks. There's not much social distancing, but they are at least wearing masks. Jake?
Wolf, among the historic firsts that are occurring with this election, one that probably not a lot of people care about, but my next guest does, Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware. Joe Biden will be the first president from Delaware. Congratulations on that, and congratulations on your friend becoming elected president-elect, Senator.
Thank you, Jake. This is a remarkable day where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are now clearly on track to be our next president and vice president. And the people of Delaware are just jubilant. I mean, there were tears of joy, cowbells, cars honking, people cheering in my neighborhood when the announcement was made that a number of major news organizations had called the election for Joe Biden. And frankly, I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg and John Lewis and John McCain are looking down on us and smiling. It was thrilling to hear the sounds of jubilation that you just played from cities and towns across the country. We've got a lot of tough work ahead to bring this country together, but today's a day to celebrate.
Have you spoken with President-elect Biden today?
I have not spoken with him yet today. A number of the senior members of the campaign team and I have talked and texted, but I'm excited for his speech tonight. There will be a record crowd down at the riverfront and fireworks that I think will light up the sky for all Delawareans.
What does Joe Biden need to say in his first speech to the country as president-elect? What are you anticipating that he'll do?
Well, Jake, the thing about Joe's campaign for the presidency is he's been remarkably consistent since he first announced in Philadelphia last April to that landmark speech he gave recently in Gettysburg to his recent remarks in Warm Springs, Georgia. He's been focused on bringing our country together, on governing as an American president, not a Democratic president, and as someone who's got the vision and the plans to bring us out of this mess, to address the pandemic, together with his vice president, to build back better our economy, and to tackle long unresolved issues of racial injustice. This is an historic day, not just for Joe and Delaware, but for Kamala Harris and for all of us who are excited to see the first a black woman who is the daughter of immigrants ascend to the vice presidency. This is a day where I think Joe's message and Kamala's message will be one of unity, focusing on the very challenging work ahead and of respecting the differences between the 75 million Americans who will have voted for Joe and Kamala and the roughly 70 million who will have voted for Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and finding a way forward together.
Well, let's talk about those 70 million, because President-elect Biden has talked for a long time about his desire to unite the country, to heal divisions. 70 million Americans didn't vote for him. Now, I get 75 million did, but how to unify the country when the nation is so deeply divided?
It's going to be challenging, but I'll remind you, the American people have become exhausted with 4 years of just relentless chaos, with tweeting at 3 in the morning, with unpredictability, with a president who was more skilled at maintaining a reality TV audience than he was at actually leading as president. And so Joe's going to have to come out of the gate with a number of initiatives and proposals that will be focused to win bipartisan support. And that will be challenging in the Senate, particularly if Mitch McConnell is the majority leader. But the things that are right in front of us to do, tackling the pandemic, developing and distributing a vaccine, coming up with a bipartisan investment package that will rebuild our roads and bridges and buy American and put people back to work. These are things that can and should be bipartisan initiatives before we get on to some of the more challenging issues like health care or climate change.
All right, Senator Chris Coons, Democrat of Delaware, longtime supporter of former Vice President, now President-elect Joe Biden. Congratulations. Drinks are on me at the Rusty Rudder tonight.
Thanks, Jake.
Talk to you later.
Big day for
Delaware. That was some beach humor.
A little Delaware bar. Yeah, I mean, it's you get a little sense of the joy people feel about their hometowns by how obnoxious I am about being from Philadelphia. That's an entire state that has never elected a president before. Right. And now Joe Biden is not just a Delawarean. He is the most famous Delawarean in the world.
And Chris Coons has Joe Biden's old Senate seat.
Yeah.
And so not only is Joe Biden a mentor to him, he is a predecessor in the United States Senate. And, you know, he, like so many Democrats, worked really, really hard to get Joe Biden to the place he is today as president-elect. One of the questions I have as I was watching him is, will CNN projected that he's going to go on for his second full term in the Senate. He was up on the ballot with Joe Biden, but is he going to stay there? Is he going to go into a Biden cabinet? I mean, he's an important member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Will he want to do that? So that's one question. It leads me to think about all the other spaces that Joe Biden is going to have to fill and how he's going to have that balancing act that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, and Coons, in addition to being a very decent person, as we all know him to be, is one of the more moderate Democrats. And there's been a debate about what some of the more liberal Democratic allies of Joe Biden will want in a cabinet. But it seems to me that Joe Biden has been in a particular lane as a politician, and it seems to me that his instincts would be in elevating people who can double down on his message of being an even-handed president, even while he is an unapologetic Democrat. I wouldn't be surprised to see if someone like a Chris Coons ends up doing something, though he just won his seat in Delaware. I've also been thinking about just this period of time. I mean, the next couple of weeks, he is not the president yet, but the current president has just left the golf course and really seems to be not focused on the remaining parts of the job. He's obviously focused on fighting the fact that Joe Biden was elected president. So I think there's going to be a huge vacuum, and Joe Biden's going to actually have a lot to do right now to fill that vacuum.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do want to say something. I don't want to throw cold water on the whole notion of what Biden's going to be able to do. But progressives were very disappointed in the Obama administration because Barack Obama governed as a center-left politician. Barack Obama was not the wild-haired liberal that people depicted him as. He was center-left. He was very much in the mold of Joe Biden, even though their styles are very different and probably their personal politics are a little bit different. But that's how he governed. And the Republicans were as obstructionist as they could be once they got control of the Senate. I don't know what Mitch McConnell is going to do. He's got a real decision ahead of him.
You're right. He got one of the reasons why he partnered so strongly with Donald Trump was because he got so many judges onto the bench, never mind 3 Supreme Court judges. But maybe he'll look at Joe Biden as his former deal maker, and it can actually make some good policy for the country. Hope springs eternal. I know. Let's just be hopeful today. Come on, Jake.
Joe Biden wins this historic race for the White House and will be the 46th president of the United States of America. He and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will speak live tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. There's more coverage ahead before that, of course. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues with Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett right after this quick break.
I'm Anderson Cooper alongside Aaron Burnett. We want to welcome viewers here in the U.S. and around the world. A historic day. We have been witnessing the Joseph R. Biden Jr. elected 46th president of the United States, defeating incumbent President Donald J. Trump, now facing the challenge of leading the country after one of the most bitter races in modern history.
Well, Anderson, Biden, of course, turned 78 this month. He will become the oldest person sworn into the office. His achievement capping 4 decades of public service and two previously unsuccessful runs for president. Dr. Jill Biden tweeting out this photo today. Doctor and the president live here, as you see, putting her hand over Vice. Also making history, Kamala Harris, the first woman, the first person of color to serve in the second highest office in this nation.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
And we have seen jubilant crowds flooding the streets of major cities, waving flags, dancing, honking horns, voters choosing to end the volatile Trump presidency. And certainly in some cities in this country, Anderson, you can feel the excitement people feel right now.
Yeah, that is certainly the case. President Trump has told allies he has no plans to concede, no plans to invite Biden to the White House for the traditional Oval Office meeting. But the people have spoken. Biden has not only won the Electoral College, but more than 74 million votes, the most ever cast for a presidential candidate in American history. I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, they were obviously not only elated, I'm sure, at headquarters, but also working furiously about what comes next. We expect Biden to address the president-elect to address the nation tonight. What are you hearing?
Anderson, Joe Biden will address, we should say President-elect Joe Biden will address the nation this evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time from his hometown here in Wilmington, Delaware. The stage behind me, as we've seen all week long, has been at the ready for this moment. And tonight he will deliver that victory speech, and I am told it is going to be like many of the speeches he's given in recent days. He'll be calling for a unifying moment and period for the country. He'll reach out to those who did not vote for him and say he will govern for them as the 46th president. Now, we're also going to hear from Senator Kamala Harris, who will be the vice president, a historic role in its own right, we should point out. The first woman vice president of the United States, the first woman of color to be the vice president of the United States. So she, I'm told, will talk first, and then Joe Biden will talk after her. But Anderson, they are already at work getting ready for the transition to power, the transition to government. I'm told one of their first steps will come on Monday, announcing a coronavirus task force, a 12-member task force to really tackle one of the biggest challenges that is facing this incoming administration. It's an open question how the Trump administration will cooperate and participate with them. But the Biden administration, soon to be, is not waiting for that. They are moving forward with that. But I'm told in the hours since he was declared the winner in his native state of Pennsylvania, he's been fielding phone calls, including from Barack Obama, the former president, his partner, who played a key role in this election. First, by staying on the sidelines throughout the Democratic process, intentionally stayed on the sidelines so Joe Biden could make his own way. A difficult primary for him, of course, but in the end, these closing weeks, Barack Obama was key out on the road in states like Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Georgia, and Florida, which came up short. So that was one phone call. Also, from Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer, who spoke with Mr. Biden on a conference call interestingly, Senator Schumer held up the phone. He was on a street in Brooklyn, so Mr. Biden could hear the cheering there that we're seeing it happen in so many cities across the country. So we're not expected to see Joe Biden until he delivers those remarks here this evening. But certainly this is the beginning of his major challenge of trying to, A, unify the country and tackle these challenges. This is what he said in a statement, which is the words we've heard from him. Let's take a look at this. He said, "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and in Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America. With the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite and to heal. We are the United States of America," Mr. Biden says, "and there's nothing we can't do if we do it together." So those words, of course, coming as we see those pictures coming in around the country celebrating Mr. Biden, but of course his challenge is unifying those who did not vote for him. And again, those folks will be the central theme of his message tonight here as well, Anderson.
Yeah, Jeff Zeleny, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Aaron?
All right, and not surprisingly, President Trump has made it clear he definitely does not accept that he has lost, and Joe Biden has won the election. Let's get to the White House and CNN's Jim Acosta. You know, Jim, we were just looking at a sort of an aerial shot there. We could see people gathering outside. The president obviously was on the golf course when he found this out, and now headed back. Tell me what you're seeing there, what's happening.
Aaron, it's an incredible scene here at the White House. I can tell you, we've been here all morning, all afternoon, and you can hear the celebrations coming from the streets of Washington around the White House grounds. We've been hearing that all day long. You're looking at these live pictures right now, Black Lives Matter Plaza. That's the crowd outside St. John's Episcopal Church. It's worth noting to our viewers, Aaron, for those who have not already figured this out on their own, that is the same scene where the administration brutally cleared protesters, used tear gas like chemicals on protesters to clear that area so the president could have that photo op where he held up the Bible in front of that church back on June the 1st. Now it is a scene of celebration. I mean, it's one of those tweets you might see out there, how it started, how it's going. I mean, that paints the picture right now. The other image we can show you here on the streets of Washington, over on 17th Street, heading back towards the White House complex, the U.S. Secret Service has cleared off that area. That is where the president's motorcade will arrive shortly. So he will be arriving back at the White House. That's it right there. He'll be arriving back at the White House in the next couple of minutes to a scene of a city that is celebrating his departure, that he is now the outgoing president of the United States. Now, of course, Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. He released a statement earlier today after Joe Biden was declared the winner. He is not accepting that Joe Biden has won this election. We don't need to read from that statement. It's full of more of the same false information that we've been seeing from the president in his tweets and so on. But he is saying, his team is saying, that they're going to start filing some of these legal challenges starting on Monday to contest these election results in these various states. But I can tell you, Aaron, talking to Trump advisors, people inside the president's own campaign cannot point us to any evidence of voter fraud. I talked to one advisor earlier this morning who said nothing concrete. We have nothing concrete that would point anybody, a judge for that matter, to any instances of voter fraud. And so the president right now is playing with a losing hand. He's been out on the golf course all day long, essentially trying to avoid the scene that he's coming back to right now. There is a chance we may see the president later on this evening. They haven't called a full lid for the day. Perhaps he'll want to come out and make a statement. But, you know, if past his prologue, consider what he was saying Thursday night. I was there in the White House briefing room, and when he just sort of had a meltdown in front of everybody and could not accept what was on its way to happening. And I suspect, Aaron, if he does it again, he's going to have the same kind of episode. And it'll just be a further embarrassment, not only to the president's team, but to the Republican Party, something that a lot of people inside the campaign, a lot of people inside the Republican Party would like to avoid. But no question about it, Aaron, you know, I've been in Washington all my life. I grew up here. And I've never seen a scene like this outside the grounds of the White House. The only thing I can compare it to is the mission to take out Osama bin Laden, the hostages coming home from Iran. I went and saw that as a spectator as a grade school kid. You just don't see this kind of celebration, and maybe after a Super Bowl or a World Series championship, you just don't see many celebrations like this in Washington, and we're seeing one this evening. This is a president who has demonized people who use the First Amendment, not just the press, but also protesters. And I can tell you, having been out in this crowd, I was out in this crowd earlier this afternoon. These are peaceful protesters, up until this point, very peaceful. Also wearing masks, Aaron, people being very safe. Yes, they're in large crowds. There's no question about it. It's a risk for the coronavirus. But almost everybody I saw out there was wearing a mask as they were exercising their First Amendment rights and celebrating the departure.
Just we all wonder what the president is thinking as he sees this outside. So, you talk about being in that crowd. When you look at that crowd, it is something that we are seeing in many places across the country, certainly here in New York. We heard it, the horns, people out in the streets, people waving, cheering, cowbells. Joe Biden's victory has sparked celebrations in other cities across this country, and our CNN reporters are live on the ground for us. Let's go outside the White House to that crowd that you can see. Vivian Salama is in the midst of it. So, Vivian, tell me, what are you seeing?
And it certainly is a celebration out here. We're on the south side of the White House, which you can see behind me. In fact, Jim was just talking about BLM Plaza, Black Lives Matters Plaza, which is on the north side of the White House. We were there earlier and we actually lost our live signal because the crowds are so dense that the signal actually jammed up and we actually couldn't really talk to you. And so I want to take you for a little bit of a walk just so you can get a sense how many people are here on the south side, which is a little bit of a lighter crowd, but still an enormous crowd. People lined up on the street behind me. This is Constitution Avenue, and you can see just swarms of people lined up here celebrating. Of course, it's a warm day here in D.C., and so a lot of people out here just enjoying the weather, but also celebrating. People I've spoken to all over the National Mall here talking about, they're happy that President Trump is out. They say he was a threat to democracy, some of them. Others saying that they like Joe Biden, they think he's a good guy, and that he's going to do good things for the country. And so I've been talking to folks all over, and you can see the National Monument behind me here. Folks gathering around, swarming at the base of the monument. Folks I've been talking to bringing their children here to celebrate, saying that this is a change happening, basically. It's a history in the making. And so they really wanted to have their children out here, come as a family, and just be part of this celebration. In fact, there's one family I've been speaking to right now, the Bernsteins here, who came from Maryland and have joined the party. They came as a family here. How are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. Can you tell CNN viewers here why you came out here as a family, where you're coming from, and just what brought you out here today?
Sure, we come from Tacoma Park, Maryland, just outside of town, and we got in the car to drive around. We decided to just keep going until we got here. It's such an important day. We finally are going to have a president after 4 years who we can trust to tell us the truth.
And you mentioned to me earlier when we were chatting that a couple of you have volunteered, including your daughter over here and others.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you did here?
I was texting for the Biden campaign because I wanted a president that would actually help our country and not discriminate against many people.
Okay, and that's great. And so you were saying that you were texting in Spanish because you're taking Spanish in school. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent. And so, what made you come out here? Why did you want your children to be part of this event?
It's just a historic moment. We did when the Supreme Court approved gay marriage. This was maybe 5 years ago, and I brought the kids down. We went to the Supreme Court, and I have the same feeling today, where it's like I want them to remember this. I want them to be part of this, and just really be cognizant of how important it is that Biden won today.
Thank you so much. And so we've been hearing this from a lot of people here. It's just in general, they wanted to be here with their families to be part of this historic moment outside the White House today. I'll hand it back to you, but we'll be continuing to be part of this gathering going forward for the rest of the day.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. Anderson.
Joining me now, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator Sanders, first, your reaction, to seeing all these people out in the streets celebrating, and to President-elect Biden's win.
Well, I congratulate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for their great victory here in Burlington, Vermont. I think we have people out on the streets as well and all over the country. And the reason for that is that this was, Anderson, an election like we have never seen in our lifetimes, because it went really, really deep. It was about whether or not we remain a country that believes in the Constitution, that believes in the rule of law, and that believes in democracy. And thank God, democracy won out. So I just wish Joe and Kamala the very, very best in leading our country.
We know President Trump has not conceded. We know it seems like he has no plans to invite President-elect Biden to the White House at this point. What are your thoughts about just what this transition is going to be like?
Well, whether Trump concedes or not is not relevant. Biden has won the election. He's going to be inaugurated. What is important right now, it seems to me, is that we understand the need to bring our people together at a time when so many of our people are hurting. And I think, Anderson, that's not widely perceived. You got millions of people who are unemployed, people working at starvation wages, people who have no health insurance, people who can't afford to go to school, can't afford college, dysfunctional child care system. So I don't envy Joe Biden in terms of the enormous, enormous challenges he faces, including systemic racism, including climate change, a crumbling infrastructure, you name it, that's what he's going to have to deal with. And our job right now is to bring people together, it seems to me, around an agenda that works for all people, everybody. Republicans, Democrats know you got to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. They know that health care is a human right. We cannot continue being the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. They know that we must deal with the existential threat of climate change. So I think the challenge is to reach out to people and say, we hear your pain, and we have the courage to take on the big money interests, the 1%, the campaign contributors who have exerted so much power over the political and economic agenda of America. Now it's time for working people to be heard and for their pain to be addressed.
You know, one of the messages you had during your campaign, and the Democrats certainly hoped would be the case here, is that there'd be such an overwhelming turnout and such a wave of Democratic victories in the House, in the Senate, obviously in the White House as well, that significant change on a Democratic platform would be possible, though Joe Biden has won, is now the president-elect. There were not the same victories in the House. In fact, the Republicans gained seats in the House. They maintained control of the Senate. What sort of a mandate do you think President-elect Biden actually has? And how well, in terms of getting an agenda, clearly you would like a progressive agenda across?
Well, I think he has a very, very strong mandate, Anderson. And I think if you look at the issues one by one, do people think that health care is a human right? Are they happy with a dysfunctional health care system which makes billions for the drug companies and the insurance companies, leaving 90 million uninsured or underinsured? They're not. Are they happy that tens of millions make starvation wages, 10, 12 bucks an hour? No, they are not. Do they think we have to deal with systemic racism in this country? Immigration reform? Most people do. Most people do. Are they sick and tired of the growing gap between the people on top and the billionaire class is doing phenomenally well right now, while so many of our people are struggling? So I think if you look at this country issue by issue and what the American people want, you know what? They want an agenda that stands up for them, for working families, of black and white and Latino. That's the agenda that they want. And they want Congress to have the courage to take on the powers that be.
Senator Bernie Sanders, I appreciate your joining us in this historic day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It is a historic moment for the country, and we're seeing people out in the streets in cities across the country after the election of President-elect Joe Biden. So we go to break. Let's just listen to the sound of a celebration in Chicago. People in the streets after the defeat of President Donald Trump by President-elect Joe Biden.
All right, of course, you see celebrations happening, as we said, in cities across this country, and we're going to be taking you to the ground just to see what is happening. That's Washington, D.C. Let's get some more perspective on this historic moment. It is an historic moment, an historic day. Joe Biden going to be the next president of the United States. Joining me now, presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, also the author of Leadership in Turbulent Times. Doris, thank you very much for being with me. So There is this moment, you know, that we are in right now, watching this happen on a day that is a very warm, glorious fall day across much of this country, and people are out celebrating. Today, Kamala history is making history in her own right. She will be the nation's first woman, first black, first South Asian vice president. What does this mean for the country?
You know, I think when we look at the massive turnout, if that becomes a habit, history's going to look back on this election and really see it at an important moment. Think about it. In the past, only sometimes 50% of our people voted. This time, despite the pandemic, because of the provisions we put in, perhaps, which may become permanent now, mail-in voting and early voting. It's always been crazy to me that people should have to stay online one day to vote. You know, as presidents have said, voting is the power in a democracy. Lyndon Johnson said, without it, other votes, other rights are meaningless because it allows us to control our destinies. You know, I think in a certain extent, if we become participants and not spectators in our democracy, trust in government will rise again. It won't be some foreign body out there. It's us. It's we the people. The statistic that really scared me before this election was the idea that 77% of the people used to believe in the mid-1960s that government did right almost all or all of the time. It's down to lower than 20% right now. But maybe if we're part of the process and we continue to vote at these rates, even more rates without a pandemic, without voter suppression, then we'll have control of the democracy, and that's the most important thing.
I mean, it is crucial when you think about it, and you know, this should be permanent, right? That these various ways, right, to enfranchise people, it's sort of one of those things that was staring us right in the face, that the solution to it could have been really this easy, to have early voting and mail-in, and we didn't do it until now. I mean, it's incredible perspective that you offer. Donald Trump is now, though, Doris, only the 10th president in American history to be rejected by voters in his quest for a second term. How will he be remembered?
Well, it'll take a while, of course, for us to remember, but right now he's facing an important decision because one of the most important norms that a person who loses an election faces is to concede that election and allow that peaceful transfer of power to go forward. I mean, ever since elections have been covered by television since 1952, that concession speech becomes the end of the story. We all need to know that this is passed and we're starting forward. And every single one of those candidates has come forward and said, we fought hard, but now it's time to draw us together. Think of what Gore did at the time. After 35, 37 days, the Supreme Court makes a decision, and he says, I don't agree with this decision, but it is the rule of law, it's the honored institutions, and I ask my supporters to go with me. So one of the ways he's going to be remembered is if he doesn't give a concession speech soon, if he doesn't make that peaceful transference of power, that's going to be a very, very tough mark on his legacy.
What, Doris, will be the significance of it in terms of transfer of power? When you have, spent your whole life studying presidential transfers of power and presidents, what is at stake if he does not do this the right way?
You know, what is at stake is that it's a signal to your supporters that despite this loss, this is our government now. This is the new president, and you've got to give them a chance, and you've got to come forward and accept this decision. If not, it's really creates that hole that stays in the society. I mean, from the very beginning, when George Washington decided not to run for a third term, if he had stayed forever, it might have been a dictator, or it might have been a king or a queen, but he decided that it was a civilian transfer of power. He could have had it as a general. He could have stayed in power and just become president, but this is our system, and every single president has done this. So it's really an important moment for allowing us to move forward, start again, and hopefully bring the country together, at least at the start, to make a chance that we've got to reset.
Yeah, you think about all these moments, and John McCain, I remember his speech, so eloquent, and you see the pain as they make it, but yet the importance of that moment, of that concession. Doris, thank you so much.
In fact,
I'm glad to
really
talk to you.
The conceder is the star of the night in some ways, usually.
It is. It's a beautiful way to say it. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right, and Anderson, as we're talking to Doris, we're seeing the reaction across this country.
Yeah, we've been watching that now. Spontaneous crowds in the streets in various cities. Our reporters are all across the country in cities as Americans fill the streets, making their, or I should say, supporters of this result in the election fill the streets. I want to bring in CNN's Polo Sandoval in New York. So set the scene for us. You're in Times Square. What are you seeing?
Anderson, you would think that the Yankees just won the World Series based on the massive crowds that are coming together on the streets of New York City. I want to step out of the shot so that you can see what Times Square looks like right now, Anderson. It's basically turned into a massive, peaceful block party. In fact, the NYPD early on sealed off some of the streets that are directly accessing this part of New York City, because I have to tell you, I've seen multiple bottles of champagne that have been uncorked in the middle of Broadway. There's definitely a celebratory mood here. As you look over the crowd, yes, mostly masked folks who are gathering here. What we're seeing here is they're celebrating this victory as a sign that the nation is perhaps taking a turn towards unity. And that, I think you see that, Anderson, where yes, there are plenty of pro-Biden and anti-Trump signs, but more than anything, what I'm seeing a lot of are American flags, are people who are coming out in support of the nation in general. In fact, one woman, Janice Wright, a New Yorker here, shared with me a little while ago that now she feels like she has hope again, that she no longer has to hang her head in shame anymore, to quote her. And I think that that's really what we're seeing a lot of here in the Big Apple and really in cities across the country. But what's also important here, Anderson, is that multiple businesses are boarded up. Obviously, the days leading up to the election, there has been this concern, this fear of uncertainty of what kind of reaction we might get, particularly from perhaps some of those who wanted to see the re-election of President Trump. So that is certainly a reminder that that is still a concern at this hour, but mainly it is all about a massive, safe celebration that we're seeing here on the streets of New York City, and it's going to likely go on into this evening, Anderson.
And Polo, obviously, you know, it may not have gotten as much coverage given the election that's been going on for the last several days, but the pandemic right now is at an alarming high. We're seeing more cases over the last several days than we have seen anywhere else in the world at any time. So obviously that is a concern. That's the backdrop for this. It may not be foremost on many people's minds today, certainly people in that crowd, but most people, it does look like a lot of the people we see are wearing masks, though clearly not social distancing.
Yeah, the reality, Anderson, is that social distancing is going to be hard to come by, or nearly impossible, right, when you look at these scenes behind me. But I have been able to count the number of people I've seen without a mask with one hand. So I think that, yes, people are taking those precautions, but many people here are also taking in the historical significance of this and are choosing to want to be a part of this, albeit taking the right precautions like wearing a mask. I've seen people using hand sanitizer, obviously, and trying to keep their distance. But the reality is, if you're coming to Times Square, you're obviously going to find that very difficult to do. So these are the pictures that I leave you with here right now, Anderson. Again, people coming together in Times Square, the crossroads of the world, people from all walks of life that are obviously seeing this as, the way they describe it to me, as a new day.
Yep. Polo Sandoval, appreciate it. Let's go to Shimon Prokupecz, who is in Philadelphia. Shimon, what's the scene there?
Yeah, so Anderson, we're outside the convention center here in Philadelphia, where the count has been taking place. And Philadelphia is known for its sports fans, and that's what it feels like out here. Many people, it's almost as if they're celebrating a championship. We've seen people with champagne bottles. We've seen people, of course, chanting and celebrating all through the crowd. Many of these people marched here. They were at a different area, and then they marched over here. And then now most of them are just have been standing here and just celebrating. The other thing that's going on here, Anderson, is that on the other side, I want to show you, there are Trump signs. There are Trump supporters who have been here also for several days. And so there's been a face-off between the Biden supporters and then, of course, the Trump supporters. And then I just want to bring in Angie here, who's a resident of Philadelphia.
Yes.
Tell me what this has been like for you today. Tell me.
We made history today, baby. We made history.
It's been history. How does it feel for you to be here with all these people?
I love it. I love it so much.
Thank you. So, Anderson, the other thing, most of the people here say this is historic. For them, they did never expect it to have a day like this. Certainly, a lot of them have suffered through this year because of the pandemic. Many people losing jobs, and just to be out here in this crowd together has meant a lot for them. The celebrations are expected to continue here through the night. The police have basically closed off this entire area and have allowed the Biden supporters to stay here and chant and celebrate. And as you can hear behind me here, more of the Biden supporters just chanting over at the Trump supporters. They've been playing a lot of the music from Trump's campaign. And actually, a lot of the Biden supporters have been dancing to it. We've heard the Village People, the YMCA, and so they've been singing along. And now you can hear them chanting at them to go home. So this is expected to continue through the night in what has really become one big party here, Anderson.
And Shimon, do you know how this started? I mean, was it, did it go out on social media? Was it, groups that had organized that just said, oh, or was it just kind of individuals, a couple of people coming out and then more people joined?
Yeah, so what happened here, Anderson, I'm going to walk a little bit so you can see behind me. This has been an area where for the last several days, a lot of protesters have been gathering because the convention center is where they've been counting the ballots. It's historic here because this city really clinched ultimately the presidency for Biden. So many people were gathering here for days, asked the people inside the convention centers were counting. And so what happened is for days, there was a DJ set up here. They were chanting, count, keep counting. They are not here today, but this has become the place where many of the Biden supporters have been gathering, and also the Trump supporters. But the Biden supporters have certainly outnumbered them here the last several days. And so what happened, as CNN projected that Biden would win the presidency, everyone from around here, from this city, started coming here. And that is how all this grew into what it is now. And as you can see, the other thing, it's really amazing. There's so many young people, Anderson, a diverse crowd. There were some older people here, but mostly now it's been a lot of the younger people who are just so excited to be here, to be part of this. For many of them, this is truly, truly historic. Yeah. I have to say, in talking to some people here, they did not expect to see a moment like this.
Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Joining me now, someone who once hoped he'd be named the next president, 2020 presidential candidate Andrew Yang joins us. Andrew, your reaction to President-elect Biden?
I could not be any happier, Anderson. Joe and Kamala defeated Donald Trump. When we were on the trail, that was the mission. Mission accomplished. We did it. I am, like millions of other Americans, exultant today and excited to turn the page for our country. I was celebrating for the last number of hours, ever since CNN called it.
Biden is moving forward with the transition process. We're told he plans to announce a coronavirus task force on Monday. How do you think he should deal with what's going on with the White House, President Trump's refusal to concede? How do you think he should handle that?
I think he's taking the right approach. We have so much work to do in so little time. And I'm happy to say it seems like Trump is going to be, in your words, an obese turtle on his back, just flailing around, Anderson, while Joe and Kamala are already starting to put the work in to build the team, to figure out how we're going to address the coronavirus, the recession, and so many of the other problems. I will say that the major variable still on the table is whether Joe and Kamala will have a unified government in the form of a Senate that isn't beholden to Mitch McConnell, and that will be determined on January 5th in 2 special elections in Georgia. So if you are celebrating Joe's victory today, you should really be intent on helping those Senate races go blue on January 5th.
But by the way, I should say that I regret using those words because that's not the person I really want to be, and it was in the heat of the moment, and I regret it. But right now, Biden's progressive agenda is it's difficult. Obviously, there's a lot of expectations on all sides of the political aisle. I talked to Bernie Sanders just a short time ago. There's a lot of progressives who want seats on the cabinet, who have expectations about promises that were made or, how this race was won and the support that they gave. it's going to be difficult both for resistance that President-elect Biden is going to face from Republicans, but also from the left wing of the Democratic Party.
Right now, everyone is just thrilled that Trump is gone, and we're going to be thrilled to try to work together with Joe and Kamala and the team. I'm sure there will be jockeying for positions. Everyone always wants to have their person in a key role. But the celebration today is about the fact that Biden-Harris team is going to be infinitely better for progressives, for the vast majority of Americans than a continuation of the Trump era.
Hey, Andrew, if you could just stay with us for a second. I just want to check in with our Omar Jimenez, who is in Chicago, monitoring what is going on there in terms of the celebrations. Omar, what are you seeing?
I voted for the first time on the election.
Hey, Omar, it's Anderson Harris. You're on the air. What's the situation there in Chicago? Andrew, let's get back to you. Thanks for sticking around. Glad we asked you to stay around. Yeah, I mean, just in terms of what lies ahead, has anyone from the Biden campaign talked to you about a possible role?
I haven't talked to them in a little while, which is A-OK. I did text Kamala a few minutes ago. But to me, right now, they have their hands full trying to put the team together. I'd be thrilled to be part of the team. They know that. Right now, I'm intent on trying to help make sure that those Georgia races head in the right direction. So I'd actually expect to be campaigning in Georgia myself over the next little while. They have a lot of work to do. But a lot of attention should be paid to what's happening in Georgia. I wouldn't be surprised to see Joe and Kamala head there before too long.
Explain the importance to Democrats of the two runoff races in Georgia.
We remember Mitch McConnell playing the obstructionist during the Obama years, and we are set to return to that because right now he is going to be the majority leader. But the two races in Georgia on January 5th would actually make it 50-50 if they both go to Democrats, and then Kamala becomes a tie-breaking vote. So you can imagine a Biden administration with the House and the Senate aligned. That's one version of the world. Or the other version of the world, the one that we are dealing with right now, is that Mitch McConnell will have to approve everything that goes through Congress. That's a very, very big difference, Anderson. And which world we're in is going to be determined on January 5th in Georgia.
In terms of the, Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, still adjusting to getting the terms right. President-elect Biden. Yeah. President-elect Biden has talked about announcing a coronavirus task force on Monday. This pandemic has not gone away. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention just in the last several days because the nation's been focused on this race. But the pandemic is actually at an all-time high in this country. We've seen record numbers of new cases in each of the last several days. How difficult is it going to be, do you think, for the transition? Because clearly both people, President-elect Biden has a very different approach to the importance of mask wearing, social distancing than President Trump had.
This is the tough reality, Anderson, is that having a competent administration will not make the coronavirus any better in many, many communities. I mean, you're going to have much better unity in terms of messaging around the need for social distancing and mask wearing. You'll have better coordination, federal resources that can help get PPE into the hands of various schools and the rest of it. But we are seeing record highs in many, many locations. The winter is going to be very difficult in terms of coronavirus. And one thing that frustrated me was the notion that if you had better people in government, that we would be able to turn the page like that. I mean, that's just not reality. And we should never talk like it is. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult road, even if we all do wear masks, socially distance, because unfortunately we're at a time where those are the most practical measures that many of us can take. The other measures involve shutdowns of restaurants, bars, concert halls, sporting events, and things that have people congregate indoors. And that's very much hit or miss depending upon the rates in a given community and other variables.
Yeah, and obviously the economic pain that those kind of measures take on everybody. Andrew Yang, appreciate you joining us. Let's go back to Aaron.
All right, and you see what's happening in the streets. Los Angeles is what we're looking at now with this aerial picture, Anderson. People gathering as the news sort of sunk in. Bit by bit. Early on you heard people yelling to other people as they figured it out, and now more people. Let's go to Gary Tuchman, who is on the ground in Atlanta for us. Gary, what have you seen thus far there? We see, obviously, looking at an aerial, I think, of near where you are, a lot of people gathered.
Yeah, Aaron, I'll tell you, if Joe Biden ends up winning here in the state of Georgia, it'll be because of neighborhoods like this in the state of Georgia. This is the very progressive, liberal, young, growing community of Midtown Atlanta. And you can see, right after we made our projection today, this area, which is in the center of Atlanta, started off in a spontaneous celebration. And people have been out here all day, enjoying themselves, having fun. You get an idea of the traffic right here. Bumper to bumper, you can see down the street, people holding signs, honking horns, celebrating. I've never seen anything like this in the United States. When Osama bin Laden was killed, we certainly saw celebrating in this country. It was obviously a different tone than what we're seeing here. But this was very spontaneous. People are very excited. I will add to you that most people seem to be wearing masks. That's a really important thing. There's no social distancing, and that's a little concerning. But you can see almost everyone's wearing masks except for when they eat and drink. There are no police here. Police have stayed away. It has been peaceful. It has been absolutely jubilant. And it's quite a unique celebration, seeing this very busy section of Atlanta so full of people who are having a good time celebrating. Very unique in my career of covering politics in this country. Wow. And I've been covering politics since I was 20 years old in 1980. This is very out of the ordinary. But this is Midtown Atlanta, which has helped Joe Biden become the president-elect of the United States. Aaron, back to you.
Gary, it's incredible just watching Gary kind of get through that crowd. I think Andrew Yang used the word exultant. These people are exuberant. And look, this is what we're seeing with the people, obviously, who are celebrating, who are getting their heart's desire with what we're seeing today. And Atlanta and Georgia, obviously, going to be deeply personal for these folks, given the count that is ongoing in Georgia. You see them all seeing our cameras and responding to that. All right, we're going to take a brief break. We will be back in just a couple of moments as our special coverage here continues with myself and Anderson.
Well, there were record turnouts in this election for President-elect Biden, as there were for President Trump, as there was for President Trump as well, and there is big turnout in the streets to celebrate the victory of President-elect Biden. I want to go to CNN's Omar Jimenez in Chicago. What have you been seeing today, Omar?
Well, Anderson, I can hear you now, but I've been seeing a lot of people in the crowd behind me where we are gathered across the water from Trump Tower here in downtown Chicago. So I'm going to step out for 1 second. And what you're seeing behind me is a rally of people, obviously, that is formed. But more importantly, people have been coming by on Michigan Avenue just to their right behind this police line, honking their horns as people have been cheering and celebrating, as others have held Biden-Harris signs up, American flags up, things of that nature. And even beforehand, this is a rally that actually moved over the course of a block and a half or so, where the day started right outside of Trump Tower as people were cheering and at first just taking pictures. But as the day grew on, as the day went on, the emotions, of course, got higher and more excited. It's no secret. This is downtown Chicago. This is a very blue part of the country within a very blue state of Illinois. So it's almost since day one of President Trump being in office, they wanted him out. So it's a very happy day for people here in Chicago, and you look no further than their celebrations behind me to see it. Anderson.
Omar Jimenez. Omar, thanks very much in Chicago. Aaron?
All right. Well, Anderson, world leaders have ignored President Trump's refusal to concede the presidential race thus far. They have been now, kind of en masse coming out to recognize and congratulate the president-elect, Joe Biden. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who, of course, has been one of President Trump's allies on the world stage, has come out saying he looks forward to working closely with both Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Justin Trudeau from Canada, citing the close relationship between the U.S. and Canada, how he wants to continue to build that. The German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, offered her congratulations and a special mention of Kamala Harris winning election as the first female vice president of the United States. And the French president, Emmanuel Macron, saying there are a lot of challenges right now to overcome, adding, let's work together. Our chief international anchor, Christiane Amanpour, is following the world's reaction. So I just went through some of it there. Christiane, you do have some overseas who have been a bit more on the nose. The mayor of London. London looks forward to working with you. It's time to get back to building bridges, not walls. And the mayor of Paris, welcome back, America. But overall, they are all quick to jump on board with with President-elect. Sorry, getting used to the words, Joe Biden.
Certainly, and of course they know him, right? He was vice president for 2 terms under President Obama, and he has a very, very long and experienced handling of foreign affairs. So they are welcoming him. As you said, the French prime minister, rather the French mayor, said, welcome back, and there are bells ringing across Paris we can hear. We can see on the tweets that are being sent around. We also know that there is a huge sense of relief, Erin. We had a funny tweet, and he's also very tart and amusing, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, who said, I think it's fair to say that most of Europe feels relief at this particular bit of news. And all the way over to Australia, the former Prime Minister there said, surely all world leaders are feeling relief today. And that is the key word, because it's been 4 incredibly disruptive years on the world stage. And many of the allies have been struck by the fact that President Trump's style was almost to treat allies as adversaries, and adversaries, certainly the authoritarians, as allies. And so this has been very discombobulating. And also the United States under President Trump has essentially dropped its main role as a consensus and coalition builder. Whenever there's crisis in the world, particularly that the allies have to deal with, the United States is the one that normally convenes a coalition to respond. We saw that under so many presidents before, but not this time. So you've had President Trump over the last few months of a massive pandemic pulling out of the World Health Organization and removing American funds from that. That is a huge blow, and it matters. You have the President of the United States pulling out of the Global Climate Accords, 5 years old this very week. That matters. Europe hopes, and the rest of the world that signed on, that he will go back into it. You have the President of the United States pulling out of a major security deal, which was the Iran nuclear deal, without proposing or putting anything else in its place. Europeans want to see that go back into place because that lowered those, those tensions on the nuclear issue. So that's from the Allied perspective there, certainly from the European perspective.
And Christiane, what about, adversaries, whether it be China or rivals, at least, in terms of U.S. foreign policy, like Vladimir Putin?
Well, you can imagine adversaries like Russia, competitors like China, they have been quite gleeful, frankly, at the endless days of count that it took. Because what they like is to see American institutions and Western institutions belittled and degraded. That's what they like. And they were very, they were able to show on their own televisions what looked to be a disruptive president, denigrating the process in the United States, refusing to accept the count, trying to stop the count. They were all saying, that's democracy, that's America. What is this? So it's a huge relief for everybody to see this count finally come to the end that it has, in so much as President-elect has been named. And America essentially has been giving now a living lesson in democracy. And I think a lot of people, a lot of leaders, a lot of people around the world are very keen that the United States restores its sort of moral imperative, the values that it has always upheld, always sought to promote, and has always been relied upon for. And I think that is really important. I mean, interestingly, the Chinese president said last week, and President Trump has been in a trade and tariff war with him, he said, no amount of protectionism, unilateralism, or extreme egoism is applicable and works in the world today. Let's just go to the Middle East, though, because allies there would have wanted President Trump to win. Israel, certainly
For
the
sure.
government of Prime Minister Netanyahu, wanted President Trump to win because President Trump has given him everything that he wants. Not given Israel everything, but given the right-wing Prime Minister everything he wants, which is, you know, as you know, the peace process was heavily weighted towards Israel. There is no peace process with the Palestinians. And of course, MBS, you know, who has his own major authoritarian problems, he has ordered the murder and the dismemberment of a journalist. He's very pro-President Trump. And so too the Gulf states, because they believe that President Trump has really, been on their side against Iran.
We'll have to, obviously, all these competing interests. But, as Christiane's noting, all of this coming in from overseas here, now into the evening for Europe and early morning hours in Asia and in Beijing. Thanks so much to you, Christiane. And we're going to take a quick break. Live pictures here you're looking at of New York. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper alongside Aaron Burnett. We want to welcome you here, all our viewers here in the U.S. and around the world. It is official. CNN projects that Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States, defeating incumbent President Donald J. Trump after more than 4 days of vote counting, which still is not finished, and months of a bitter and contentious campaign. President-elect Biden's victory is clinched thanks to the state of Pennsylvania, where he was born.
Anderson, a state that he was confident from very early on would turn in his favor, as indeed it has. The third time proving to be the charm for Biden. He did come up short in his prior two presidential bids, never gave up. And here he is, the president-elect. He'll be the oldest person ever to hold the nation's highest office. He will be 78 when he's sworn in. Also making history is his running mate, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, of course, the first woman and the first person of color to serve as vice president, making history today, Anderson.
Yeah, crowds have been pouring into the streets in celebration across the country today. You're looking at the scene right there in San Francisco as voters delivered a decisive repudiation of President Trump. Massive voter turnout for President-elect Biden and also for President Trump. His supporters came out, and President Trump did a very effective job in the final weeks of the campaign, mobilizing his voters in a number of rural areas, but it wasn't enough. In the final analysis. That's the scene in Washington, D.C. What's significant about that's actually the church where President Trump famously cleared protesters from and marched to that church to pose in front of it with a Bible. That church now a very different scene there today as thousands of people in Washington, D.C. Began to gather outside the White House in celebration of the defeat of President Trump, and that crowd only seems to have grown over the last few hours. In just a few hours, President-elect Biden will deliver a victory speech at 8 p.m. East Coast time in the United States. President Trump, for his part, shows no sign of admitting defeat, has not reached out to Biden, even as leaders worldwide have delivered messages of congratulations to the president-elect. I want to go to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. So we expect Biden to address the nation tonight. What do you know about it?
Anderson, we do. President-elect Joe Biden will address the nation tonight right here in Wilmington at about 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm told that speech has largely been written for several days. Of course, this was the speech he hoped to deliver on Tuesday night, on Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. Now, finally, tonight, he will be able to do it. But he has been making last-minute adjustments to it. But I'm told that the overall theme is going to be one we've heard from him for several days, one of unifying, one of reaching out to Americans who did not vote for him as well as those who did. He will be talking about also the central challenge facing this country, coronavirus, and why it is time to come together. But we do have some words from the former vice president in a statement he released just a short time after he was projected the winner. Let's take a look at those words together. He says this. He said, "I am honored and humbled by the trust the American people have placed in me and Vice President-elect Harris. In the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted, proving once again that democracy beats deep in the heart of America. With the campaign over, it's time to put the anger and the harsh rhetoric behind us and come together as a nation. It's time for America to unite, he says, and to heal. We are the United States of America, and there's nothing we can't do if we do it together. So those themes will be the central framework of his message here this evening. Also on stage, of course, his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, who's going to make history in her own right as the first woman to be vice president of the United States, the first woman of color as well. She, of course, started this campaign at the very beginning as a competitor of his. They had several interesting moments, but for the last several months has been his partner in this campaign and will be tonight on stage as well. I am told that the former vice president, now president-elect, has spent several hours with his family at his home here in Wilmington, talking to old friends and allies, Democratic leaders on the phone as well. So clearly getting ready for what is the biggest speech tonight that really sets off the tone for his transition and, of course, his first term. Anderson.
Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, thanks very much. Appreciate it. I want to go straight to the White House now and CNN's Caitlin Collins. So, Caitlin, we know the president was on the golf course earlier today or was on his way when the call was made by CNN and then other news organizations as well. When also, as he was on the golf course, when obviously that news was conveyed to the entire world that he was going to be a one-term president. What are you hearing from the White House, from people close to him?
Well, it's been incredibly quiet. A lot of White House aides, we reported yesterday, the reality had set in for them that the president was not going to be reelected likely, and so they knew it was happening, but it wasn't clear that the president had realized what was going on and that he was not going to be reelected. And of course, it still doesn't if you look at his Twitter feed today claiming that he won the election when obviously he hadn't. And so you're right. When he left the White House today, the call had not been made by CNN yet that Joe Biden was going to win the presidency. So there was no crowd like there is now outside the White House. But when he returned, and for those who don't know, the president takes a motorcade to get to his golf course outside of Virginia. And it actually took a little bit longer for him to get back, given that they had to clear the streets of the people who are celebrating Joe Biden's win. And obviously a lot of them are Biden supporters, and of course a lot of them have Biden flags, Biden signs, and that's what the president saw as he made his way back to the White House. And he waved to reporters, but he went inside Anderson. He did not make any comments, and the White House just called a lid, meaning we do not expect to hear from the president, at least not in person tonight. And of course he has continued to refuse to concede this election to Joe Biden. He hasn't spoken with Joe Biden. He hasn't made any calls to him. He certainly hasn't invited him to the White House, as you traditionally see, as Barack Obama did when Donald Trump won the presidency. They came into the White House and had a meeting in November, something that you often see President Trump reference. And so the president is continuing with his grievances to claim that he won this election, even though he didn't. And as his evidence, or his campaign is continuing to push without evidence that this election was stolen from him. And so that is something that they're continuing to pursue. How long they can keep that up is another question, because of course a transition does have to take place. They do have to do basics like transition things, like when it comes to the coronavirus task force, and how that will all proceed we'll find out in the coming days. But as the president is refusing to acknowledge Joe Biden's win, he is pretty much the only one, because you are seeing some Republicans be quiet, but we are seeing former Republican presidents like George W. Bush acknowledge it, Mitt Romney, a former presidential candidate who is a Republican, of course. And so the question is, it seems like it's only a matter of time before the president himself, maybe he doesn't do so jubilantly, but he is going to have to acknowledge the fact that he's not going to be president again after he finishes up the next 70 days or so in office.
Caitlin, it's a kind of a remarkable image that you tell us about, that President Trump, as he's returning from a golf course after learning that he is going to be a one-term president, that he has lost this election, an election in which there are winners and losers, and he has lost this one, basically being having difficulty getting through because of the crowds who were there celebrating his loss. I mean, you sort of want to be a fly on the wall of the limousine,
yeah,
wondering what that is like for any. I mean, one can imagine what that is like.
And Also, keep in mind his chief of staff, a top aide who's been with him pretty much every day this week, is not, because he's isolating at home now that he has coronavirus. So the president, actually, there's still a question of who exactly it was the president played golf with today, because often you see some celebrities with him. We did not see that in the videos that our team got of the president actually on the golf course as this announcement was made. And then he came back here, and you noted that church, of course, that is right here outside of the White House by Lafayette Square, how that was also forcefully cleared out peaceful protesters. I remember that because I was standing right where I am now on that day when that happened amid those George Floyd police brutality protests. But Anderson, that's also the church that the president went to the day he was inaugurated in January of 2017 when he was first a newcomer here in Washington. So that church has actually played a pretty significant role in Donald Trump's time in office, from the day he was inaugurated to one of the most critical moments of his presidency that will be scrutinized for decades to come, to now it is where people have gathered by the thousands to celebrate the fact that he is not going to be president and that Joe Biden is.
Just to be clear, though, he wasn't going to that church every Sunday.
No, he certainly wasn't. It's a church that he's gone to on some special occasions. Easter at times, though mostly he's down in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach for Easter. But he started his presidency there, his first time in Washington. It is not somewhere where he regularly goes to church. He went there in May, of course, during that moment as they cleared the protesters out. And then now today it is the scene of these protests, or excuse me, these celebrations after being the scene of the protest.
Yeah, obviously we'll see what the president chooses to do, how he chooses to behave moving forward, whether he does concede and reaches out to Joe Biden as is tradition. Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. Aaron?
And you know, Caitlin using the word celebrations, that's what we are seeing at this moment. Really, it's just been a few hours, right? A few hours for this country to start to digest the significant decision that voters have made, the significant change that is about to happen in this country. Even though, yes, there are still so many questions about what President Trump will do, how he will handle it, so much uncertainty. At this moment, it is a moment of jubilation for many. Let's go to our Vivian Salama. She is outside the White House in the crowd there that Caitlin was just referring to. And Vivian, what are you seeing right now?
Aaron, almost since the moment that the race was called for President-elect Joe Biden, people have been flooding into downtown D.C., exactly where Caitlin was describing. I'm standing right now, for those not familiar with D.C., I'm standing on H Street, which was the scene of some of those very, very confrontational protests over the summer, the George Floyd protests. And we're at the corner of the Black Lives Matter Plaza, exactly where that church was that President Trump went and waved the Bible during those protests over the summer. And now it has become a scene of celebration, people chanting for change. They're happy to have usher in a new era right now. Obviously, a lot of Biden supporters have come out here, a lot of folks on the left. But I'm looking even at a sign right over our cameraman's shoulder right now. It says Republican voters against Trump, and there's a group of those people as well. And so it's a mixed bag of people here. I want to also pan this way. This is the fence, the unscalable fence. Anderson and I were talking about this fence on the air the other day. It's become a bit of a shrine ever since the George Floyd protests. You see signs supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement, but also just chants for the left. You have pictures of RBG, who passed away a couple of weeks ago. You have pictures of the late Congressman John Lewis and Elijah Cummings. The heroes for many on the left. People were chanting for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez a little while ago as well. And so obviously not just a celebration for Joe Biden, but for the left in general here in D.C. today. Aaron.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. So, you know, as they are still counting votes, right, in Georgia, elsewhere, but in Georgia, you know, no one knows which way this is going to go. Still definition of a battleground. I want to bring in CNN's Natasha Chen in Atlanta. Natasha, I'm curious what you're seeing. You know, I don't know if anyone's just joining us now, but a few moments ago we were joined by Gary Tuchman, who's also in Atlanta, and he was being sort of jostled around by a very excited and happy crowd in a way he said he had not experienced in 30 years of political reporting, that it is just that unusual. What are you seeing where you are in Atlanta?
Yeah, Aaron, we are actually in Freedom Park, and that is on John Lewis Memorial Parkway, and so that is of significance for all of the people celebrating here, and it's a party that Georgia Democrats have been waiting for decades. And I want to mention that there are people now with signs and T-shirts that say Warnock, that say Ossoff, because they know what is ahead. This is not just a celebration of what's happened today, this week, but a look ahead at the runoffs, the critical runoffs that will determine the balance of the Senate. And they know that the eyes of the country are going to be on Georgia in the coming weeks and months. Something else that we've definitely seen here is people thanking Stacey Abrams. A lot of signs here with her name on it. She, of course, ran for governor as the Democratic nominee 2 years ago in Georgia, and they are thanking her for developing that momentum and the work on the ground to build up this movement so that people could show from Georgia to the rest of the country that this is indeed a battleground state. This has been a party atmosphere. We've had drag queens, an inflatable dinosaur. I saw a child with an entire bucket of their Halloween candy that the parents were just letting them have at it. And of course, lots of honking going on. Again, John Lewis Freedom Parkway in Atlanta, which of course is significant, named after the late Representative John Lewis, and people here are thanking him on their signs as well, Aaron.
All right, Natasha mentioning Georgia, a battleground still, right, in the presidential election as we have the count and anticipated recount, but you have two crucial Senate seats that will determine the split for the U.S. Senate going to runoff in Georgia. And one of the those running is Reverend Warnock. He's going to be with us later on in these couple hours with myself and Anderson. So we'll look forward to that interview. But Anderson, wow, if people thought a lot of money went into Jamie Harrison in South Carolina, I think they've seen nothing yet when it comes to what we're about to see in these Georgia Senate runoffs.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And I think taking a cue from what Natasha said about what she witnessed, if there are any kids who are watching, this would be, if your parents are Democrats, this would be a good time to approach them to let them, if you want to eat all your Halloween candy right away, this might be the best opportunity. I want to bring in CNN senior political reporter Nia Malika Henderson and host of CNN's Smerconish, Michael Smerconish. Nia, what's your reaction to CNN projecting Biden as the winner, and also to President Trump not at this point conceding?
Well, not a surprise that Donald Trump isn't going to concede. I don't really necessarily expect him to, but I think this is a real moment for Americans, particularly marginalized Americans who have felt such stress, such anxiety, such fear during Trump's presidency. You know, a couple of more months to go for this. I am getting so many text messages from people who just are feeling like a nightmare is coming to an end. There's a friend of mine who lives in South Carolina. His mother's 82 years old, voted for the first time in a presidential election, and now feels like the world has been turned right again. So I think those are the emotions we're seeing, these spontaneous celebrations all across this country. This was a long time coming. I think we first saw this outpouring when Donald Trump was elected, outrage and fear about what his presidency would be. And then people started to get involved, to get activated. And so we are seeing the fruits of that now with this massive win that he's had all across the country and flipping all of these states that Clinton lost in 2016, states like Georgia, states like Arizona. So we'll see what Biden's presidency will mean for folks going forward. But for now, just tremendous joy for millions and millions of Americans across the country.
Michael Smerconish, it is, I mean, it's an interesting point that Nia Malika is making, that even, I mean, this is sort of for the people who are out in the streets today, this goes beyond just, seems like happy that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have won. It is this, it seems like a celebration of some sort of sense of relief.
Well, can I say this, that Joe Biden's life of public service, twice beset by tragedy, is getting the Hollywood ending, and the movie is Rocky. Because this is very much, I think, a Philadelphia story, very much a Pennsylvania story. I know that many took umbrage when the president said that bad things happen in Philadelphia. I know that one of those who took umbrage was Bob Brady, the former member of Congress, who is the head of the city committee, the Democratic Party in Philadelphia. And the sort of full circle came today when it was Brady who told the president-elect, the votes are about to get dropped that will put you over the top. And within minutes of that conversation happening came the call that was made in the race. Jill Biden, the future First Lady, is a product of the Philadelphia suburbs. Joe Biden has long been regarded as the third senator from Pennsylvania. I was close to Senator Arlen Specter. I remember the relationship that Senators Specter and Biden shared together, both of them aficionados of taking that train. So you'll pardon me for being local, Anderson, but it's very much a Pennsylvania story. And for fans of the president-elect, poetic justice that it was Pennsylvania that put him over the top.
Well, and Michael, I mean, to your point, it's also, you know, Pennsylvania is where obviously President-elect Biden was born. It was on this day, I believe it was 48 years ago, that he was first elected to the Senate.
You know, I have a distinct memory. So many things are running through my mind. It's been such a long, strange trip these last 4 or 5 years. I'm just saying that as an observer. But one of the remembrances that I have is interviewing then Vice President Biden in the waning days of the campaign 4 years ago. And the interview that I did with him came within a week of him having been at a Philadelphia Eagles game, participating in a flag unfurling ceremony at the beginning of the game, where there was this raucous round of applause for him. Anderson, you have to understand, nobody gets a round of applause at Eagles games unless you're wearing an Eagles jersey.
I've heard.
And so one of the icebreakers that I used with him before the interview began was to tell him I was in the stands. In fact, I was there with my father, and how we were both marveling, having been Eagles season ticket holders for years, at the ovation that he received at an Eagles game. He got a big kick out of that.
That is, from what I hear, understand, a very rare thing indeed. Nia Malika, the challenges, though, you know, obviously there are just as many people who are in the streets celebrating. There are just as many of those people who are unhappy today. But the challenges that this administration will be facing, not just in the transition, particularly depending on how the White House, how President Trump decides to behave in the weeks ahead, because there is not only a tradition of cooperation, there is a necessity of cooperation for a smooth transition and for the proper functioning of government. But the challenges this administration is going to face from Republicans and also from the left wing of its own party.
I think that's right. In solving the challenge that was really part of the central message of Biden's campaign, which was COVID, which is a health crisis and also an economic crisis. And then what do you do if he ends up having a Republican Senate? That'll, of course, be settled in January. But is Mitch McConnell going to come into office, if he does, saying that he wants to be a blockade to whatever Biden and his vice president want to do? And then, of course, you have those internal tensions. But for now, people are just in this moment feeling a sense of relief, feeling a sense of happiness, feeling a sense of history as well. You think about Vice President-elect Kamala Harris being a vice president in a country that has never seen this before. You know, I'm not that old, but I grew up at a time when I couldn't even find black dolls. I couldn't even find books with, you know, reflections of black kids growing up. So the kind of journey that this country has been on with people like Shirley Chisholm, people like Sojourner Truth, people like Fannie Lou Hamer making this moment happen. And of course, the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris making history today. And that's part of the joy I think people are feeling today.
Yeah, and Nia, it's such an important point that you said that you know, just as the election of President Trump 4 years ago, you know, made many people who felt their voices weren't being heard, it made them feel heard. The sense you see in some of the crowds is just this sense of relief on the part of many people who not only haven't felt heard over the last 4 years, but who have actually felt afraid over the last 4 years, or suddenly as if the ground has shifted under them, and they no longer feel they feel that they have been disrespected, that others have been emboldened to give voice to and vent to, you know, vile remarks and rhetoric toward them.
No, I think that's right. Donald Trump made certain people feel like they weren't truly Americans. He was incredibly racially divisive. He continues to be racially divisive even on his way out, as he sort of makes it seem like places like Philly and Detroit have robbed him of a second term. So you see in those huge crowds diversity, right? You see the LGBTQ flag flying there, young folks of all different ethnic backgrounds, and old people as well. If you think about the kind of coalition that Biden has, it might be one of the most diverse we have ever seen. Not only has he done well, much better than Hillary Clinton did, much better than Barack Obama did with groups like white working class Americans. He also has done well with older white Americans, older Americans of all backgrounds, and then younger Americans as well. And so you see those folks out in those streets in a way that we'd seen them before at Black Lives Matter protests, at women's marches as well. And so they have knitted together this coalition, a coalition that they feel hopeful that Biden can recognize their cries for inclusion and for diversity. And those are cries that obviously Donald Trump ignored and tried to exploit to gin up support among white Americans. So we'll see what this means for the kind of presidency he can have in trying to keep that coalition together.
Yeah, it is just an extraordinary outpouring, though, into the streets over the last several hours that we have witnessed. Michael Smerconish, thank you. Nia Malika Henderson as well. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. I want to go to the West Coast, where people are celebrating Biden's victory President-elect Biden's victory in the streets, in the history-making day for his running mate, California Senator Kamala Harris, becoming the first woman elected to serve as vice president. Let's bring in Josh Campbell in Los Angeles. Josh, what's the scene there?
Hey, Anderson, yeah, we're here in downtown Los Angeles near City Hall. You can see behind me there's a crowd here of a couple thousand people that have gathered to come out celebrating this Biden-Harris victory. And it's special for this crowd for a couple reasons. The first being this is Senator and now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's hometown. She and her husband, Doug Emhoff, live here in the Los Angeles area. So this crowd celebrating a Californian now achieving that office, the first woman Vice President-elect, also the first woman of color to achieve that office as well. One other note that we're hearing, Anderson, from this crowd is that it's not just a Biden-Harris victory that they are celebrating. They are also celebrating, in their words, the exit of Donald Trump. One recurring chant here has been Donald Trump out. And what we're hearing from this crowd is, we're here in Los Angeles, obviously a city that's very diverse, a very rich, diverse community here. And they think that Donald Trump has simply demonized so many of people of color throughout his presidency. One person here saying it started with the birtherism from President Obama. You think about when President Trump actually came down that golden escalator announcing his run for the presidency, he sought, in their words, to demonize Mexicans, calling them rapists and the like. So something that has really been felt. One other thing we're hearing is not just what the president has said, but also what he has failed to say. The crowd pointing out that the president has still not forcibly condemned white supremacy. They say that during this last 4 years, so many of these groups have been emboldened under the presidency of Donald Trump. Now this crowd coming out again to celebrate the Biden-Harris win, but also what that win may mean for minorities here in the United States. Anderson, Aaron.
Hey, Josh, it's Anderson. The crowd that's there, was this various groups that kind of, got on social media and said, hey, we're going to meet up at this such and such location and march to such and such a location? How was it spontaneous? Obviously nobody knew exactly when the call was going to be made.
Yeah, part of this was planned. One of the Black Lives Matter protests that we have seen recurring essentially throughout this Los Angeles area for several months. This was planned today, coming out and calling for racial justice. After this was announced, this Biden-Harris win by CNN and other networks, you saw just an infusion of other Biden-Harris supporters coming out. So a very diverse crowd. Again, the one theme that we continue to see, you look at some of the signage, they're now on the move now, starting to march away. But you see both the calls for Donald Trump's exit, but also those that are celebrating a Biden-Harris win. It's also worth noting that this is just one of many areas around Los Angeles that are now seeing crowds gathered. We were just in the West Hollywood area a little earlier. You saw this parade of vehicles coming through, a diverse group of people with Biden-Harris signs, again, celebrating this victory. So that's not happening just here, but obviously throughout Los Angeles and indeed across the country, people celebrating as what so much of today means for those who were opponents of Donald Trump. And that is not just an end to some of the policies that they disagree with, but very much in favor of what a Biden-Harris administration might mean for the coming at least 4 years. Anderson.
Yeah. Josh Campbell, appreciate it. I want to go to Chicago, city that was home to President Barack Obama's campaign headquarters, now celebrating the victory of his former running mate and current president-elect Joe Biden. Let's go back to CNN's Omar Jimenez in Chicago. It looks clearly there's not a lot of social distancing going on, which is unfortunate given the raging pandemic that we have, which is now we're seeing record numbers of cases over the last several days. But it does look like a lot of people are at least wearing masks there.
That's right, Anderson. You at least start with people wearing masks, but you're 100% right. We have actually seen record highs for coronavirus cases here in the state of Illinois and in Chicago, heading in the wrong direction restriction-wise. But all of that has seemed to go out the window on a day like today, where people have celebration on their minds. You can see just behind me here, this is a line of police officers guarding Michigan Avenue to keep people from getting into the street here. But as people have come by in the street, they have honked their horns in celebration as you turn to the left and you see so many supporters lined up on the sides, meeting those horns with signs of support of their own and cheers of their own. This has been going on for hours now, and the significance of this location, as you move over to see as far as this crowd goes with this street closed in particular, this is the significance of the location. It's happening right outside the Trump Tower here in Chicago, which you really can't go anywhere in the downtown without seeing that name because it's in a very prominent spot here. So this was a logical place for many people to meet, supporters, of course, of Joe Biden, of President-elect Biden, and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris now. So this was a place that started, I should say, with tourists taking pictures. Then more people began to come. Cars began honking. People showed up with drums. Music began. The road closed. And here we are in what has been a growing celebration here in Chicago. As you mentioned, campaign headquarters for President Obama, where he was from, and of course, a place that will likely carry his legacy, and now Biden's, for at least 4 years to come.
Omar Jimenez in Chicago. Appreciate it. Thanks.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States. We did it.
All right, that is soon-to-be former Senator Kamala Harris speaking to now President-elect Joe Biden earlier today, congratulating him on their victory and celebrating the history that she herself is now making. I want to get California Congresswoman Barbara Lee in to talk about this. And Congresswoman, you and I have talked throughout this campaign. We are, in all of this, talking about the first woman of color ever to be elected on a presidential ticket. Have you spoken to Senator Harris today, or I'm sorry, Vice President-elect Harris today?
I had not spoken to her today. Of course, I sent her a text message, but I am just, first of all, I am so excited, not only because she's a personal friend and I actually supported her when she ran for the presidency, but she is prepared, and I am so excited for the country, because they're going to get a Biden presidency with the Vice President Kamala Harris as his teammate to really help this country move forward, first of all, to unite the country, but also to attack this virus with a vengeance and to really bring some sanity to this government as it relates to the recession that's taking place. And so I just have to say it's a historic day. I'm excited. My aunt will be 100 years old in another week. And she has been afraid. She's been terrified behind this administration. She's breathing a sigh of relief today also. And so I'm excited personally, but more important for the country with a Vice President-elect Kamala Harris.
And obviously she's a friend of yours. I know you knew her mother as well. Tell me how she would react today if she knew that her daughter had just succeeded at this, had this remarkable achievement.
Sure, I did not actually know her mother, but someone has talked to me about her mother in so many ways. Now, one thing I want to mention and that is that her mother was a scientist. And Vice President-elect Kamala Harris really understands science and that science matters. And here we have this horrific pandemic upon us. And she's going to be right in the mix and leading with President-elect Biden to really take on this virus with the vengeance. She believes in science. She understands science. Also, just personally, I know how she connects with people with regard to her mother. When my dear mother passed, Senator Harris then, mentioned to me how much she wanted to console me. And I broke out crying. And then she realized what had taken place, and she hugged me and talked to me because she experienced this, and still with her mother leaving and passing away. So I share that because she connects with people, and that is just so important to have a vice president who really knows the challenges and the aspirations and the dreams of everyday people. And it takes a Kamala Harris and a Joe Biden to really bring that kind of integrity and that kind of caring, actually, and that kind of love back into this country.
All right, so you talk about the caring and leadership, and it really is going to matter because, Congresswoman, look, Joe Biden may well pick up more states, and it will be a resounding victory on a popular vote and an electoral vote, it may be. But nonetheless, if he has 74.5 million votes right now in this country, that's going to go up, but it's going to be in that ish range. Donald Trump has 70 million votes. Right? This is a divided country. There are 70 million people who do not feel like the people on this screen right now. What is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris going to do to have those people feel that this indeed is the beginning of something good for them too?
Sure, and I think we've heard President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris talk about the fact that they're going to be a president and vice president of all of the. I believe them. And so it's not going to be easy. But I think that when you start talking about the aspirations of people, when you stop dividing people, when you start trying to bring people together to look at our common issues, economic growth, job creation, people need jobs right now. They need their unemployment extended. They need their health care taken care of. They need us to crush this virus. So when people begin to see that this is affecting them also, I think by their deeds shall you know them, and I think people will begin. But it's not going to be easy because there's some who just are not going to accept the fact that we have a Democrat in the White House. But I have to have hope that we're going to be able to work in Congress and hopefully in the Senate to bring people together with a president and vice president who want to lead and bring the country together for everyone.
Congresswoman, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice being with you.
All right, Congresswoman Barbara Lee. We're going to take a brief break as our special coverage continues here on CNN.
Voters in Pennsylvania pushed Joe Biden over the finish line, securing the 270 electoral votes he needed to win. Our Shimon Prokupecz is in Philadelphia, where the votes in the state which got enough votes to make Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden. So people there celebrating the role they played in this historic moment. How's the crowd?
Yeah, so the crowd has not changed much, Anderson, since last we talked. And what's happening here is, so we have this line of Biden supporters who've been here and have been gathered here, but across the street, there are Trump supporters, and they too have been here for several days. The funny thing in all of this is that the music that you're hearing is actually some of Trump's greatest hits from the campaign trail. And the Biden supporters have actually been singing to it, clapping along, dancing to it. It's been one big party out here, Anderson. There's been a lot of champagne. Almost feels like there's a Super Bowl party in some ways going on here. And people have been out here. They've been here now for hours. In many ways, just happy to be out and to be able to be together. I want to bring someone in, India. She's been here. India, tell me what it feels like to be here.
It was actually pretty emotional when I first got in. I came up the subway and got off, and I saw people chanting and rallying up. I was like, it's actually emotional. I didn't expect that.
The thought of Joe Biden as president and Kamala Harris, tell me what that means.
It's very enlightening. It's like a new light, like especially Kamala Harris. I'm wearing my Howard alumni shirt. She went to Howard, so HU, go Bison. But I think it's just showing that we can make a change, can make a difference. There's still work to be done, so I am looking forward to stay involved and for other people to stay involved too, but I think we're in a good direction.
What about the fact that you have all these people out here together?
I think the last time I saw something like this in Philly was when they won the Super Bowl. So I think it's really exciting. It shows that people are excited and want better things to happen here in the city. So I think it's really good.
Yeah, and certainly, Anderson, that's the feel here in some ways. That, this is a big sports town, and they come out and they celebrate when their teams win. And that's what it feels like here. Of course, the ramifications much bigger. But so many people here, they've been dancing, they've been cheering. A lot of them very, very young. I've certainly been struck by the age of some of the people here, very young, and they're just out here. And there was really, when you look this way, Anderson, more people have been filing in. So I think they're going to stay out here as long as they can and continue this party here.
It's also interesting, Shimon. Obviously, Philadelphia is the city that President Trump was pointing to as being a hotbed of fraud, though there's no indication of widespread voter fraud. Which is why the president's supporters are out at the location that you were out at. I'm wondering if that also kind of motivated this particular crowd or some of the people in this crowd to kind of come out because the president had singled out Philadelphia. It clearly offended a lot of people in that city.
It did. Remember, there's that quote that I believe comes from Donald Trump. Bad things happen in Philadelphia, and people have been holding signs to that. It means a lot for them to be the clinching city in so many ways. And I will say to you, as you can see so many people behind here celebrate. But yeah, it certainly is a good point that a lot of the reason some of them came here was because we're seeing so many Trump supporters here, Anderson.
All right, Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. Aaron?
It's interesting, I think, Anderson, just to see them both there, the two groups, and so far, maybe jeering a bit at each other, but dancing to each other's music. And goodness, if that's just the way that this could go from here, wouldn't it be great? President Trump, of course, though, has refused to concede, instead issuing a statement saying, quote, beginning Monday, our campaign will start prosecuting our case in court to ensure election laws are fully upheld and the rightful winner is seated. Joining me now, former Nixon White House counsel and CNN contributor John Dean, along with our contributor Ben Ginsberg, who is a longtime Republican election lawyer who was national counsel to the Bush-Cheney presidential campaign, playing a central role in the 2000 Florida recount. All right, thanks very much to both of you. So, Ben, let me start with you. You hear the president, right? They're going to prosecute their case in court. They're going to do everything they can. I just want to emphasize, and I think this is really significant, in an unprecedented election where people voted by mail in ways they never had before and early in ways they never had before, there have been no incidences of widespread fraud anywhere in this country. And that is something to celebrate. Nonetheless, the president is going to try to take this to courts. Do you think, Ben, that there is any court case that could turn around this for him now?
It's not evident so far. It's also interesting in that statement he used the word prosecute. He is not a prosecutor. He's not prosecuting these cases. He is a plaintiff asking for relief. And so far, the evidence that he showed, despite having a 50,000 poll watcher army in the polls, has no evidence of the systemic fraud or irregularities to cast any of the results of any of the states into doubt.
I mean, Ben, another thing, we've seen, just for example, in Pennsylvania, right, where every vote is going to be counted, right, and they're still counting some of these, ballots that had issues with them, right, if people put on the wrong date or creased in the wrong way, whatever, a number of possible issues. And they have literally 3 people looking at every single ballot. 5 feet away, you were able to have observers look at it. I think it's important, right, for people to understand this. It's a far from perfect system, but that these things are indeed happening, right? That there are many eyes on every single count here.
Yes, there are many eyes, including eyes in the sky in the form of cameras. And in my experience in recounts, if you don't have the evidence developed in real time on election day, then it sort of becomes cotton candy, and you take a bite and it vaporizes down to nothing. So they're in sort of a Hail Mary position now.
So, John, what happens then here? I mean, who is going to be the person? Is there a person? Who will it be to tell President Trump that it is time to concede?
Well, you know, we had reports yesterday that Jared Kushner was looking for his James Baker. Well, his James Baker is on this set with us today. That's who would have stepped forward, but thankfully Ben is not a gun for hire on an issue like this. So I don't know what he'll do on litigation-wise, and I don't know who is in that White House that has the gumption to tell him it's over. Maybe it'll be his son-in-law, maybe it'll be his daughter. I doubt if it's any of the staff. Mark Meadows is now out, so it's a good question and not one I can answer.
So, John, you know, one thing we've been watching is what Republican leaders have done. And we have certainly seen some pretty clear condemnation of the way the president's handling things, but there have been plenty of soft peddling, cloaking things in certain rhetoric to make it sort of, you know, maybe we're criticizing him, maybe we're not, right? Is there going to be a moment where you have Republican leadership, Mitch McConnell, others, right, senior Republicans, go sit down with this president and say, we are going to force this issue?
It could very well happen. It certainly hasn't happened to date. They have been very supine with this president, letting him do pretty much what he wants to do. And as Ben mentioned, he used the word prosecute in his tweet about the election laws. I think prosecution's on his mind. And one of the things I suspect he's considering right now is drafting a pardon for himself, or having his Attorney General Bill Barr maybe make a general amnesty for everybody who worked in his administration. Because one of the tough decisions Biden has to make is what are they going to do with the criminality that has been rampant in this administration.
So, Ben, what happens next here for the Team Trump, right? We have a president, the Electoral College is going to verify the results of this as the states finally certify them over the next few days and week. And then mid-December, the Electoral College is going to meet, right? And you're going to have a new president and a transition, theoretically. So what is next for Team Trump?
Well, what's next for Team Trump is that they will fail and make Donald Trump a loser if they bring the lawsuits. What they are within their rights to do is to move forward on the recounts under the laws of the states where they're within the margin. And it looks like there'll be 2 or 3 states where that's true. But I think what will happen is that there won't be enough votes changed. The outcome's going to stay the same. The margins are within the statutory permissible amounts, but they're too big to actually change in a recount. So ultimately, those efforts will fail, and it's that point that John's scenario of Republican leaders going to him becomes real. And the date to remember is December 8th, which is the safe harbor date for the Electoral College.
All right, and that is, of course, the date that will be on everyone's mind here as we watch for the president's reaction over these next days. Thank you both very much, and we're going to take a very quick break. We will be right back, and I want to remind everybody, of course, we are counting down. You see it on your screen, but it's worth reminding that President-elect Biden will be speaking to the nation at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll be back. I'm Erin Burnett alongside Anderson Cooper. This hour, we want to welcome all of you here in the United States and around this world on this historic day. CNN projecting that Joe Biden has defeated Donald Trump to become the 46th president of the United States. President-elect Biden clinching victory in Pennsylvania and Nevada today, vaulting him, Anderson, out of 279 Electoral College votes.
Even in the midst of a worsening pandemic, the country saw record turnout for both candidates. More than 74 million Americans voted for President-elect Biden, rejected a second Trump term. Many of those voters across the country are now filling the streets to celebrate a win for this historic ticket. At age 78 on Inauguration Day, Biden will be the oldest person ever elected president. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, is the first woman and first person of color to be elected vice president. President Trump returned to the White House a short time ago as large crowds amassed at nearby Black Lives Matter Plaza, literally within shouting distance. President Trump has yet to concede, but President-elect Biden is set to give his victory speech in just a few hours at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And of course, the eyes of this whole country will be on him. Let's go now to our Jeff Zeleny, who's at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Jeff, we are now just a few hours away from this primetime address from the president-elect. What is the latest you're hearing?
Aaron, we have just started in the last few minutes seeing vehicles arriving here for another drive-in rally for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We've seen several of these throughout the pandemic campaign, but the first time for President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. This is going to be a socially distant event, but there are going to be a couple hundred vehicles here and a lot of other people gathering. This has been an afternoon of anticipation here in Wilmington, really starting remarkably 48 years ago on this very day when Joe Biden, a young Joe Biden, was elected to the U.S. Senate. Of course, has had a long career in the Senate, 2 terms as vice president, was thinking about not running for president, decided to run for president because of Donald Trump, and today was projected the winner in this race. Despite all of that, we are told that Mr. Biden is going to project a message of unity. He's going to say that his term here, his mission is to unify Americans. He's going to be speaking to Americans who did not vote for him and those who did. We're getting sort of a sense of his message through a statement he sent out earlier today. Part of it said, in the face of unprecedented obstacles, a record number of Americans voted. Really speaking to the fact that he will be earning, he has in fact earned more votes than any other president in American history. Of course, President Trump earning tens of millions as well. But he is going to say it's time for America to unite. It's time for America to heal. So that is the backbone of his message here tonight. Also, of course, going to hear from Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, making history in a major way in her own right. The first woman to be the Vice President of the United States, the first woman of color, of course, as well. So both will be delivering speeches here. And then it's back to work. I can tell you the first order of business on Monday, we are learning, is going to be to announce a coronavirus task force, appointing 12 members to serve on that task force, really trying to focus on these issues at hand, even as we see all these crowds gathering, indeed, in Washington and around the United States, coronavirus cases on the rise. So that is the framework here. And it's striking to the degree to which Mr. Biden is entering the beginning of his governing transition, basically facing a country in similar turmoil to what Senator Obama 12 years ago and Senator Biden faced as well when they were starting their administration. So that, of course, a moment of jubilation here. But the difficult work of Mr. Biden's speech is to start unifying the country, and the tone he will set tonight is critical for the days, weeks, months, and even years to come.
It certainly is, because, as you say, record turnout, right? 74 million votes for Vice President Biden, 70 million votes for President Trump. Needing to divide, bridge that divide is going to be Biden's top job. So you mentioned the history-making, obviously, of the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. I know today she has been speaking with people, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. What more can you tell us about her day and what her role will be tonight?
Well, Aaron, so interestingly, she started the morning, she got the news here that CNN and other networks projected them the winners of Pennsylvania and then the winners of the Electoral College, hitting the 270 electoral votes. When she was out for a walk with her husband, Doug, she was in casual clothing. She called Joe Biden and, sort of congratulated him. So a casual Senator Harris there. But this is going to be a moment. We can see the image right there. You're going to be the next president of the United States. Look at the smile on her face, the joy in that. So she said, "We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe." And think back. I mean, they started as rivals in this Democratic primary fight. Now she's the partner of his in this fight, and their relationship is going to begin anew here. Will be carefully watched. But again, tonight, a day of celebration, and tomorrow the work begins because, boy, the challenge is so deep, not only in repairing the country, but certainly tackling coronavirus and the economy, Aaron.
Absolutely. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much in Wilmington.
Sure.
And not surprisingly, President Trump has made it clear he definitely does not accept that he has lost and that Joe Biden has won this election, categorically making it clear at this hour. Let's get to the White House and CNN's Jim Acosta. Okay, Jim, so tell us, and also when he came back from playing golf, which I know is what he did today, you know, they put, I guess, technically a lid, meaning we weren't going to see him again, you know, anticipating him being quiet. That, of course, did not keep him off Twitter. But what's really going on here?
Yeah, one thing that we should point out is the White House has called a lid. That means that we do not expect to see the president later on this evening. Of course, he could change all of that. He's the president. He can do that. He's the president for another couple of months, mind you. But we did see the president return back to the White House after a day on the golf course a short while ago. And he was greeted by these throngs of jubilant Biden supporters out in the streets celebrating Biden's victory as president-elect of the United States. And I have to tell you, Aaron, it is a striking thing to see. I grew up in this city, and you just don't see celebrations like this in the nation's capital very often. I was out there earlier just to get a sense of it myself. You're seeing people who are happy because, as immigrants to this country, they feel as though they won't feel denigrated by the president of the United States for very much longer. They were thanking us at CNN for what we do as journalists and so on. But in terms of the way forward for President Trump, I think that, it deserves a moment to pause and reflect. The president has not conceded to Joe Biden. He doesn't plan on conceding to Joe Biden. Talked to aides and advisors to the president who say he's just not in the mood to do that right now. They're not sure if he's ever going to do it. He's been tweeting in the last couple of minutes that he still feels that he won this election. We don't want to put those tweets on screen. They're nonsense. It's full of misinformation. Why would we do that? But it does give you an indication as to where he's at right now from a mental standpoint. The other thing we should point out is he's in office for another couple of months, Aaron. I've talked to one former administration official just this afternoon who said, you know what, I'm worried about what he's going to do over the next couple of months. Talked to another advisor to this administration who said, God, who knows? In terms of what the president may decide to do. Is he going to settle scores? Is he going to go after people like Dr. Anthony Fauci, people that, folks inside the administration blame for the president's loss? All of that is going to have to be watched very closely. But, that is something we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of months, certainly in the days to come. But it is so important to pause and reflect on what we're seeing on the streets of the nation's capital right now. And so June 1st of this year, when there were military vehicles rolling through the grounds of the White House as the administration went out with their forces and suppressed a protest outside St. John's Episcopal Church, beat up those protesters with horses and so on, and tear gassed them with chemical dispersants and so on. And that same scene tonight, let's hope this holds out, is one of peaceful protest, one of celebration, one of happiness. It is just one of the more remarkable juxtapositions that I can reflect on as a journalist covering this White House for the last 8 years. It is just a remarkable thing to see. What that means for Donald Trump, we don't know. There were some images of the president that were captured by photographs as he arrived back here at the White House, Aaron, and he looked defeated. He looked dejected. He had just come back from the golf course, and this was not the same kind of Donald Trump we've seen before, where at time to time he has a spring in his step. This is a president who's going to have to come to grips with the fact that he is lost. He's the outgoing president. And that has some people, of course, excited in Washington that Donald Trump is leaving the scene. But I have to tell you, I am talking to people inside the administration, people who talk to the administration, who are very worried about what Donald Trump may do over the next couple of months. And we really shouldn't shrink from that storyline. It's something that we're going to have to pay attention to in the days to come, Aaron.
All right, and that is going to be really such a crucial question. Jim, thank you very much. So, what you see those, peaceful celebrations outside the White House, and that is the scene we're seeing across this country. Biden supporters, Harris supporters are celebrating. Our CNN reporters are live on the ground for us across this country. I want to go to Vivian Salama. She is outside the White House in that crowd. And Vivian, obviously, the hours have gone by, and it appears you've just had more and more people joining the group there.
That's right, Aaron. You just heard Jim Acosta describing the scene here over the summer where there was a lot of tension. We saw confrontations with the police. And you're talking about a completely different scene today. Celebrations for hours, basically minutes after Joe Biden was named president-elect. People started pouring into the streets right here. I'm standing on Black Lives Matter Plaza, now formerly known as 16th Street in D.C. And the street behind me goes all the way to the gates of Lafayette Plaza, which is gated off right now from folks. That is right in front of the north side of the White House. And so just for a little perspective, crowds have been gathering all day trying to really celebrate and share in this moment of change and history. And we're seeing a lot of families now, too. And here's, for example, hi, I'm from CNN. Would you folks be willing to chat?
Sure.
Yeah, can you tell me what brought you out here today? I would love to understand, what motivated you to come and bring your children here, especially.
Yeah.
We're excited to be here to celebrate democracy today. And we've brought our half Indian girls here. They're too young to vote, but they can be part of the process, and they can see that a woman can make it to the White House and a half Indian woman can make it to the White House.
They're very patriotically dressed, too.
Absolutely. We got stripes, red and white. She's got her 4th of July outfit on. We're all in red, white, and blue.
That's great. That's great. Obviously, Kamala Harris, the first African-American vice president, also the first South Asian vice president, and the first woman vice president, so making history here today. Thank you so much. And that's what you're hearing from folks all over the place here today, is that this is a moment of history. And it's actually worth noting, Aaron, one thing we're not seeing today is also very interesting. We've been walking around the area all day, and we're talking to souvenir shops in the area. And shops that were selling MAGA outfits just 2 days ago have now cleared them. I've spoken to a store owner a little while ago who said that she removed all of her MAGA hats and shirts and things like that. And so right now they're trying to kind of focus on Joe Biden as the winner and not look backwards. Aaron.
All right, Vivian, thank you very much. As Larry Kudlow would say, that's free market capitalism for you, Anderson.
Maybe they have them just standing by just in case, depending what may happen. Yeah. I want to bring in CNN senior political reporter Nia Malika Henderson, host of CNN Smerconish, Michael Smerconish. Nia, your reaction to CNN, I'm not only just the projection of Biden winning, but it is remarkable, Nia, just to see the number of people still out in the streets, and which it just seems like kind of it is in D.C. especially. It's a Saturday night, so I think it's Saturday night. Is it Saturday night?
Is it?
What day is this?
I think it's Saturday.
This is Saturday, isn't it?
We've been here since Tuesday.
By the way, this is a sign of how long we've all been here. No one here can tell you. Yeah, I think it's Saturday. It's just incredible to see so many people out in the streets.
It is. And listen, this has been a long time coming. I think a lot of this goes back to 4 years ago with the sense of fear and anxiety and disappointment when Donald Trump got elected. And you saw a lot of these people really start to get involved in the political process going back then. And so now you just see this spontaneous expression of relief and joy. And one of the things I think if you were Donald Trump, one of the reasons you might not be able to concede is that a concession would be to acknowledge the voices and the power of people you dismissed and maligned for the last 4 years of your presidency. So I think he is going to rage on and sort of live in his own little world over these next couple of weeks of his presidency. But you see here the other America that didn't appreciate and was emboldened to get involved in the political process because of the way that Donald Trump talked, the way he was so racially divisive. And so you see this very diverse, large outpouring of joy and relief.
Yeah, former Democratic President candidate Andrew Yang is also joining us. Andrew, I mean, for a president who focused so much on, the size of his inauguration crowd, the size of the number of people who turned out to vote for him, it must be particularly galling to know that Vice President Biden, now President-elect Biden, received more votes than any other candidate in American history. As a runner-up, as a loser, President Trump also received a tremendous turnout and did a remarkable job of really energizing his base, especially in the midst of a pandemic in the last week or two of the election. But still, the turnout for the popular vote, the turnout for President-elect Biden was larger, and in the states where it was most important, it was larger as well.
Well, it must be difficult to ignore a massive crowd outside the White House, jubilant about your defeat. He did get over 70 million votes, Anderson, and that really was telling to many of us, because despite the jubilation of today, Democrats did not gain the seats in the House they thought they would. They lost 6 or 7 incumbent races. They are on the verge of not being able to get the Senate. So in a way, it's funny. It's like, though you're on the winning side on this one, it's hard to feel 100% celebratory, despite the fact that defeating Trump is an enormous deal. And it's like a cloud is lifting for many, many Americans. But it was a very mixed picture, in part because of the popular vote for Trump that you're describing. It ended up tilting many of the races to Republicans around the country.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, I think that's a really important point that Andrew is making. I mean, this was a very good election for Republicans, not for President Trump personally, but you could argue President Trump deserves a lot of credit for getting so much turnout, which has helped, Republicans gain seats in the House. I mean, there was talk, Democrats were talking about gaining seats in the House, taking over the Senate. That didn't happen. And the Republicans are in a very good position now, even though President Trump is not going to be the president for the next 4 years.
Strangely, if you could have awakened on Wednesday morning and said to someone, okay, Republicans picked up in the House, Republicans apparently will maintain control of the Senate, gain in a gubernatorial mansion, and also control more state legislatures, now tell me who won the presidential race, I think you'd fill in the blank and you would say Donald Trump. So your point, and Andrew Yang's point, is well taken. And by the way, maybe the reason that the Republicans had a good night was because they were ultimately going to lose at the top of the ticket. I think there's an argument to be made here that there was a check put in place that voters, a majority of voters, they wanted Joe Biden to be the president, not Donald Trump, but they didn't want to give him a blank check. And I think that the speech that the president-elect is going to make tonight is very, very important for the 71 million who voted for President Trump, because what kind of a message he sends to them and whether he can dissipate any likelihood that they have to sort of jump on the bandwagon and not accept this result, as President Trump is hoping they will do, I think that's something very important that could come out of tonight's address.
Yeah, Neil, I mean, do you think that's possible? Again, if President Trump was a different candidate, was a different person, he might have been able to say, I didn't win, but I'm so proud and thankful for all my supporters who turned out and helped Republicans gain seats in the House, who blocked Democrats from taking over the Senate. I mean, that is a pathway for President Trump to leave office, but still with being proud of what he was able to do in a race that even he did not win.
Right. I mean, I don't think that'll ever happen. He primed his supporters with lies to believe that this election was stolen from him by black people in Philly and Atlanta and Detroit. So I don't think he's going to go back on that lie, because to do that would be to admit that he is a liar. And I don't think we're going to see that from this president. The sort of people that are going to be interesting to watch are the senators over these last years, Republican senators who basically fell in line with Donald Trump, remove their spines and essentially let him get away with all the sort of nasty rhetoric and divisive language that we've seen over these last 4 years. So are they going to reach back at Biden as he tries to reach out and bridge this divide, this nasty, nasty political divide that we've seen over these last years, created in a lot of ways by Donald Trump? That'll be sort of interesting to see, because Republicans bear some responsibility for what we've seen over these last years and giving Donald Trump free reign to really be a racial flamethrower. And so we'll see what happens over these next many weeks.
Also, Michael Smerconish, just the extent to which over the last 4 years, I don't know of many days I have gone through a day in which the conversations were not, the name Donald Trump did not come up. People even who said, I don't want to talk about let you go out to a meal and a group of people, and they say, no politics. I don't want to talk about Trump. The next sentence, they're talking about Trump, and I'm wondering, just the adjustment of not having that in one's life on a daily basis is going to be very interesting to see.
Anderson, I'm a radio host, and I'm responsible for 15 hours a week of content on SiriusXM. 15 hours a week of me speaking. And I joked with my producer recently about the fact that for the last 4 or 5 years on Donald Trump's watch and during his candidacy, we've never gone to what we call the evergreen file. The evergreen file is what you bring out on a day when there's no hot news, and it's filled with sort of timeless, good-talking, Seinfeld-like elements that you can trot out on any day. I haven't needed the evergreen file. I think I'm about to need an evergreen file going forward.
Andrew Yang, just from a political standpoint, just in terms of the obstacles and the challenges this new administration is going to face. I mean, not only just in the transition, but also, from day one and even before day one, in terms of coronavirus, in terms of the economy, in terms of foreign relations. I mean, the list of, things that Democrats would like to see change is a long one.
Now, there are 3 immediate political variables right now, Anderson. Number 1 is what happens in these special Senate races in Georgia on January 5th. Democrats have a chance to take control of the Senate, and that changes everything about governing in your plan. Number 2 is operationalizing this transition. It's more difficult, obviously, because the current occupant of the White House is not acknowledging that there's a president-elect. But they have a lot of work to do to plan who's going to be in what seat. Literally thousands of roles to game out and fill and talk to people, make calls. And the third thing is we're still waiting for a coronavirus relief bill that has been months overdue. Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi have yet to come to terms on it. Now, obviously, I think President Trump is going to be preoccupied. The question is, can they get a bill across the finish line before the new year? These are major issues that will determine how the presidency begins for Joe next January.
And we're looking at a live picture in Wilmington, Delaware. This is where President-elect Trump is going to, President-elect Biden, man, it's been a long couple of days. Is where President-elect Biden is going to be speaking, just as he spoke last night as well. But we're going to hear from President-elect Biden at 8 o'clock tonight in an address to the nation. And Andrew, just before we go, it's got to be, to be a fly in the wall at the White House right now, it's just got to be such a surreal situation inside the White House. I mean, the president has refused to concede, has not reached out to President-elect Biden, which is the tradition, is saying this is going to be fought in the courts, and is still claiming that he has won this election, and yet he can hear the crowds outside in the street. He's clearly watching television coverage. What would you say to the president?
President Trump, please do join the rest of us in celebrating our country's democratic traditions and stop living in your alternate reality. I mean, it's okay. You can join us in this world. And you did get many people who supported you. The Republican Party has been recasting your image, in my mind, to the country's detriment. But you can at least do one positive thing on the way out, acknowledge defeat, congratulate Joe Biden, and let our countries begin healing. I mean, I say this, Anderson, but it's impossible to imagine any of it happening.
Yeah. Well, we shall see what happens, but we are going to be hearing from President-elect Joe Biden tonight, 8 o'clock. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Thanks.
All right, CNN Shimon Prokupecz is in Philadelphia for us, where people are celebrating the role they played in this historic moment, Shimon, and they truly did. The home state of Joe Biden and the state that put him over the top. It is very much a Pennsylvania and a Philadelphia story.
Yeah, it is, Aaron, and we are outside the convention center where they were doing the counting, where the poll watchers were inside, people counting ballots, and that is why we're seeing so many people gathered here. And you can see here, I wanted to give you a different perspective from some of what I was showing you earlier. You see, these are all the Biden supporters, and then on the other side, we have the Trump supporters who have been gathered here for the last several days as well. And as you can see, the police here have separated the two. They're letting them have their moments to chant. But clearly, they're outnumbered here by the Biden supporters who have been out here celebrating. It's been a party atmosphere since the race was called. And basically, it doesn't appear that anyone here plans to leave anytime soon. People have been dancing, they've been chanting, and there's been champagne. This has been one big party out here. And
wow, and you see people gathering here, and you can only imagine it's going to be more so as the night goes on, Anderson, across this country.
Yeah, Saturday night, it's hard to imagine people letting go of this so quickly. We'll see. Let's go now to the West Coast, where people are celebrating Biden's victory in a history-making day for his running mate, California Senator Kamala Harris, becoming the first woman elected to serve as vice president. I want to bring in our Josh Campbell in Los Angeles. How's it going there?
Hey, Anderson. Yeah, we're still here downtown where this large crowd continues to celebrate behind us, a pro-Biden Harris crowd. This is Los Angeles. This is Senator, now Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's hometown. So a lot of supporters coming out here to express their support with this celebration today. And I want to talk to one of these supporters. I have here Kamani Harris, and you were here from South LA. You came here downtown. Why'd you come out today?
I came out here to celebrate, of course, the Kamala and Biden one, but more so to celebrate the fact that the people came together and united from different communities to make sure Trump gets out of office.
And so what have the last 4 years been like for you under the Trump administration?
They've been very traumatized, and I'm come from a predominantly black and brown community, low-income community, a community with a lot of immigrants and folks who are here on DACA. So just having to watch, like the immigrants in my community worry about being deported, even though they've been here most of their life, having to worry about the police feeling like they have the right to kill black and brown people, low-income people, because Trump gets on TV and says that it's okay. It's been completely traumatizing, but at the end of the day, just seeing everyone come together, the black community, brown community, white community, our allies, the LGBTQ plus community, and everyone else come together just to show that we have the power. And of course, this is a win for Biden and Harris, but I see this more so as a win for the people.
Yeah, well, thank you, Kamani. And Anderson, what Kamani is saying is what we've been hearing from so many folks down here, and that is they are truly celebrating the Biden-Harris victory, but there's another component, and that is, in their words, the exit of Donald Trump. We've heard continuously here people continuing to say that from the moment President Trump took office, there's been this demonizing, in their words, of immigrants, of people of color. And so although they're celebrating Biden and Harris today, their win, they're also celebrating what a different set of policies might look like as it relates to people of color. Anderson.
Josh Campbell, appreciate it. Aaron?
And I want to go to Gary Tuchman, who is in Atlanta. And Gary, what you said a little bit ago, and look, there you are, still jammed in, really struck me, because what you said is that in 30 years of political coverage and covering elections, that you'd never really seen a response like the one you are seeing in Atlanta. And of course, to contextualize this, right, in a state that is possibly going to go Democratic here for the first time in 30 years.
Well, that's right, Aaron. This state might be turning blue, and it's because of largely the city of Atlanta, the city of Savannah, the city of Columbus, where it's very liberal politically. And we're right now in the heart of one of the most liberal neighborhoods, politically liberal neighborhoods in Atlanta. This is Midtown, and this has been spontaneous jubilation. I will tell you that people started coming out after CNN projected Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. People are very happy. It's a little loud and people are pressing against me, but I can tell you it's been calm and peaceful.
Oh, it looks like we got it back. All right, looks like we lost his audio. We have it back now. Gary, how do you, I don't know, can you still hear me? How do you see this going here? Obviously, as we're saying, this is a Saturday night. More and more people are going to be coming out. Are you seeing more and more people gathering here over just the past hour since you and I last spoke? Okay, and we did lose his audio. Well, that is what's happening there. A very, very enthusiastic, exuberant crowd there in Midtown Atlanta. All right, we're going to take a brief break, and we will be right back here as our special coverage continues.
We've been watching people out in the streets now for several hours. Some impromptu drum line there. I want to take you now to the battleground state of Georgia. I want to bring in CNN's Natasha Chen, who is in Atlanta. So what is the scene there? Because Gary Tuchman, I think, was in the Midtown area where there was huge crowds, very jovial crowds, I guess we should say, and people wearing masks, not a lot of social distancing. What are you seeing, Natasha?
A lot of the similar vibes here, Anderson, and we're at Freedom Park, not too far from where Gary is, but significantly, this is at the intersection of Moreland and John Lewis Freedom Parkway, of course, named after the late Congressman John Lewis, who was so instrumental to the civil rights movement. And I did actually meet someone here who is celebrating today, who told me she just turned 65 years old. She has lived through the civil rights movement in Atlanta. And when she heard the race called today on CNN, she told me she just screamed with joy. She felt that it really was not something she thought could happen, that Georgia could potentially flip blue, until Stacey Abrams 2 years ago. And of course, that's a reference to the Democratic nominee for governor, Stacey Abrams, 2018. There are a lot of people's signs here and shirts all referencing "Thank you, Stacey," because they feel they owe it to Stacey Abrams' campaign and her organizing over the past 2 years. So this is really a celebration that you're seeing. As I mentioned earlier, lots of dancing, lots of drag queens, but this is celebrating not just this moment today, but also the years of work that have led to this. We've also seen a lot of signs promoting the Democratic candidates for U.S. Senate, Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. They are going into runoffs in January against David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Everybody here knows it. So this is an energy to make sure that people turn out for the January runoffs as well. In fact, I saw somebody with a clipboard going through the crowd, making sure that everyone here was registered to vote in that election, because they know that the attention and the money is about to flow here into the state of Georgia. Anderson.
Yeah, money on both sides of that race. It's just going to be overwhelming. If what we saw in South Carolina was a lot, I'm sure this will be at least equal to that. Natasha, appreciate it. Thanks. Let's go back to Aaron.
Right. And this is a day in history, right? A day when you now have a new president-elect. The election of Joseph R. Biden as the next president of the United States, and Kamala Devi Harris as the next vice president of the United States. We're joined by former advisor to 4 U.S. presidents, both Republican and Democrat, David Gergen, April Ryan, CNN political analyst and White House correspondent for American Urban Radio Networks, and Doug Brinkley, CNN presidential historian and history professor at Rice. So all of you have such important perspective. Let me start with you, though, April, because I just said Joseph R. Biden and Kamala Devi Harris, okay? That just her name alone says so much, right? The first woman of color, the first black woman, the first South Asian woman, and she is now the vice president-elect of the United States.
Yes, you know, for the last 23 years, I've covered presidents. I've seen history. I called the first black president Mr. President. Now, as a black woman, I will raise my hand and ask a question of Madam Vice President, the first woman of color to become the vice president of the United States. And not only that, she identifies as black. She looks like me. That is huge. When we look back in history, we see white men. And Washington is still a white male fraternity, but it's changing, gender and by race.
And David, people are celebrating in the streets across this country. You know, as we've said in jest, it's a Saturday night. It's going to continue. But in true seriousness, there are celebrations among the 74.5 million people who voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. Ron Brownstein, right, our political analyst, right, who tracks these demographic trends, he says this is more what you would expect to see after a dictator is overthrown. Have you seen anything like this?
No, and I think there sort of was a pent-up tension. The first few days of the week after a campaign, it's been emotionally exhausting. It had seemed endless, and people had seen the dark sides of America they never expected to see. It was just, I think all of this has exploded now in this rapturous, joyful response to the Biden victory. And I do think it's also, the Kamala Harris part of this is extremely important too. They're in the heart of the old Confederacy in Georgia, March to the Sea, Georgia, redolent of Gone with the Wind. Here we have, Stacey Abrams, who's played such a pivotal role in that state, now has played a pivotal role. It's a new America in many ways. We thought that with when Obama came in, President Obama, but I think there's that same sense again with the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris ticket.
And Doug, there is, I think there was a pent-up sigh in this country of relief for the winners, right, and joy that they have won, right, exuberance and what we're seeing on the streets. But nonetheless, and Joe Biden has been very quick all the way through this week to note that he wants to unite the country. 74.5 million people have voted for Joe Biden. That number is going to go up as the numbers keep coming in. But 70 million people voted for President Trump. Doug, what do you do? This is a deeply divided country, right? This was not the result that many expected, right? This is a deeply divided country.
Well, but you just mentioned Joe Biden won this historic popular vote. It's just staggering. And we've underestimated what a fine campaign Joe Biden's run in 2020. He's always talked about reconciliation, about reaching out to the other side. He did that in his Senate career. He was thought of as a bipartisan figure who wanted to do things. And so there's a possibility now in a Washington that's been so divided to do some things like infrastructure, roads, highways, to do perhaps what Biden calls the moonshot on a war on cancer. But maybe that'll be done with the vaccine for COVID, pulling our country through. Joe Biden knows Mitch McConnell, and they will hopefully be able to get some things done. But this was a remarkable campaign that Joe Biden ran. Picking Kamala Harris was great. He did well in the debates, and he stood up for science and for facts and for the First Amendment and the news media. And he did it with a sense of quiet dignity. And it's remarkable. And tonight's celebration will remind people of Barack Obama in 2008. There was euphoria at Grant Park in Chicago. We had our first African-American president. I see that's the feel in the streets of America right now.
April, what happens, tonight is this night of celebration, right? And as, Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign, says, and tomorrow is getting to work for the transition for Team Biden. But there is a president right now, and he is in the White House at this moment, and he is hearing these cheers on the streets, right? They have called a lid. They say we're not going to see him tonight. He could change that, but that's what he's told his team. All he's done, right, is tweet that he's won this election. What he does and doesn't do is very significant over these next few days. You have covered this White House now for 4 years. What do you think is going on?
He's figuring out his next move. This president is one who likes to have a tantrum when he doesn't get his way. Well, the tantrum may last until January 20th, 2021 at noon. At the end of the day, this president, even if he doesn't have the resolve of understanding that a peaceful transition of power is happening, whether he likes it or not, he's hearing in the streets. He can hear what's in front of his house going on, the rebuke of him, the rebuke of what people call a horror movie for the last 4 years, and now the credits are rolling. What this president does not understand is that people are moving on. The Joe Biden camp is moving on. They're looking at transition and bringing people in, like people like Simone Sanders, who's played a major role in this campaign, and I'm hearing she can chart her course wherever she wants in this administration. Cedric Richmond, Marsha Fudge, and they're even looking at those who they wanted to put on the list who may not be able to get Senate confirmation at this time because the Senate did not flip blue. But at the end of the day, this is a moment that reminds me of when Barack Obama, 8 years ago, was elected president. I was at the White House when George W. Bush was still there. He heard the spontaneous crowd singing "Na na na na, hey, Bush goodbye." Trust and believe. The crowds are bigger and louder for this president. He hears it. The question is, will he listen?
Will he listen and will he heed it? I mean, David Gergen, what happens here over these next days as the president is, at least at this moment, insisting that he's won and he's going to pursue these legal challenges to which there, at least from all the legal experts we've spoken to, appear to be no merit in any meaningful way, in anything that would impact the result of this at all. And yet he still has to be the president.
Yeah, so far he has been misplaying his hand. It would be fine if he said, listen, I have real problems with this, and I'm going to go to court, and we're going to try to sort it out in the courts. In the meantime, I think the transition ought to go on in fairness, or, you know, that there's a point on the other side. Instead of this childish response that he's had, and even today, you know, when the fate of the republic should be partly in his hands, what did he do? Yeah. Did he study? No, he went to the golf course.
And Doug, is there any, as you look as an historian at this, any transition, any moment that you think we could look back to learn from at this moment?
Well, we're talking about the transition. Remember when Jimmy Carter got routed by Ronald Reagan in 1980? Carter was able to get something done, an Alaska lands bill where he saved lands in Alaska as large as California. President Trump could come forward with a coronavirus relief package. There's an opportunity for him to add dollars to that and get some credit for it at the end, get an achievement on his way out of office. I'm not sure he'll do that. He's probably plotting his son Don Jr.'s future. He's probably still angry at Fox News for calling Arizona early and wants to create his own media empire. But I think if he was smart, he would try to get in something that history will say, A, he acted with some dignity once he realized he lost, and B, he did care about the country that with the COVID crisis. He needs to show some empathy at this point in time. His lack of empathy is why Joe Biden won by, I think, quite a large margin. Kennedy and Nixon in 1960 were by a hair. Bush Gore by a hair. Biden won a considerable victory, if not a mandate.
Right. As I say, right now, it looks like it's going to be close to 5 million votes. Thank you all three very much. David, April, Doug, Anderson.
There is a lot of reaction across the nation to Joe Biden winning the White House. President-elect Biden. Our CNN reporters are all across the country as Americans fill the streets. I want to bring in CNN's Polo Sandoval, who is here in New York, I believe in Times Square. Set the scene for us.
Anderson, this has certainly taken on more of a block party atmosphere. There's certainly a sense of joy, of happiness, and even a sense of relief here as almost what seems to be a parade of vehicles making their way down Broadway here in Times Square. Remember, we are still in COVID time, so this has been a very fairly empty part of the city, but not tonight. It is extremely busy, and you will find really many supporters here of Joe Biden, and obviously his new vice president as well, here right now having their voice heard, and that includes a couple of New Yorkers. It's very clear to me exactly who you support, but personally, tell me a little bit about what this means to you on a personal level now having Joe Biden in the White House next year. I'll start with you.
Well, as a registered nurse, I'm so happy that Biden-Harris made it into the White House so we can start healing as a nation and we can put an end to this COVID pandemic. I'm so happy they won.
And keeping with the COVID theme, is there certainly a sense of of relief now on your part that perhaps, you were telling me earlier that this will finally get the attention that it deserves and hopefully finally overcome this pandemic?
I'm a physician, I'm a pediatrician, and I cannot tell you, I'm not a single issue voter, but the pandemic, I mean, just seeing how this pandemic ravaged our city, I am so thrilled that we're going to have a leader who's going to take this pandemic and do what it needs to be done, what needs to be done in the city and in the country so that we can get it under control. Yeah. So I am thrilled, and I got to tell you, in 2016, I was at the Jacob Javits Center, and I remember walking through Times Square, and you could hear a pin drop. And to see this 4 years later, almost to the day, I am so happy as a pediatrician, as a black woman, to see Kamala Harris as a vice president. I'm just beside myself. I'm so happy.
Randy Michelle, thank you so much for taking the time. We'll let you enjoy the evening. Anderson, what you just heard right now, we've heard from others too. They feel that perhaps now science will have that role, a part of the conversation. And of course now, many folks here finding out that as early as Monday, we will hear more about Joe Biden's plan to try to finally, obviously, take care of this issue and try to beat this pandemic. But for tonight, it's certainly about celebration. Now a lot of social distancing, but a lot of masks here in Times Square.
Yeah, I've never seen something like that in Times Square. Crowds like that spontaneously. Paula Sandoval, thanks so much. Reaction is pouring in to President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's victory. 2016 Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton tweeted, in part, "It's a history-making ticket, a repudiation of Trump, and a new page for America." She added, "Onward together." Former governor of Florida, Jeb Bush, the son of the late former President George H.W. Bush and brother to the former President George W. Bush, tweeted, "Congratulations to President-elect Biden. Now is the time to heal deep wounds. Many are counting on you to lead the way." House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tweeted, "Congratulations to Joe Biden on his victory for the soul of our country. Congratulations to Kamala Harris for making history. It's a time to heal and a time to grow together. E pluribus unum." And this tweet coming from the soon-to-be second gentleman in the United States, Douglas Emhoff, hugging his wife, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, with the caption, "So proud of you." We'll be right back.